I stayed at home for a century. When I emerged I was invincible. Chapter 1, Invincible after 100 years of seclusion. Chu Xian's words and actions are improper and harmful to the family's reputation. His punishment is to immediately leave the ancestral residence. Without permission, he is not allowed even step half a foot into the ancestral residence. Chu Xian turned his head to look at the magnificent ancestral residence and helplessly shook his head. Being punished to leave the ancestral residence was equivalent to being expelled from the direct line of descent. When a person was hated, even a sneeze was a mistake and unforgivable. He had just transmigrated here when the Chu family was hosting a banquet for the distinguished guests from the imperial capital. As one of the direct descendants, Chu Xian was naturally present. Just because he sneezed, he was expelled from the ancestral residence. Although he was not explicitly expelled from the family tree, in practice, there was no difference. The butler brought him to a desolate courtyard far away from the ancestral residence. 13th young master, you can stay here from now on. I will arrange for someone to send food over. The butler left after he finished speaking. Chu Xian was a direct descendant of the Chu family, one of the 3 great families in the state of Qin. He was ranked 13th and was the most disliked person among the younger generation of the Chu family. He pushed open the door to the courtyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, so it was obvious that no one had lived there for a long time. This courtyard was far from the ancestral home and was located at the edge of the Chu family's land. Naturally, no one would come to live in this remote place. Chu Xian sighed. Due to his parents' influence, he had always been disliked by the master of the family, Chu Tianming, who was also his grandfather. His father was Chu Tianming's 3rd son. He had always been doted on and had been the most outstanding talent in his father's generation. However, his father had broken the marriage contract prepared by Chu Tianming and married Chu Xian's mother, a woman with no deep background. Chu Tianming was almost angered to death by this. 3 years ago, Chu Xian's parents had left home without a trace. From then on, Chu Xian's situation became even worse. His grandfather, Chu Tianming, would become annoyed every time he saw him. Finally, today, he could no longer hold it in anymore. Adopting the mentality of what he could not see could not trouble him, he eventually chased Chu Xian out of the ancestral home. It was the melodramatic drama of an aristocratic family. Chu Xian was speechless. However, he couldn't change anything. It was already good enough that he still had a place to stay. At least he would not have to worry about food and clothing. Looking at the weeds in the yard, Chu Xian was troubled. He was the young master of an aristocratic family after all. Should he personally remove the weeds? Fortunately, he was not troubled for long. The 2 servants of the Chu family were arranged by the butler to clean up the yard of the house. Thus, they removed the weeds and cleaned up the place. They also replaced the furniture and prepared daily necessities. Chu Xian finally felt a little bit of satisfaction as a young master of an aristocratic family. He ordered the servants to bring him a deck chair and some books. From now on, he would stay here. After the servants left, Chu Xian lay on the deck chair and breathed in the sweet air. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds with a bit of confusion in his eyes. He had traveled through time. His situation was not good, but it was not too bad either. At the very least, he did not have to worry about food and clothing for the time being. However, this was a world where one could cultivate to the spirit level and warriors could move mountains and overturn seas. As a weak little dreg of society, it was difficult to say that he felt safe. The next day, Chu Yang lay on the recliner and flipped through a book. Other than him, there was no one else in the courtyard. After the servants delivered the food, they packed up and left. They did not even speak 2 sentences throughout the whole process. He did not even have a maid. Chu Xian sighed. As expected, he was not welcomed. Even as the young master of an aristocratic family, he did not have a maid to serve him. The stronger the house, the more powerful the system is. binding the current place of residence to the territory of the house. You have stayed in the house for 1 day. The reward is the indestructible Vajra divine art. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. Chu Xian's spirits were lifted and he sat straight up. System? A blurry space appeared in his mind and a system message was transmitted over. The stronger the system, the stronger he would become. Every day, he would receive a reward for staying in the house. The method of which he stayed in the house would differ, thereby leading to random rewards. As long as one did not leave the courtyard and only stayed in the house and courtyard, the longer one stayed in the house, the greater the reward would be and the stronger he would become. However, once one left the courtyard, the records would be reset and the score would have to be recalculated. Chu Xian's mood immediately brightened. Maids aren't important. I just like to stay in the house. It's good to stay in the house. There's no danger to my safety here. He immediately received the reward. A stream of information surged into his mind, and a wave of energy circulated around his body. His skin also started faintly flashing with a golden glow. Chu Xian felt his strength continuously increasing. At the same time, he silently circulated the Vajra indestructible divine art. Clenching his fist, his strength soared. This was especially true for his defensive strength, which reached the peak of the mortal realm. The Vajra indestructible divine art technique was a top defensive technique of the mortal realm. Even so, this world, it was not considered extremely powerful. Above the mortal realm were the profound realm, spirit realm, void realm, unity realm, true realm, emperor realm, and so on. The mortal realm was just the most basic realm. It was also divided into 3 cultivation stages: body refining, meridian opening, and qi gathering. Only by breaking through the mortal gate and stepping into the profound realm could one truly begin their path of cultivation. After the profound realm, each realm was divided into 9 levels. No matter how strong the mortal realm was, without breaking through the mortal gate, one would still only ever be immortal. However, Chu Xian was not disappointed. After all, this was only a reward for staying indoors for a day. Before he received the reward, his strength was only at the meridian opening stage within the mortal realm. He was considered trash. Now that he had reached the peak of the mortal realm, it was almost impossible for anyone to hurt him, particularly if they themselves were still in the mortal realm. Chu Xian was satisfied, and he made up his mind to stay indoors. Stretching his waist, Chu Xian changed his posture and lay back on the recliner. He picked up the book and continued reading. He let out a long breath and felt refreshed. Comfortable. After receiving the cheat, he was full of energy, and his previous annoyance was gone. You changed your posture and stayed comfortably at home. You are rewarded with a box of qi gathering pills. There was a reward for this? Chu Xian became even more energetic. He took out the qi gathering pills that the system had rewarded him with and found that there was a whole box. The box was made of wood, and there were hundreds of bottles of pills inside, with each bottle containing 12 pills. Chu Xian took out a bottle of pills and put the rest back into the system space. He poured out a pill. It was brown and lustrous, and a faint medicinal fragrance lingered around it. He could vaguely sense the spiritual essence contained in the pill. It was definitely a top-grade pill. As expected of a product of the system. Chu Xian put the pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved and turned into a stream of pure spiritual energy that entered his body and gathered in his, Danshan 1, along his meridians. The last stage of cultivation in the mortal realm was the gathering of qi. When the gathering of qi was full and circulated around one's body, it meant that one had cultivated to the peak of mortal realm. If one wanted to take another step forward, the only way was to break through the mortal gate, sublimate to the extremes, shed the mortal state, and step into the profound realm. The mortal gate was hard to break, and countless people normally stopped there. If one was unable to break through the mortal gate, they would eventually become immortal. Chu Xian took a qi gathering pill and felt the spiritual energy fill his danshan. It circulated around his meridians, and his body faintly glowed with a golden light. After obtaining the Vajra indestructible divine art, he managed to break through, from opening his meridians to chi gathering. With the chi gathering pill, he was able to gather his chi to perfection and stabilize his cultivation to reach the mortal peak. However, this was not something that could be solved simply by eating a chi gathering pill. The only way was to break through the mortal gate and open the door of mystery. Chu Xian was not in a hurry. He suspected that after a few days, he might be able to break through the gateway. Chapter 2, Dragon Python Spirit Fist and 1 year's cultivation. Chu Xian spent most of the day lying on the recliner, reading. He changed several positions but did not receive any system rewards. It seemed that changing a few comfortable positions would not be enough to trigger the system's random rewards. In the evening, the person who came to deliver the food was not a servant. Instead, it was a beautiful woman wearing a green dress. It was her cousin, Chu Yun. Chu Yun was the favored daughter of the direct line of descent. Her talent was outstanding. At such a young age, she had already reached the peak of mortal realm. Moreover, she had already touched the barrier of the mortal gate and was about to break through it and enter the profound realm. "Why are you here?" Chu Xian asked in surprise. Chu Yun put down the lunch box and placed the dishes on the table. She looked up at Chu Xian and felt that he seemed to have changed. As she had not yet stepped into the profound realm, and since Chu Xian did not reveal his strength, she could not see Chu Xian's actual strength. 13th brother, you have to bear with it for a while. When Grandpa's anger subsides, I'll go and beg Grandpa to let you return to the ancestral residence. Among the brothers and sisters of this generation, Chu Yun and Chu Xian were the closest. There's no need. I'm living very well here. It'll be annoying if I go back. There's no need. Chu Xian waved his hand and refused. Not only did he not plan to go back to the ancestral residence, he did not even plan to step out of the courtyard door. He liked to stay at home. 13th brother, I'll go and beg grandfather. He'll definitely agree. He won't be angry with me. Don't worry. Chu Yun thought that Chu Xian was afraid that she would implicate him if she begged, and that was why he refused. There's really no need. Chu Xian looked at Chu Yun's determined gaze and was touched. In this world, other than his parents, there were still people who cared about him. Of course, he knew that after a few days, his cheap grandfather Chu Tianming's anger would subside. If Chu Yun went to plead for mercy, there was a high chance that he would let him go back. After all, Chu Yun was the chosen one among the grandchildren. She was deeply loved by Chu Tianming and would not be angry with her over such a small matter. However, he really did not want to leave. This place was remote and quiet. It was so comfortable to stay at home. When he returned to the ancestral residence, others would be annoyed by his presence. They would definitely harass him from time to time. Chu Yun sat down and ate with Chu Xian. After chatting for a while, she went back. Before leaving the courtyard, Chu Yun promised repeatedly that she would plead with Chu Tianming to let him go back to the ancestral residence. However, it was impossible for him to go back right now, so just stayed here and did not leave. Chu Xian lay on the recliner, his posture relaxed. You've been staying here for 2 days. Reward, Dragon Python Spirit Fist. The system's voice sounded, and Chu Xian immediately received the reward. A stream of information simultaneously also surged into his mind. In his mind, the dragon python appeared. Its aura was like a rainbow, and its fist seemed to have a spirit. In a short period of time, he had already grasped the dragon python spirit fist. This was an attack technique that stood at the top of the spirit realm. Unfortunately, Chu Xian was limited by his realm and was unable to unleash its power. The dragon python spirit fist was divided into the python form and the dragon form. Once one had cultivated to the point of turning a python and into a dragon, one would be able to grasp its essence. Chu Xian performed the dragon python spirit fist in the courtyard. His fist was like a giant python. It was agile, swift, and violent. At this moment, Chu Xian felt that with the defense of the Vajra indestructible divine technique and the swift and violent attack of the dragon python spirit fist, it would be easy for one to fight against 10 martial artists who were also at the peak of the mortal realm. Chu Xian immediately mastered the cultivation technique that the system rewarded him with. If his realm was high enough, he could use the dragon form. However, if he wanted to use the dragon form, he would need to be at least at the 7th level of the profound realm. Furthermore, if he wanted to fully display the power of the dragon python spirit fist, he would need to be in the spirit realm. The dragon python spirit fist was definitely one of the top techniques in the Chu family's scripture pavilion. Chu Xian felt that he should be able to break through to the profound realm after staying indoors for another 2 or 3 days. On the 3rd day of staying indoors, the reward was a dagger. Phantom Dagger. The dagger had the ability to confuse people's minds. If one were to look at the dagger, it would appear as if they could see layers upon layers of daggers, making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real dagger. If it was used in an attack, it would conjure countless daggers to confuse the enemy. It could be considered a pretty good weapon. On the 4th day, Chu Xian was still lying on the recliner reading. He felt that since he had decided to stay in the courtyard and not go out, he had to adjust his state of mind and not get agitated. Reading was undoubtedly a good way to calm his mind and ensure he was not affected by external matters. He was reading strange books. What was recorded in the books were the strange stories of the southern region, including some historical events. For example, it documented the changes of the 9 countries of the southern region. It recorded which dynasties had perished and which dynasties had risen over the years. The Qin kingdom was one of the 9 countries of the southern region. The Qin kingdom had once been a strong dynasty. In the end, it had perished under the joint efforts of the Qin, Chu, He, and Zhao families. That was how the current Qin kingdom came into being. The Qin family was the most powerful and was the current royal family of the Qin kingdom. The Chu, He, and Zhao families were the 3 major aristocratic families of the Qin kingdom. Among the 9 countries of the southern region, only the Qin kingdom belonged to a dynasty where the 4 families ruled together. The Qin family did not have the power to completely unify the other 3 major aristocratic families. On top of that, due to the relationship between their ancestors and the marriage between generations, it was difficult to separate them. Besides, with a common enemy, civil strife would only lead to destruction. Thus, no matter how ambitious the royal family of Qin was, they could only accept the fact that the 4 families ruled together, while the Qin family was the boss. You stayed indoors for 4 days and were rewarded with a year's worth of cultivation. The reward for the 4th day soon arrived and Chu Xian's spirit was roused. A year's worth of cultivation? After receiving a year's worth of cultivation, he was about to break through to the profound realm. He immediately received the reward. He only felt a surge of power emerge. His strength increased instantly as if he had broken off some kind of shackle. However, he did not break through to the profound realm. His essence, qi, and spirit only had a feeling of sublimation. It was as if the next step would cause him to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. This was especially true for his spiritual will, which could become corporeal. Chu Xian carefully perceived the changes in his body. The reward of a year of cultivation did not help him break through to the profound realm. However, it truly pushed his realm to the limits of the mortal realm. He had a feeling that once he broke through to the profound realm, his strength and foundation would far surpass that of ordinary profound realm martial artists. It was because he had already reached the peak of mortal realm and was unable to advance any further. He had made another small breakthrough and had truly reached the peak of the mortal realm. Half-step profound realm? Chu Xian didn't know if his current realm could be called the half-step profound realm. What he knew was that his current strength had already surpassed the peak of mortal realm by quite a bit. Normally speaking, once one reached the peak of mortal realm, they would not be able to advance any further. They would have to comprehend the mortal gate, touch the barrier of the mortal gate, and finally break through the gate and step into the profound realm. Only then would they be able to continue growing stronger. However, Chu Xian had never heard of such a state where one could advance one step further and reach the pinnacle of mortal realm. He was born in the Chu family, and even with the Chu family's background, there were no records of such a state. Chu Xian felt that such a state was extremely rare, which was why the Chu family did not have any records of it. Of course, there was another possibility. There were still too few books in the Chu family's Possesion, which was why he had not seen any records of such a state just yet. At this moment, the true profound realm was in sight. Chapter 3, Sublimation, Breaking Through to the Profound Realm. You've been cooped up for 5 days. The reward is 1 box of Great Profound Pills. Here it comes. The Great Profound Pill was not only a pill for breaking through to the Profound Gate, it was also a pill required for the cultivation of the Profound Realm. The system was generous. It directly rewarded 1 box instead of 1 or 2 bottles of such petty things. Chu Xian took out a bottle of pills and poured out a single pill. He sat cross-legged in the room and put the pill into his mouth. This was for breaking through to the profound realm. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. There was a rumbling sound, and Chu Xian felt that his body was undergoing some kind of metamorphosis, and he felt as if he was floating in the air. The spiritual energy in his body was also continuously compressed, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gushed into him. Gradually, the spiritual energy became corporeal and began to glow faintly. His spiritual energy was also undergoing a metamorphosis, and it was being refined into spiritual energy. Only 100 portions of spiritual energy could be refined into 1 portion of spiritual energy, after which the amount of power one could control would increase by 100-fold. However, an even greater transformation took place in one's mental will. The greatest barrier between the mortal gate and the profound gate was not the transformation of one's physical body or spiritual energy, but the transformation of one's mental will. This stage of transformation was core to the process. It was also the greatest barrier to breaking through to the profound realm. Chu Xian felt that there seemed to be a shackle attached to his spiritual will. After breaking the shackle, a door appeared. The tightly shut door was loosening at this moment. Once he pushed open this door, he would step into a new world. The true barrier of the entrance. Chu Xian knew that as long as he pushed open this door, his spiritual will would be able to complete the sublimation. He would be able to sense it within his body, and he would be able to comprehend the profoundness of this world. This door was a door of profoundness. He needed to push open the door of profoundness and enter a new world. This door was not only the natural chasm and barrier between the mortal and profound world, but it was also a test. If he did not break through the mortal gate, he would only ever be immortal. If he remained like this, he would only ever end up as a pile of yellow soil. The peak masters of the mortal realm did not have a lifespan of more than 150 years. On the other hand, once one entered the profound realm, their lifespan would increase by 500 years. Those who cultivated special techniques could even enjoy a lifespan of 800 years. Chu Xian was bombarding this door. Every time he bombarded it, his spiritual will would sublimate, and the gap between the doors would grow bigger. After 9 consecutive bombardments, there was a boom, and door suddenly collapsed. In an instant, Chu Xian felt as if he had entered a new world. His spiritual will was sublimating, rapidly undergoing some kind of transformation. At a certain moment, he could see himself sitting cross-legged, everything in the house, and even the ants crawling on the ground in the courtyard. At this moment, the world became clear. He could even sense the spiritual chi fluctuations between the heavens and earth. He had successfully reached the profound realm. Even with his eyes closed, he could see everything around him even more clearly than before he broke through. Will perception. This ability was only available after breaking through to the profound realm. Mental will could be sensed away from the body. The stronger one was, the farther one's will perception could reach. Chu Xian took out another great profound pill and swallowed it, consolidating his cultivation after breaking through. You've broken through while you were still cooped up. The bewitching technique is your reward. The system's voice sounded, and Chu Xian was instantly overjoyed. There was even a reward for breaking through? Not bad, not bad. He just did not know if there would be a reward for every breakthrough. After receiving the bewitching technique, a small grey booklet appeared. Chu Xian opened the booklet, and mysterious characters jumped out of the booklet and entered his eyes. Waves of profound comprehension appeared in his mind. Half an hour later, Chu Xian finished comprehending the bewitching technique. This was a type of secret technique that could cause hallucinations in one's mental will, disrupt one's mental will, and even disrupt one's soul. At the same time, cultivating the bewitching technique also had the effect of strengthening one's mental will and soul. The soul was still far away from Chu Xian, and it was not so easy to condense. It would take another sublimation and transformation of one's mental will before it could be condensed into a soul. Chu Xian consolidated his realm while practicing the bewitching technique. As he had directly comprehended the bewitching technique, it was easy for him to cultivate it. Thus, he spent more than an hour to get started on it. After finishing his cultivation, Chu Xian went to the courtyard and performed the Dragon Python Spirit Fist again. After breaking through to the profound realm, the power of the Dragon Python Spirit Fist was no longer comparable to before. As he threw out a punch, his spiritual power surged and turned into a grey python that rapidly lunged out. Chu Xian threw out punch after punch. The grey python bit, pounced, and struck out rapidly, but no matter what it did, it never lacked flexibility. After practicing the Dragon Python Spirit Fist, Chu Xian tested the bewitching technique again, and invisible waves rippled out. The bewitching technique directly attacked a person's mental will. It could make a person start hallucinating, and it could even force the bewitched person to act according to the user's will. Casting the bewitching technique consumed one's mental will. Even without directly comparing himself to other profound realm martial artists, Chu Xian felt that his mental will was much stronger than other martial artists who were also at the first stage of the profound realm. He wondered if the system would ever reward medicinal pills or spiritual items that could increase mental will. If there was a cultivation method that focused on mental will, then it would be the best thing for him to work on. A cultivation method to cultivate one's mind and will was extremely rare and difficult to come by. Even the Chu family only had one low-grade profound realm level cultivation method to cultivate one's mind and will. Despite only having one, the Chu family stood tall in the Qin kingdom because of the addition of this single cultivation method. This technique was the core cultivation method of the Chu family. Chu Xian was only at the mortal realm meridian opening stage. Even the direct descendants had never seen this cultivation method before. After breaking through to the profound realm, Chu Xian now needed a cultivation method. After the Vajra indestructible divine art reached the profound realm, there was no longer a need to cultivate it. The cultivation method of the Chu family that he cultivated was only somewhere between the mortal realm to the first level of the profound realm. Every junior of the Chu family could only receive the follow-up cultivation method after breaking through to the profound realm. Even so, Chu Xian did not plan to continue cultivating the Chu family's cultivation method. He wanted to wait for one of the system's cultivation methods, which it would undoubtedly eventually issue as a reward. Although the Chu family was one of the three great families in the Qin kingdom and appeared very powerful, it was actually quite ordinary in the southern region. The cultivation method practiced by the direct line of descent in the Chu family was only the high-grade mysterious sutras. Cultivation methods below the void realm were known as mysterious sutras. They were divided into high grade, middle grade, and low grade. After the void realm, there was the unity realm, true realm, and emperor realm. Cultivation techniques below the true realm were called true scriptures. Although the individual strength of each technique varied, there were no specific power levels attached to them. Above the true scriptures was the emperor's scriptures. Chu Xian felt that at minimum, she should to cultivate the emperor's scriptures. After just a few days, Chu Xian did not have high hopes for a higher level cultivation technique. It was rumored among the direct descendants of the Chu family that Chu Tianming had half of the true scripture. The ultimate goal of all the direct descendants was to have the opportunity to cultivate this half of the scripture. The entire Chu family only cultivated this half of the true scripture with 2 palms. It was the true core of the Chu family. However, Chu Xian was not interested in this half of the true scripture right now. If he only had half of it, he was afraid that he would die before he could cultivate to the unity realm. Lying on the recliner, Chu Xian continued to read. Although he had only just broken through, his realm was already quite stable. If he wanted to stay at home for a long time, he had to be stable. Therefore, Chu Xian made up his mind to read more. Firstly, he wanted to pass the time, and secondly, he wanted to broaden his horizons. After all, the Chu family was not a weak aristocratic family. They had a lot of books. After reading all the books, he should be able to broaden his understanding of this world. Currently, Chu Xian only had a relatively good understanding of the Qin kingdom. The Qin kingdom was located in the southern province, so he did not know much about it, let alone outside of the province. There were many books that the Chu family had collected that the servants could not bring over, so when Chu Yun came again, Chu Xian had to ask for her help. She had to make a copy of the many books collected by the Chu family for him. As he was reading, she suddenly sensed a servant carrying a lunchbox outside in the courtyard. Chapter 4, Cultist Spies. It was not time to eat yet. The servants delivered food at a fixed time, and when the time came, 2 servants always came together. The butler had arranged specifically for these servants, and unless there was a unique situation, there would not be a change of staff. Chu Xian could see through his wool perception that the servant who was delivering the food that day was a new person. In Chu Xian's wool perception, there seemed to be something wrong with this servant. Chu Xian frowned slightly. Could it be that someone from the Chu family was targeting him? There was no reason for this. He was not favored by Chu Tianming in the direct line of descent of the Chu family, and his uncles had never targeted him before this. As for his peers, he had already been expelled from the ancestral residence and marginalized. Therefore, there was no reason for anyone to target him. Although the Chu family was a large aristocratic family, the fights between the direct line of descent were not too intense. Chu Xian saw the servant come in and start to place food on the table. He used his will to scan the food on the table and found that there were a few small insect eggs mixed inside the food. If he had not broken through to the profound realm, he definitely would not have detected the insect eggs mixed in with the food. The eggs of the poisonous goo? He used his will to determine that it was just an ordinary poisonous goo's eggs. This was not a threat to Chu Xian, who was now at the profound realm. The other party did not want to kill him, but instead wanted to control him. 13th Young Master, it's time to eat. After the servant placed the food, he lowered his head and retreated to the side. Chu Xian was still lying on the recliner. He looked at the servant and said, "This young master is very curious about something. Who asked you to come today?" The servant was stunned and looked at Chu Xian. It was the order of the head butler. The head butler was the one who brought Chu Xian here. He was Chu Tianming's confidant as well as the head butler of the Chu family's ancestral residence. Chu Xian decided to try the bewitching technique on this servant. A servant who had just reached the qi gathering stage of the mortal realm would definitely not be able to resist the control of the bewitching technique. With that, Chu Xian immediately gathered his spiritual will and cast the bewitching technique. Moments later, an invisible wave invaded the servant's will. In just an instant, the servant no longer even had the strength to resist as his eyes became dull. "Tell me, who are you? Who asked you to come here?" A cold light flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. No matter who had ordered the servant, anyone who dared to harm him would not be forgiven. Chu Xian was not strong enough, so he had to endure it for now. However, once he was strong enough, he would kill the perpetrator immediately. "I'm a cultist. No one asked me to come here. I just saw an opportunity to control you and gain the favor of the heretic elders. That is why I came here. The cultist sect was the most chaotic factor in the Qin kingdom, and the force behind it was the evil imperial court. The evil imperial court was a very special country in the southern region. Everyone in its territory practiced evil arts, and not many laws were enforced within the country. Every day, evil cultivators would fight and devour each other in order to become stronger. The evil imperial court had the smallest population of any neighboring country, but it was extremely powerful, and it constantly watched its neighbors like a tiger eyeing its prey. This was especially true when it firmly controlled the lineage of the evil king of the evil imperial court. The king's strength was beyond imagination. Otherwise, how could he rule over all the evil cultivators in the region? There were evil cults in the 8 countries that made up the southern region. The cults were either formed by evil cultivators from the evil imperial court itself or were evil cultivators cultivated by the evil imperial court within each respective territory. The cultists were secretive and were extremely good at remaining in hiding as well as killing. They were the most unstable factor within the borders of each country. Cultists did not call themselves saints like certain factions did. Rather, they referred to themselves as cultists. Cults consisted of a group of people who practiced evil techniques. They knew that they were all evil people, so they never bothered labeling themselves saints. When Chu Xian heard that the servant was actually a cultist, he was shocked. Was he being targeted by a cult? No, only this cultist should be targeting him for the time being. The Chu family had actually been infiltrated by a cultist spy. Could it be that the cult was going to launch an attack on the Chu family? If it was just a cult, the Chu family's strength was enough to deal with it. What Chu Xian was worried about was that the evil imperial court was specifically targeting the Chu family, or possibly even the Qin kingdom, and was preparing to launch an attack on them. At this stage, he could not allow anything to the Chu family. If something happened to the Chu family, how could he stay at home and become stronger? He did not know how many evil cult spies had infiltrated the Chu family. Hence, he had to remind his cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming, to thoroughly investigate the Chu family and find out about the hidden spies. After the interrogation, Chu Xian let out a sigh of relief. This operation had been made by this evil cult disciple on his own initiative. He saw an opportunity to control Chu Xian, a direct descendant of the Chu family, so he was prepared to secretly control himself and claim credit from the cultist elders. However, Chu Xian realized that since this cultist felt that there was now an opportunity to gain control over a direct descendant of the Chu family, then the other cultists would definitely feel the same. If there were indeed cultists from the Dark Realm lurking within the Chu family, it would be troublesome if they all started targeting him. Therefore, in order for him to stay safe and comfortable, he had to make the Chu family thoroughly investigate the matter relating to the hidden spies. He had to inform his cheap grandfather, Chu Tianming. Even so, how could he inform him? Chu Xian did not want to expose his true strength. He did not plan to take even half a step outside his courtyard. Moreover, he had to conceal his strength in order to reduce the enemy's attention on him. Until he was strong enough, he had to protect himself and stay alive. As he thought of this, Chu Xian's emotions fluctuated, and the bewitching technique shook. After all, it was his first time using the bewitching technique, and he did not manage to control his strength well. This ended up in him destroying a small part of the servant's will. As such, it was impossible for Chu Xian to hand over the spy to Chu Tianming now. Otherwise, he would definitely know that a small part of the spy's will had been destroyed. Chu Xian's strength would be drawn into question, and his true strength would be discovered. His grandfather might even wonder if he had hidden his strength for other reasons. A small part of the spy's spiritual will had been destroyed. For a man who had just reached the Qi gathering stage, it was an extremely serious injury. He might even become retarded. Even if he did not become a retard, his mind would still be in chaos and his emotions would be out of control. If Chu Xian did not want others to find out that the spy's will had been severely damaged, he could only kill him. If he was killed, it would be impossible to find out that his will had been severely damaged when he was still alive. After all, he was only at the mortal realm. There would not be any trace of his will after he died. After Chu Xian lost control and destroyed a small part of the spy's will, his face contorted as if he had fallen into a state of chaos. Not long after, the two servants who were supposed to deliver the food arrived. Chu Xian immediately released the cultist spy and pretended to have a big fight with the other party. The cult spy showed the strength of someone who had only just entered the qi gathering stage, while Chu Xian also displayed an equal amount of strength to match him. Moreover, he showed that he had just broken through not long ago and that his strength was not even equal to that of the cultist spy, making it appear as if he were pathetically defending himself. This was the only way to stay true to his character. He was the scum of the direct line of descent. Such impudence! How dare you attack the 13th young master? The servant delivering the food heard the sound of battle and quickly rushed over. When he saw Chu Xian dodge the attacks in a sorry state, he was immediately shocked. No matter how marginalized Chu Xian was, he was still part of the direct line of descent of the Chu family. He was not someone that servants like them could offend. There was actually a servant who attacked a member of the direct line of descent of the Chu family. This was a huge crime. A cultist. When he saw that the servant was actually using an evil technique, he was immediately shocked. Chapter 5, The Great Emperor's Scripture. The two servants were both at the qi gathering stage. They quickly put down the lunchbox and rushed forward to save Chu Xian. They both realized that this servant was a cultist spy. As long as they caught this spy, they would be considered to have completed a meritorious deed. If they completed such a great meritorious deed, there would definitely be rewarded handsomely. They might even get the opportunity to obtain resources and break through to the profound realm. Most of the servants from the Chu family were at the mortal realm. Once they broke through to the profound realm, they would become a steward of the Chu family. Regardless of whether they were sent to various places in the county or stayed in the Chu family residence, their status would surely improve. Kill him! Kill him now! Chu Xian was flustered and exasperated. A servant dares to attack me? Kill him now! The two servants worked together and quickly captured the cultist. Chu Xian took the opportunity to attack and roared, "You dare to attack this young master? Die! 13th young master, you can't kill him." The two servants felt their heads ache. This was a spy. It was more useful to keep him alive. How could they just kill him? This person was indeed a scumbag among the direct descendants. However, by now, Chu Xian had already punched the spy's throat. With a crack, the spy's eyes widened and blood gushed out from his mouth. In a short while, he died. The two servants were helpless. After killing the spy, Chu Xian's face turned pale and he turned around to pretend to vomit. 13th young master, this man was a spy from the cult. We have to report this to the head butler. The two servants did not know what to say. 13th young master was really trash. After killing a spy, he could not even stand the smell of blood and began vomiting. Chu Xian waved his hand and told the two servants to scram. The servants carried the spy's body and left while Chu Xian returned to the recliner and lay down. He thought about his performance just now. He should have appeared trashy enough, right? In this way, Chu Tianming would become even more annoyed with him. He would be completely marginalized and there would be no longer any possibility of him returning to the core of the direct line of descent, so he was no longer useful to the family. Even if there were still spies lurking around after the Chu family's upcoming investigation, they would not take the risk to attack a useless member of the direct line of descent like him, right? Over the next period, he should be able to peacefully stay at home. You killed the cultist who invaded your house. You will be rewarded with a box of spirit-nourishing pills. The system's voice sounded. The system's random reward was finally triggered again. Chu Xian received the spirit-nourishing pills. This was a type of pill that nourished one's spirit and will. Not only was it effective at the profound realm, but even after breaking through to the spirit realm, it would still be useful to nourish and strengthen one's spirit and will. The medicinal pill produced by the system was extraordinary. It was effective in both realms. He immediately took out a bottle and poured out a spirit-nourishing pill to consume. The medicinal pill dissolved, and a refreshing medicinal power surged into his mind. In just an instant, Chu Xian felt that his spirit was refreshed, and his will's perception of heaven and earth became clearer. Lying on the recliner, he silently refined the medicinal pill. He felt the range of his will's perception slowly increase, and his spirit and will continued to strengthen under the nourishment of the medicinal pill. In the Chu family's ancestral residence, in the meeting hall, Chu Tianming was about to go crazy from anger. Trash, trash! What kind of son did Luoyar give birth to? How can he be such trash? How could he disgrace our Chu family like this? In the meeting hall, the other members of the Chu family maintained their silence. They waited for Chu Tianming to vent his anger before continuing with the discussion. Luoyar's talent is outstanding, yet he gave birth to such a trash son. It's all because of that woman. Otherwise, how could my Luoyar give birth to such a trash son? The others continued to remain silent. The third son with outstanding talent actually gave birth to such a useless son. It was all Chu Xian's mother's fault. Chu Tianming was really about to explode in anger. There was a cultist spy among the servants of the Chu family. They had already captured him alive, but in the end, Chu Xian actually killed the spy. Although he was angry after killing the spy, what really made him mad was that after Chu Xian killed the spy, he actually could not even stand the bloody scene and vomited. He was simply too useless. How could such a useless person achieve great things in the future? This was the reason why he was mad. At this moment, Chu Tianming was considering whether he should force his precious granddaughter, Chu Yun, to stay away from Chu Xian. What if Chu Xian's useless character was contagious? If his granddaughter was infected by him and turned into a useless person, it would be a huge loss. Chu Tianming cursed for a long while before he panted and sat down on the main seat. When he saw the young man sitting in the last row of the meeting hall, his expression eased up. He rejoiced in his heart that not all of his grandchildren were good-for-nothings like Chu Xian. In the end, there was still a junior with outstanding talent. For example, Chu Qing, his eldest grandson who had participated in the meeting, was already at the 4th level of the profound stage at a young age and was about to break through to the 5th level. Not only was his cultivation talent outstanding, but his method of handling matters was also very shrewd and mature. He had even surpassed many of the older generation in this aspect. This time, he had allowed Chu Qing to participate in the investigation of the spy in order to nurture him. Chu Tianming was already treating him as the future heir of the Chu family, and was grooming him appropriately. Among his sons, the third son that he had the highest hopes for had violated his engagement and nearly angered him to death. Moreover, he had gone missing and could not be found. Therefore, Chu Tianming decided to look among the next generation. He decided he would select and nurture his successor from among his grandchildren. Chu Xian was depressed. The emperor's scripture reward that he had expected did not appear. Perhaps it was because he had not stayed indoors for long enough. However, he was not in a hurry. While eating the spirit-nourishing pill to strengthen his will, he also ate the great profound pill to strengthen his spiritual power. His strength continued to increase, and he soon reached the peak of the first stage of the profound realm. 10 days. After staying in the courtyard for 10 days, the emperor's scripture cultivation technique that he had been looking forward to finally appeared. You've stayed in the courtyard for 10 days, the reward is the great emperor's scripture. An ancient and simple book appeared, faintly emitting a domineering pressure. Chu Xian was extremely excited. The emperor's scripture was a cultivation technique that pointed directly to the emperor realm. Just half of the true scripture could allow the Chu family to stand among the 3 great families of the Qin country for thousands of years. From this, one could see how precious and powerful the emperor's scripture was. Moreover, this was only the reward for staying indoors for 10 days. If one stayed indoors for a month or a year, what level of cultivation technique would they be rewarded with? Chu Xian flipped open the emperor's scripture, and one character after another jumped into his eyes. In his mind, scenes of cultivation comprehension regarding the emperor's scripture appeared one after another. An hour later, Chu Xian opened his eyes and stored the emperor's scripture in the system space after completely experiencing the comprehension of the emperor's scripture. As expected of the emperor's scripture, it was far from what the Chu family's upper-grade scripture could compare to. Chu Xian took out a great profound pill and consumed it to cultivate the profound realm cultivation technique of the great emperor's scripture. Originally, he had already reached the peak of the first level of the profound realm. With the cultivation of the great emperor's scripture, his foundation became even more solid, and his realm also slightly decreased. Although his realm had decreased a little bit, his strength had almost doubled. At this moment, when he used the dragon python spirit fist, the power was even greater, and his attacks were even more ferocious. A great profound pill was quickly refined, and he found that the speed of his refinement was more than 3 times faster than before he had cultivated the emperor's scripture. After a day, Chu Xian had recovered to the peak of the first level of the profound realm, and he was on the verge of breaking through to the second stage. The great profound pill was a top-grade profound realm medicinal pill. It did not have any side effects, and his cultivation increased rapidly. Moreover, Chu Xian had the system, so his cultivation level would not be unstable. He only needed to break through quickly, and he did not need to worry about his cultivation level being unstable. Chu Xian was considering a problem. The servant who delivered the food was not a profound realm martial artist, so he could not sense his cultivation level and strength. If the head butler or other profound stage martial artists came, his strength would be exposed. Once his strength was exposed, Chu Tianming would look at him again. He would even think that he was a genius and pay more attention to him. This was not the result that Chu Xian wanted. Therefore, what he needed now was treasures or cultivation techniques to conceal his cultivation level. This could only come from the system's reward. Chapter 6, Dust Assimilation Technique and Spirit Severing Saber. On the 11th day, Chu Xian's wish came true. You've been a shut-in for 11 days. Comprehending the true essence of being a shut-in is to keep a low profile. You'll now be rewarded with the dust assimilation technique. The dust assimilation technique was a secret technique. It was not just a secret technique that simply concealed one's aura and cultivation. Instead, it was a secret technique that could be used to become the same as the environment and everything in its surroundings. For example, if one stood in front of a tree, they would be perceived as that tree. If he stood together with rockery, he would be that rockery in his will perception. What was even more terrifying was that if he stood together with others, he would not appear in his will perception. Instead, he would be perceived as the person beside him, or perhaps the person beside him. Hiding his aura and concealing his cultivation was just a small trick. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. The dust assimilation technique was definitely not a secret technique at the level of the emperor's scripture. Without any hesitation, he immediately started cultivating the dust assimilation technique. Due to the system's direct comprehension process, it was not too difficult to cultivate it. After spending half a day, the dust assimilation technique had reached the foundational stage. After entering the foundational stage, the dust assimilation technique was constantly in operation. His cultivation showed that he was in the early mortal realm and had entered the qi gathering stage. At this moment, Chu Xian, who was lying on the recliner, could only see the recliner if he used his will to sense, but he could not see himself. This was the power of the dust assimilation technique. After practicing the dust assimilation technique, Chu Xian's residence became more comfortable. As for the matter of the Chu family investigating the spies, he did not pay too much attention to it. From the mouth of the food delivery servant, he knew that the Chu family had organized a competition to select highly qualified servants to be specially trained. The food delivery servant was lucky enough to obtain a training spot. He could be seen that the other party was very excited by this. His eldest cousin, Chu Qing, was in charge of this conference. Chu Xian immediately understood that the Chu family was going to use this conference to pick out the hidden spies. They were even going to use the spies they captured to take down the hidden forces of the cult in Chu County. At the same time, Chu Tianming was also going to use this opportunity to train Chu Qing. Chu Xian did not care how the Chu family dealt with the cult, nor did he want to care. He just wanted to stay at home and slowly become stronger. As long as he became stronger, forget the cultist sect, even if the cultist king of the evil imperial court attacked, he would not need to worry. If the king angered him, he could just slap the king to death. The prerequisite for all of this was that he had to be strong enough. Thus, Chu Xian read books and cultivated at the same time. He did not waste any time. He ate several great profound pills and spirit-nurturing pills every day. His strength soon finally broke through to the second level of the profound realm. If news of this cultivation speed spread out, it would definitely scare the group of geniuses to death. Under the nourishment of the spirit-nurturing pills, his spiritual will grew rapidly. At the second stage of the profound realm, his spiritual will was already equal to the typical fourth stage profound realm. Chu Yun came once and brought many copies of books from the scripture pavilion for Chu Xian. Then, she went back to the ancestral residence to enter closed-door cultivation to break through to the profound realm. Chu Xian gave her 3 great profound pills and spirit-nourishing pills as a reward. Since he used the excuse that her father had left them behind, Chu Yun could not refuse. During this period, the system rewarded him with another box of great profound pills and spirit-nourishing pills. However, it did not give him any new cultivation techniques nor treasures related to the cultivation of mental will. Instead, it rewarded a saber technique, high-grade profound scripture, as well as a small secret technique. Other than the daily fixed reward, Chu Xian did not trigger the random reward. He had never understood the rules of the system's random reward. In other words, the random reward had no rules at all. Chu Yun went into seclusion for 3 days and successfully broke through to the profound realm. Her speed was beyond imagination. However, Chu Xian knew that this was due to the effects of the great profound pills and the spirit-nourishing pills. The rest of the Chu family did not know the specific situation. Thus, they were all amazed at Chu Yun's amazing talent. Chu Tianming was even happier. After breaking through to the profound realm, Chu Yun came to bid farewell to Chu Xian. She wanted to leave the clan ground and go out to train. The direct descendants of the Chu family would only be allowed to leave the clan ground and go out to train after breaking through to the profound realm. Chu Xian was very envious of this as had never left the clan ground before. Forget the Qin kingdom, he had never even seen the rest of Chu county that was controlled by the Chu family. Now, he had to stay at home and slowly become stronger. No matter how envious he was, he would not leave. He would not even take a step out of the courtyard. After Chu Yun left, there was no one to accompany him. If he wanted to stay at home comfortably, he had to stabilize his state of mind. As for closed-door cultivation, such a thing did not exist in his mind. His cultivation had been soaring, and there was no need for closed-door cultivation right now. It was possible that this was also what the system intended. If he went into closed-door cultivation for a few months or a few years at a time, then it would be meaningless to stay at home. Before Chu Yun left, she originally wanted to ask Chu Tianming for mercy and to allow Chu Xian to return to the ancestral residence. However, Chu Xian refused. He said that he had just angered his grandfather, Chu Tianming, so it would definitely be difficult for him to return to the ancestral residence. If she were to punish him after she left, no one would help him plead for mercy. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Chu Yun temporarily dismissed the idea of pleading for mercy. However, she promised that when she returned from her experiential learning, she would definitely plead on his behalf. Moreover, she encouraged Chu Xian to break through to the profound realm as soon as possible so that he would not have to stay in the clan land and be restricted. Under Chu Xian's request, Chu Yun brought a lot of copied books over. Time passed quickly. Soon, it was the 20th day that Chu Xian had stayed in the courtyard. It had been another 10 days. Chu Xian was really looking forward to what rewards he would receive. Currently, his cultivation was already at the 6th level of the profound realm. He still had 2 full boxes of great profound pills and spirit nurturing pills. Other than the system's fixed daily rewards, one of the boxes was a random reward that had been triggered. The Chu family's servant competition had ended and the servant who was responsible for delivering his meals and cleaning had thus been replaced. Chu Xian did not know how many cultist spies had been caught in the process. However, the Chu family was about to take action against the cultist forces hidden in Chu County. The person in charge of clearing out the cultist forces was Chu Qing. The day before, Chu Qing had left to make a trip to the courtyard and asked Chu Xian if he wanted to go out with him to gain experience and broaden his horizons. He would plead with his grandfather to allow him to leave. Chu Xian refused. What kind of joke was this? He was only at the profound realm. If he left now, the records that he had built up for so long would be wiped clean. The profound realm did not guarantee safety outside. Although there were experts from the Chu family protecting him in the dark, what if something unexpected happened? Would he not lose his life? Therefore, it was still safer to stay in the clan land and steadily become stronger. When Chu Tianming found out that Chu Xian was not willing to leave and was worried that he would encounter danger outside, his cowardly character made him lose his temper again. Why did his talented third son give birth to a cowardly person? It was all Chu Xian's mother's fault. Chu Tianming was so angry that he said, "Just let him stay there. Out of sight, out of mind." On the other hand, Chu Xian was happy to be alone. 20 days later, the system reward arrived. You've been cooped up for 20 days. The reward is a high-grade treasure weapon, the spirit-slaying saber. High-grade treasure weapon. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. One had to know that the main weapon of the Chu family was only a middle-grade treasure weapon. The weapons used by martial artists were divided into mortal weapons, spirit weapons, treasure weapons, and emperor weapons. They were also subdivided into 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. As the name implied, mortal weapons were only mortal weapons. No matter how sharp they were, and no matter how hard they hit, they could only be used by martial artists in the mortal realm. No matter how strong a mortal weapon was, it could not bear the spiritual power of a martial artist above the profound realm, and could not match the strength of a profound realm martial artist. A spiritual weapon needed special materials and special forging techniques to be created. Not only could this weapon bear the spiritual power of a martial artist above the profound realm, but it could also enhance the martial artist's attack power. The higher the grade, the greater the power. Similarly, it also required a higher cultivation level to be able to display its true power. Chapter 7, 7th Stage Profound Realm, Thunderbolt Finger. Spirit weapons corresponded to the 3 realms which consisted of the Profound Realm, Spirit Realm, and Void Realm. Martial artists of these 3 realms were able to wield the power of spirit weapons. However, spirit weapons were unable to amplify martial artists of the Unity Realm and above. They might even be unable to withstand the spiritual power of martial artists of the Unity Realm and above, resulting in a situation where the weapons ends up damaged. A treasured weapon was usually used by a martial artist at the Unity Realm, the True Realm, or the beginning of the Emperor Realm. Martial artists below the Unity Realm could also use a treasured weapon, but they could not unleash its power. Moreover, the cost of treasured weapons was extremely huge. At the end of the day, a treasured weapon was ultimately stronger than a spirit weapon. When both sides were equal in strength, but if one person were wielding a spiritual weapon, against the other holding a spiritual weapon. Even if they could not unleash the power of a spiritual weapon, the final victor would still be the one holding a treasured weapon. As for an emperor weapon, those were on a completely different level. It was far from what a spirit weapon and a treasured weapon could compare to. Chu Xian had stayed in his residence for 20 days and obtained a high-grade treasured weapon. It was even more powerful than the Chu family's guardian weapon. How could he not be happy? If he stayed in his residence for a year, an emperor weapon would not just be a dream. The Spirit Slayer saber's entire body was snow white and there was a faint flow of spirit energy emanating from the blade. With a glance, one could tell that it was extraordinary. Chu Xian checked the information about the Spirit Slayer saber and saw that it was actually a treasured artifact that mainly damaged one's spirit and will. For martial artists, injuries to the spirit and will were more difficult to treat than injuries to the body. Pills and spiritual items that could heal the spirit and will were very rare and expensive. Once the spirit and will were severely injured and could not recover, the path of cultivation would be almost completely cut off. At the same time that the Spirit Slayer saber injured one's physical body, it also injured one's mental will. It was also able to specifically attack and destroy one's mental will. Attacks that targeted one's mental will were always difficult to defend against. Unless one had a treasure that protected one's mental will or a method to protect the mental will, one could only rely on your natural defense to resist. Chu Xian put away the Spirit Slayer saber. With his current strength of the 6th level of the Profound Realm, as long as he did not encounter a Spirit Realm martial artist, he could even kill a 9th level Profound Realm martial artist with the Spirit Slayer saber's sharp edge. Moreover, he was cultivating the Emperor's scripture. Compared to others of the same realm, his strength was even greater. There were only 10 days left before he would have been in isolation for a month. Chu Xian was looking forward to the reward for a month of seclusion. What would it be? It would definitely not be inferior to the Spirit Slayer saber. After swallowing a great profound pill and a spirit nurturing pill, Chu Xian lay on the reclining chair, leisurely continuing to read while refining the medicinal efficacy. According to his current cultivation speed, he should be able to break through to the 7th level of the Profound Realm the next day. He did not know whether it was an illusion or not, but Chu Xian felt that after he broke through to the Profound Realm, his aptitude seemed to have enjoyed a huge increase. It was definitely at the level of heaven's pride. Chu Xian guessed that perhaps it was because he had entered the profound stage from the mortal realm and broke through this heavenly moat-like entrance that his entire person had sublimated, and thus his aptitude had also sublimated. On the 21st day, Chu Xian successfully broke through to the 7th stage of the Profound Realm. The 7th stage was one of the later stages of this realm. Although it appeared like a small leap, the increase in strength was rather great. On this day, the system also rewarded him with a martial skill. Thunder Rolling Finger. It could condense the spiritual energy in the body into lightning, and its power was astonishing. It especially had the ability to restrain evil techniques and yin obscuring objects. The thunder rolling finger would increase in power as one's realm increased. It wouldn't become an obsolete martial technique just because one's realm had surpassed certain level. Even if one reached the Emperor realm, the thunder rolling finger would still be a powerful offensive technique. Chu Xian spent an hour to master the thunder rolling finger. He could soon condense spiritual power into lightning and gather it at his fingertips as he wished. He was able to continuously shoot out lightning bolts. Through the servant, Chu Xian learned that the Chu family had launched an operation to wipe out the cults in Chu County. Through this, they wiped out several cults in Chu County in one go. In the process, they killed 3 Spirit Realm Hall Masters and dozens of Dark Realm members of the cults. Chu Qing's method of wiping out the cults was unexpected. Chu Tianming was very happy and praised the Chu family for having a successor. Chu Yun, who had just left the clan grounds to train, also participated in the operation and killed a first-level Profound Realm cultist sect member. Although this purge of the cutest sect had been a great victory, a Void Realm cultist sect elder had escaped. He had even threatened to take revenge on the Chu family. Currently, a Void Realm clan elder and 2 Chu family stewards were chasing after the cultist sect elder. At the same time, the clan had also stepped up their vigilance and defense. According to reliable information, the evil cult in the Qin kingdom had obtained a concealing technique at a certain ancient site. Therefore, they had to be on guard. The spies from the evil cult in the Chu family had relied on this concealing technique to conceal the presence of their own evil technique and had successfully hidden themselves in the Chu family. After the other two great aristocratic families, the Zhao and He families, as well as the royal Qin family, had obtained this information from the Chu family, they launched internal investigations of their own and uncovered many spies. It could be said that because of this operation by the Chu family, the evil cult within the Qin kingdom had suffered heavy losses. Especially since their concealment techniques had been exposed, it would be several times more difficult to send spies to infiltrate other great aristocratic families. Since the neighboring the Great Zhou Kingdom and the Purple Moon Alliance were also dealing with problems relating to the evil imperial court, the Qin Kingdom would also pass this information to Great Zhou Kingdom and the Purple Moon. It was therefore obvious how much the cult would suffer because of this mistake. Their years of planning had all been for naught. The Chu family naturally also became a thorn in the side of the evil cult, attracting the attention the cult. As a result, the Chu family stepped up their defenses. At the same time, the Chu family's guards had already started to take action, clearing out the evil cult forces in Chu County. Even if they could not wipe out all of them, they would at least hurt their operations. The Zhao and He families had also made their move. The royal Qin had also ordered all the forces in the territory to cooperate and wipe out the evil cult. After Chu Xian learned this news, he was secretly speechless. He did not expect that just because he had kept a low profile, he would be targeted by a spy from the evil cult. In the end, the evil cult had suffered heavy losses. He also did not know if the higher UPS of the cult would hate him to the bone after hearing this news. He had to keep a low profile and increase his strength as soon as possible. The Chu family was relatively safe. Now that they were on guard, it would not be easy for the cult members to sneak in. However, the development of the matter was out of Chu Xian's expectations. Late at night on the 23rd day, outside the Chu family, two figures that seemed to have hidden in the darkness quietly approached. The aura on their bodies showed no fluctuation. They were dressed in black, and they had perfectly blended into the darkness. Not only could they not be seen, even if one were to use their will to sense their surroundings, it would be difficult to detect them without careful observation. The two figures slowly entered the Chu family's land and started heading toward Chu Xian's small courtyard. Be careful, the Chu family cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, with these stealth spiritual clothes, as long as we don't enter the core of the Chu family, we won't be discovered. The clothes on the two cultists were made of a special material, and the stealth spiritual clothes were made with a special technique. Due to this, they could block the perception of will to a certain extent. The flaw was that this kind of stealth spiritual clothes only displayed this miraculous effect at night. It could blend figures into the night and avoid the perception of the will. Of course, due to their rank, they could only avoid the perception of the profound realm martial artists. However, as long as they didn't enter the core area of the Chu family, it would be enough. The two cultists didn't come here to assassinate anyone from the Chu family, but to cause destruction. This direction is where the Chu family's defenses are weakest. We'll go through here. The two cultists then silently headed toward Chu Xian. Chapter 8, Cultists, Pawns. Chu Xian was actually in the part of the Chu family's estate which seemed to be the easiest to sneak into. The trees around the courtyard were denser, making it easier to hide in. Poisonous smoke and flames could also spread faster, making it harder to extinguish. Late at night, Chu Xian ate a spirit-nourishing pill and was lying on the bed whilst nurturing his will. With the strengthening of his will and the nurturing of the spirit-nourishing pill, Chu Xian did not need to sleep at all. He could still maintain his vigor without it. However, life was still meant to be enjoyed, so Chu Xian would still sleep every now and then. At this time, the two cultists outside the courtyard stopped moving forward. They spotted the courtyard at the same time and looked at each other. They seemed to understand each other's thoughts. Then, they quietly approached the courtyard. They stopped in front of the courtyard and communicated with each other through voice transmission. According to my intelligence, the one living here is Chu Kai-Oluo's useless son who was expelled from the ancestral mansion. What do you mean? I think that the opportunity is here. If we manage to control him, our operation tonight will be smoother and more fruitful. We might even have a chance to put the poisonous smoke and fire straight into the Chu family's ancestral mansion. Moreover, we can leave without anyone knowing. Let's do it. I happen to have a heart-deceiving pill with me. It will make him do as we say. The two heretics discussed and soon decided to control Chu Xian. Although I've heard that Chu Kai-Oluo's son is a good-for-nothing, we can't be careless. Use the spirit sealing net. All right. One of them took out a net and opened it. In order to minimize the noise, the two of them each took one side of the net and opened it around the courtyard. The spirit sealing net was a special spirit tool used to seal spiritual energy fluctuations. All spiritual energy fluctuations within the range of the spirit sealing net would be sealed and could not be transmitted out. As long as the spirit sealing net was broken, the people inside would not be able to call for help. The two cultists were not taking any chances. After opening the net, they activated it at the same time. A large net was then tightly sealed in the courtyard where Chu Xian lived. The moment the spirit sealing net was activated, Chu Xian noticed it. His face turned black at that moment. He cursed in his heart. The Chu family was too useless. They did not even know that someone had infiltrated the clan grounds. He lightly sensed the cultists who had entered the courtyard and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Both of them were martial artists at the 3rd level of the Profound Realm. He was already at the 7th level of the Profound Realm, and he even had a high-grade treasured weapon, the spirit-severing saber. A mere cultist was nothing in his eyes. As for the spirit-sealing net, he did not care about it at all. After killing the cultist, the spirit-sealing web would self-destruct. Moreover, if he killed two cultists who disturbed his privacy, would he be able to obtain a random reward from the system? After the spirit-sealing net was set up, the two cultists heaved a sigh of relief, and they did not speak through voice transmission anymore. Why did Chu Kai-Oluo give birth to such a useless son? There's actually no movement at all. I heard that he hasn't even reached the Profound Realm yet. How could he have noticed? Hurry up and take action. Give him the confusion pill, poison smoke, and poison fire. Make him go to the Chu family's ancestral residence to release the poison. I suddenly got an idea. Why don't we control him and treat him as a spy lying in ambush in the Chu family? It'll be much better than eliminating him after just one use. One of the cultists suddenly said. He's a direct descendant of the Chu family, and he's also Chu Kai-Oluo's son. Although Chu Kai-Oluo is missing, who knows if he's still alive? Controlling his son might be of great use in the future. Moreover, this will help him break through to the Profound Realm and return to the core of the Chu family's direct descent. That'll make him even more useful. The two cultists discussed in low voices how to control Chu Xian and how to make the most of the trash. The more Chu Xian listened, the darker his expression became. F***ck, why were all of them thinking about how to control him? Am I so easy to control, and so easy to use? Have the two you finished discussing? Chu Xian opened the door and walked out with a dark face. The spirit sealing net had sealed off the courtyard, which was exactly what he wanted. Now he could kill them without causing any news to spread. He did not want to expose his cultivation level just because he killed two cultists. He did not want to receive too much attention and did not want to be put into the limelight. At the moment, he only wanted to stay at home and become stronger. The two cultists were shocked. They looked at Chu Xian warily until they realized that he was only at the mortal realm chi gathering stage. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, your father, Chu Kai-Oluo, suppressed everyone in his generation. Why are you being suppressed by your peers? You're too useless. One of the cultists laughed sinisterly. Come on, if you join our cult and we ensure that you become stronger, even future control of the Chu family will not be a problem. Anyone sensible will know what the right decision is. Two cultists, one on the left, one on the right. Don't even think about asking for help. Within the spirit sealing net, no one will come even if you shout your throat out. Ha ha ha. When I see your tender skin, I already know you can't stand suffering. Be obedient and enjoy the services of our cult. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. It is not just a dream for you to become the head of the Chu family in the future. It's not even a dream for you to change the name of the Qin kingdom to the Chu kingdom. As the heretic spoke in an evil tone, he began to take out some pills. Chu Xian looked at the heretic who was surrounding him. At this point, he was pondering whether he should use the dragon python spirit fist to kill the two people, or if he should use the thunder rolling finger. Or, should he use the spirit slayer saber? Wouldn't using the spirit slayer saber be overkill? Should he try the thunder rolling finger? In the end, he decided to use the two cultists to try out the thunder rolling finger. The dragon python spirit fist killed people and turned them into a pile of flesh and blood, making it difficult to clean them up. The thunderbolt finger's power of lightning pierced through and left a charred wound, making it much easier to deal with corpses. Are you done? If you're done, you can die now. Chu Xian raised his right hand and glanced at the two cultists coldly. The two cultists were stunned and felt a bad premonition in their hearts. The other party was too calm and did now seem like a mortal realm martial artist at all. Moreover, this was not the performance of a piece of trash that the boy was rumored to be. Just as they were about to attack, they saw Chu Xian tap his finger repeatedly. After this, two bolts of lightning came crashing down. They wanted to dodge or block, but it was too late. They only managed to circulate their spiritual power and formed a spiritual energy shield around their bodies in an attempt to block the light night. The two of them practiced evil techniques, and they were now restrained by the lightning. Moreover, Chu Xian's strength far surpassed theirs, so how could a mere spiritual energy shield withstand it? The lightning flashed, and before they could even let out a scream, a thumb-sized burn wound that was filled with black smoke appeared on their foreheads. The lightning triggered by the thunderbolt finger directly pierced through the heads of the two cultists, leaving two small, charred holes. Pa! The corpses fell to the ground. There was still a look of disbelief on their faces. Chu Xian looked at the two corpses on the ground and nodded his head in satisfaction. The power of the thunderbolt finger was not weak. His cultivation was not bad. The power of the thunderbolt did not spread out, nor did it burn his entire body. It left behind only a charred wound. If the power of the thunderbolt did not spread out, the piercing power was even stronger, and it was even harder to resist. However, when he looked at the two corpses on the ground, Chu Xian was troubled again. What should he do with the corpses? He could not leave the courtyard. Once he left the courtyard, it would waste all the time he spent in his residence. He could not bury the corpses in the courtyard, right? If there were two corpses buried in his courtyard, it did not matter how he looked at it, he would feel disgusted. You killed a cultist who tried to disturb your lifestyle. You are rewarded with a spirit-devouring flower. Chapter 9, Spirit-Devouring Flower. As expected, killing the cultists who attacked him triggered the system's random reward. However, this time, the reward was not a cultivation technique, secret technique, pill, or artifact, but a plant. Spirit-Devouring Flower. Chu Xian checked the information on the Spirit-Devouring Flower. Spirit-Devouring Flower, a rare plant from heaven and earth. It can devour everything. It especially likes to devour poisons, dark objects, and other things. It also likes to devour corpses. When it's young, it already possesses simple intelligence and can walk. The flower is beautiful and has the power to confuse. After reading the description of the spirit-devouring flower, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. With the spirit-devouring flower, it was much easier to deal with the corpses. Other than devouring, the spirit-devouring flower also had the miraculous effect of healing the soul. The fruit it produced could cleanse the body and soul, strengthen talent, and increase the power of comprehension. It had the miraculous effect of helping to break through bottlenecks. Other than that, the spirit-devouring flower's attack was also very powerful. It could devour the mind and soul, and it could record all the memories of the mind and soul it devoured. Chu Xian took out the spirit-devouring flower, and a 1-meter-tall, small fist-sized tree with colorful flowers appeared. The branches of the tree were as soft as vines. Not a single leaf could be seen. The entire tree was full of flowers, the fragrance was enchanting, and the flowers were in different shapes, appearing bright and beautiful. As soon as the spirit-devouring flower was taken out, Chu Xian detected a faint mental connection with it whereby it immediately recognized him as its master. Swallow it. Chu Xian wanted to see the devouring ability of the spirit-devouring flower, so he pointed at the corpse on the ground and ordered. The roots of the spirit-devouring flower were densely packed. After landing on the ground, the plant could actually walk, like a small tree that had turned into a spirit. In an instant, it arrived in front of the two corpses. The roots instantly spread out like a dense net, covering the two corpses. The naked eye could easily see that the two corpses were rapidly decomposing under the roots of the spirit-devouring flower. In less than half a minute, the corpses disappeared. Even the clothes on the corpses disintegrated and disappeared. Not to mention the things carried by the corpses. After swallowing the corpses, the flower on the spirit-devouring flower swayed and became even more beautiful and charming. Chu Xian gulped slightly. The spirit-devouring flower's consumption was even more impressive than he had expected, and this was while it was still in its infancy. Looking at the beautiful and charming spirit-devouring flower that was swaying in front of him, Chu Xian decided to try its other magical ability. It recorded the memories of the spiritual will and soul it had previously devoured. The two cultists were both profound realm martial artists who had just died. So their spiritual will had not completely dissipated from the world yet. The spirit-devouring flower must have devoured their spiritual will. He could check if the two cultists had taken any secret actions against the Chu family before this. He did not want the Chu family to suffer a major blow at the hands of the cultists. If the Chu family was threatened, how would he be able to stay safely at home? Therefore, he soon instructed the spirit-devouring flower. The spirit-devouring flower made a swishing sound and its petals glowed before forming an image out of thin air. The image contained the memories of the two cultists. Chu Xian then instructed the spirit-devouring flower to look through the important memories, particularly the memories of the past month. There were also some memories that were deep-set and related to the cult or the Chu family. After looking through the memories of the two cultists, Chu Xian roughly understood the purpose of their trip. The sudden actions of the Chu family caught the cultists in Chu County off guard, and they had suffered heavy losses without warning. In order to weaken the Chu family, they had paid a heavy price. They took the two sets of undercover spirit clothes, picked out two cultists who were good at sneaking and hiding, and had them put on the undercover clothes before sneaking into the Chu family's land to cause trouble. The cultist carried poisonous smoke and poisonous fire. They did not need to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral house, nor could they do so even if they intended to. Instead, they only needed to release poisonous smoke and poisonous fire in the Chu family's land. This was not an ordinary poisonous smoke and fire. It would have a huge impact and cause major damage to profound realm martial artists. What was more terrifying was that the poisonous smoke would stick to the grass and trees and would not dissipate for a long time. Without special medicine, it would be difficult to completely eliminate it. It would take at least 100 years for the poison to be eliminated via natural means. Burning for such a long time was equivalent to the destruction of the Chu family's land. Even if the Chu family had the ability to remove the remaining poison from the smoke, they would still need to pay a hefty price. This was enough to cause considerable losses to the Chu family. The poison fire was also not straightforward. It was a unique poison. After it was released, it would burn like a flame, possessing the unique property of absorbing and burning spiritual energy. It was also difficult to extinguish, as the only way to completely extinguish it was to isolate the spiritual energy. Moreover, after isolating the spiritual qi, the poison fire could still burn for more than half a day before it was completely extinguished. If it absorbed a little bit of spiritual qi midway through the process, it would once again continue to burn. If the poison fire had been released into the Chu family's land, the Chu family would have needed to mobilize many martial artists above the spirit realm as well as many spirit weapons in order to isolate such a vast area. Moreover, they would need to isolate it for more than half a day, which would occupy a lot of martial artists. During this period of time, the Chu family's defense would undoubtedly be at its weakest, and they would be exposed to a certain degree of danger. In order to carry out this plan, the cult could be said to have paid a huge price. After Chu Xian read through the memories of the cult members, he could not help but sigh. If it were not for the other party wanting to control him and increase their results today, the Chu family's land at this time would have already fallen into chaos. There would definitely have been many casualties. Of course, most of the casualties would have been servants. After all, the important members of the Chu family lived in their ancestral home. This matter also made Chu Xian wary. The Chu family's land was not impenetrable. The ancestral home might not have any problems, but the danger within the family's land wasn't small. The cultists had worn stealth clothes and sneaked in, blocking the perception of the patrolling guards. Moreover, he only discovered it when they reached the courtyard. He still was not vigilant enough. Now that he had the spirit-devouring flower, he could feel more at ease. He did not have to worry about being stealthily ambushed. Glancing at the spirit sealing net that covered the courtyard, he saw one of the spirit-devouring flower's branches extending and spreading upward. The flower on the branch was beautiful. The flower was like a trumpet. It attached itself to the spirit sealing net and sucked until the entire spirit sealing net was devoured. Chu Xian smacked his lips. The spirit-devouring flower was a little too awesome. It even devoured a spirit tool. Moreover, this was only when it was in its infancy. After devouring the spirit sealing net, the spirit-devouring flower's roots crawled and quickly escaped to a corner of the courtyard. The roots dug into the soil, and most of the flowers closed, leaving only 2 blooming flowers on its branches. It now appeared like a small flower tree. Other than its beautiful flowers, there was nothing special about it at all. The spirit-devouring flower was a sinister plant. Looking at its ordinary appearance, it seemed to be waiting for someone to fall into its trap. After silently dealing with the cultists and now having the spirit-devouring flower to guard the house, Chu Xian could finally continue to sleep peacefully. He took out a spirit-nourishing pill and threw it into his mouth. Just as he was about to return to his room to continue cultivating his spirit and will, he saw a branch stretch out. The flower on the branch bloomed and its petals moved, making it seem like it was asking for something. "You're eating all of this." Chu Xian directly threw 2 spirit-nourishing pills and 2 great profound pills toward the flower. After this, the spirit-devouring flower withdrew its branch in satisfaction. Chapter 10, Spirit Cultivating Diagram and 100 Tempering Divine Technique. It was the 29th day of Chu Xian's residence in the courtyard, and tomorrow would mark a month. Ever since he had killed the heretics who infiltrated the Chu family, there were no more heretics who tried to infiltrate the Chu family. Over the past 2 days, Chu Xian had learned from the servants that the heretics in the Chu county, which was the Chu family's territory, had suffered a heavy blow from the Chu family and had lost a Void Realm elder. The entire Qin kingdom was shaken. All of the forces were shocked by the manner the Chu family had suddenly bared their fangs. Even the servants knew the results of the battle. It could be seen that the Chu family had obtained a considerable victory in this operation. As long as the Chu family's fief was not conquered, Chu Xian could stay at ease and gradually become stronger. 1 month's time was soon up. Chu Xian was looking forward to what the system would reward him with after staying in the courtyard for 1 month. You've been in seclusion for a month. Your reward is the immovable mountain technique. The reward for a month's seclusion was the immovable mountain technique. Chu Xian received the reward. The immovable mountain was a powerful defensive technique. It was both a physical defensive technique and a divine soul defensive technique. Once one succeeded in cultivating it, one's body would be as sturdy as a mountain and would be hard to shake. This was especially in terms of the divine soul defensive technique. It was almost as if layers of mountains protected his divine soul. As long as one could not break past the defense of the mountains, one would not be able to harm his divine soul. This was an extremely powerful defensive technique, even when one reached the Emperor realm. Chu Xian immediately began to cultivate the immovable mountain technique. His body shook as his spiritual power condensed. After a few hours, he successfully understood the rudimentary concepts behind the technique's cultivation method. His spiritual will was like a huge mountain that shielded him from external attacks. At the same time, Chu Xian broke through to the 9th level of the profound realm. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the end of the 2nd month was about to arrive. Chu Xian already had half a foot into the threshold of the spirit realm. The speed of his cultivation was fast enough to shock countless geniuses. During this month, Chu Xian had obtained various rewards from the system. There were cultivation techniques, secret techniques, medicinal pills, spiritual items, and treasured artifacts. Even though he was in the courtyard, and did not even take a single step out, Chu Xian was aware of the tense situation in Chu County. After the cult had suffered heavy losses, they had launched a surprise attack. The Chu family had lost a spirit realm steward and more than a dozen profound realm juniors. At this moment, the Qin kingdom was basically using the entire country's strength to wipe out the cult. Under the orders of the Qin royal family and the pressure of the 3 aristocratic families, countless forces and martial artists within the Qin kingdom had participated in the effort to encircle and suppress the cult. Besides the Qin kingdom, the neighboring Great Zhou and the Purple Moon kingdoms also began to take action. The defenses of the Chu family's territory were further strengthened. Occasionally, there would be spirit realm guards to guard the territory. 3 days ago, a short battle took place in the Chu family's territory. It was not far from Chu Xian's courtyard. The battle soon ended, but it also made Chu Xian worried. If a spirit realm or even a void realm heretic cult expert attacked, would it not be very dangerous for him to live at the edge of the family's territory? He had to break through to the spirit realm as soon as possible. Now, the encirclement of the heretic cult was no longer limited to just one force of the Chu family, but the combined efforts of the Qin, Great Zhou, and Purple Moon kingdoms. One had to know that the force behind the heretic cult was the evil imperial court. Would the evil imperial court sit back and watch the cult be exterminated? This encirclement of the cult could be said to have been led by the Chu family, and it was also the Chu family that foiled the cult's previous plot. If the evil imperial court really made a move, their first target would definitely be the Chu family. They had to increase their strength as soon as possible before the evil imperial court made their move. You've been in seclusion for 2 months. You've been rewarded with a box of Great Spirit Pills. Great Spirit Pills were pills used to break through to the spirit realm, and they were also cultivation pills for those in the spirit realm. Chu Xian immediately swallowed a Great Spirit Pill to break through. After breaking through to the spirit realm, Chu Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. The spirit realm was not considered weak in the Qin kingdom. No matter how powerful the cult was, there were not many spirit realm experts. At this moment, Chu Xian was confident that as long as it was not an assault by a void realm expert, he would be able to deal with it. In the blink of an eye, it was almost March. Chu Xian had been staying in the courtyard for almost 3 months now. He did not even take a single step out of the courtyard. The people he saw every day were the servants who delivered his meals and cleaned his courtyard. They did not speak much. In the courtyard, other than the spirit-devouring flower, there was not even a small animal. Chu Xian was very calm. After all, he was not strong enough. It was too dangerous for him to go out now. No matter how boring it was, Chu Xian could remain steadfast. Do you think it's too boring to stay alone? I'll reward you with a pet, a heavenly spirit cat. A pet? Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised and immediately received the reward. A snow-white, silly, and cute-looking cat appeared. The heavenly spirit cat is a mystical beast of heaven and earth. It can enter the 9 nether worlds and ascend to the 9 heavens. It's good at hiding and possesses extreme speed. It looks silly and cute on the outside, but, once it is enraged, it will release the power of a divine beast, the white tiger. Chu Xian looked at the information on the heavenly spirit cat and could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This silly and cute little cat was actually a mystical beast of heavens and earth, and its strength was extremely terrifying. Of course, the current one he had was still in its infant stage. Its strength was only around the 3rd level of the spirit realm. However, with the heavenly spirit cat's extreme speed and agility, even a 1st level void realm martial artist would be unable to injure it. Chu Xian's residence was no longer dull and monotonous. Aside from reading books, he could also pet his cat. The cat ate a great spirit pill every day. Chu Xian sighed. In the entire continent, no one was as extravagant as he was, feeding the cat with great spirit pills. You've been in seclusion for 3 months. Your reward is the spirit cultivating diagram and the 100 tempering divine technique, part 1. Chu Xian's spirit was roused. The spiritual will cultivation method that he had been thinking about all this while had finally arrived. The spirit cultivating diagram was a mysterious picture. Displayed on it were twisted and rotating lines, forming a picture that looked like mountains and rivers. At a glance, one could not help but immerse oneself into it. One could even feel that the lines of the picture were continuously rotating and twisting. In just a few minutes, Chu Xian felt dizzy and he hurriedly averted his gaze. The moment he averted his gaze, the dizzy feeling disappeared, and his spiritual will actually grew a little. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. Looking at the spirit cultivating diagram could help him increase and cultivate his spiritual will. The 100 tempering divine technique was a great technique that surpassed the emperor level scripture. Even if it was just the first part, it was still extremely powerful. With the help of the spirit cultivating diagram, the strength of Chu Xian's spiritual will skyrocketed. It was even close to that of a void realm martial artist. Chu Xian began to cultivate the 100 tempering divine technique bitterly. The stronger his spiritual will, and the wider his perception range, the stronger the bewitching technique would be. In the future, the condensed spiritual soul would also become more solid and powerful. The defense of the immovable mountain technique would also be strengthened. Up until now, Chu Xian had already formed 100 mountains to defend his spiritual will. His next goal was to form 1,000 mountains to firmly defend his spiritual will. To form a mountain to defend his spiritual will required the consumption of spiritual will, and it was not something that could be done overnight. Every time one's spiritual will was expended and subsequently recovered, it would be tempered, and the spiritual will gradually became more and more resilient. The 100 tempering divine technique was meant to continuously temper one's spiritual will, and its quality and quantity would increase at the same time. It just so happened that he could use it to form mountains to defend his spiritual will at the same time. After staying in the courtyard for nearly 4 months, Chu Xian's strength had broken through to the 5th level of the spirit realm, and the strength of his spiritual will was no weaker than a 3rd level void realm martial artist. On this night, a figure stealthily sneaked into the Chu family estate. Even the patrolling spirit realm guards of the Chu family did not notice this person's arrival. Chapter 11, Vice Sect Leader of the Heretic Cult. Liu Jiang was the vice sect leader of the Chu County branch of the Heretic Cult in the Qin Kingdom, and his cultivation was at the 3rd level of the spirit realm. With his current strength, he actually did not have the qualifications to become one of the leaders of a county branch. He only earned this position because he was skilled at concealing himself. He had once concealed himself by the side of an expert at the 5th level of the Void Realm for half a month without being discovered. It was precisely due to this ability that he had managed to climb through the ranks and become the vice-sect leader of the Chu County branch of the heretic cult. The Chu family had wiped out the forces of the cult in Chu County. Facing the Chu family, which was one of the 3 great families of the Qin kingdom, the cult naturally could not hold back. They had paid a great price to have the disciples of the cult come over to the Chu family's territory to cause trouble in order to force the Chu family to withdraw some of their personnel back to their territory, which would in turn alleviate the dangerous situation the cult was facing. In the end, the 2 cult disciples had disappeared without a trace, and nothing had happened in the Chu family's territory. Faced with the mounting pressure from the Chu family, Liu Jiang had no choice but to pay a huge price once more to buy the necessary stealth equipment, after which he acted personally. With Liu Jiang's stealth ability, coupled with the stealth equipment, it was not difficult for him to sneak into the Chu family territory. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for him to sneak into the Chu family's ancestral residence. There were many experts in the Chu family's ancestral residence, especially Chu Tianming, who was at the peak of the Void Realm, or perhaps even a half-step Unity Realm expert. No matter how good his stealth ability was, he would be discovered if he got too close. The signature ability of Void Realm experts was to merge their spiritual will and power with the Void and, from there, control even the slightest of movements. No matter how good his stealth ability was, he could not avoid their detection. However, Liu Jiang's purpose was only to cause trouble. He only needed to release the poisonous smoke in the Chu family's territory in order to create chaos in the Chu family and force them to bring back their experts to defend the territory. It would be enough to reduce the pressure currently faced by the cult. The poisonous smoke he brought this time was stronger than the one brought by the 2 cult disciples last time, and it was even more difficult to remove. Once it was released in the Chu family's territory, it would definitely cause a lot of damage to the Chu family. He easily avoided the guards of the Chu family. Even Spirit Realm guards would not be able to discover traces of his stealth ability. After Liu Jiang entered the Chu family's territory, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The Chu family was a sitting duck now, just waiting for the poisonous smoke to be released. This was the border of the Chu family's territory. In order to create better results, Liu Jiang decided to continue sneaking further in. At the very least, he had to get close to the inner area of the Chu family's territory. In the entire Chu family's territory, the defense of this particular section was the weakest. It would be the easiest to sneak in from here, and he would also be able to escape easily in this direction. Liu Jiang continued to sneak further in. He did not go very far before he saw a small courtyard in the distance. The intelligence reports indicate that Chu Kaioluo's son was expelled from the ancestral residence. It seems that he lives in that courtyard. Thoughts flashed through Liu Jiang's mind. He had a bold idea. Chu Kaioluo was the peerless genius of the Chu family. He had once dominated his entire generation in the Qin kingdom. His son was trash though. In the end, however, he was Chu Kaioluo's son. If he died, that old ghost Chu Tianming would definitely not feel good, right? What if Chu Kaioluo was still alive and returned to the Chu family to find out that his son had been expelled by that old ghost Chu Tianming, which resulted in his son being killed by the cult? Would he still be able to stay peacefully in the Chu family? Perhaps, he might even fall out with that old ghost Chu Tianming. Although Chu Kaioluo's son had been expelled, if he wanted to return to the ancestral residence, the servants would not dare to stop him, right? Even if he could not return to the ancestral residence, releasing poisonous smoke outside the ancestral residence could still affect the Chu family's ancestral residence. What a good opportunity! Liu Jiang's eyes lit up. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. The more he thought about it, the more excited Liu Jiang became. This was an opportunity that old ghost Chu Tianming had personally created for him. Silently, Liu Jiang arrived at the courtyard. However, he did not know that when he approached the courtyard, a silly and cute-looking kitten had been silently following behind him. Liu Jiang waved his hand and a stream of spiritual power surged out. It transformed into a python and headed toward Chu Xian's room. Spiritual power that could be transformed into form, and that power could be controlled by one's spirit. It was symbolic of the spirit realm. Chu Xian was speechless. Were these heretics crazy? Why did they sneak in one by one, and the first thing they thought of was how to control him? Moreover, the Chu family was too useless. They had been infiltrated once again. When Liu Jiang approached the courtyard, Chu Xian had already noticed it. He left a spiritual energy body in his place, hiding his real body in a dark corner of the courtyard. The spiritual energy body left behind by Chu Xian was lifelike, almost like a real person. Moreover, he had attached a trace of spiritual will to it. Unless it was seen with the naked eye, it would be impossible to notice that it was not his real body. The python formed by Liu Jiang's spiritual power quickly tied up Chu Xian's spiritual energy body. Chu Kaioluo's son really is trash. Liu Jiang sighed endlessly. He was afraid that this was a bait, so he used his transformed spiritual power to tie Chu Xian up. The spiritual power python returned. Liu Jiang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Chu Xian's body seemed to be somewhat abnormal. Although there were still spiritual will fluctuations, why did that body not look like a flesh and blood body? Not good. The alarm bells in Liu Jiang's heart rang wildly. That was not his real body, but a body formed from spiritual power. It was actually bait. That old ghost Chu Tianming was indeed treacherous. He was careless. No matter what, he was still Chu Kaioluo's son. No matter how useless he was, how could that old ghost Chu Tianming not have any protective measures in place at all? Liu Jiang's figure retreated explosively. He was about to escape from the courtyard and release poisonous smoke simultaneously. Pa! Suddenly, his shoulder sank. A furry thing suddenly jumped onto his shoulder. There was no warning or sound, he did not even have the chance to dodge at all. Liu Jiang's scalp turned numb and cold sweat kept pouring down his forehead. At the critical moment, the spiritual power in his whole body was about to shock the thing on his shoulder to death. Pa 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 pa! His spiritual power dissipated, and his face and head were hit countless times in an instant. He only felt a small, fleshy paw slapping his face and head at an extremely fast speed. His face was swollen, and his vision seemed to be spinning in circles. His head was dizzy, and his spiritual will was trembling. His vision was also gradually turning blurry. He was going to lose consciousness. Liu Jiang wanted to put up a desperate final struggle, but it was useless. The moment he fell, he knew that he had fallen for good. Chu Xian walked out and looked at Liu Jiang, who was lying on the ground. A mere third-level spirit realm cultivator dared to come and try to deal with him? He was courting death. The cat easily took him down. Looking at the cute cat, Chu Xian could not help but sigh. This cat's small claws were really fast. It moved and left a series of afterimages. Liu Jiang did not even have the slightest ability to resist before he fell. This too was because the cat's claws had shown mercy. The cat had landed on his shoulder. It would be strange if he did not fall. Looking at Liu Jiang, who was lying on the ground, Chu Xian frowned. What should he do? Hand him over to the Chu family? There was a risk of exposing himself that way. In that case, it was better to kill him. The spirit-devouring flower sneakily moved over. The flower poked out and prodded Liu Jiang's fallen body, indicating that it wanted to swallow him. Swallow him? Chu Xian nodded. The spirit-devouring flower was very happy. Its roots climbed up over his body and soon, it had swallowed Liu Jiang. Liu Jiang, the vice-sect leader of the heretic cult, who was in charge of Chu County, left peacefully. Take a look at his memories. Chu Xian instructed the spirit-devouring flower to retrieve Liu Jiang's memories and show them to him. Liu Jiang was the vice-sect leader of the heretic cult in Chu County. His status was not low. It was just that he was a little weak. As for his stealth ability, it was useless to Chu Xian. He had brought poisonous smoke to wreak havoc again. Was this all the cult could do? Chapter 12, Soul Seed Seal. You killed a heretic who tried to destroy your secluded lifestyle. You've been rewarded with a Soul Seed Seal. The system's voice rang out as Chu Xian took out the Soul Seed Seal. The Soul Seed Seal could plant a soul seal on the enemy's spiritual will or soul. Once a soul seal was planted, the enemy's life or death would be in Chu Xian's hands. Furthermore, he could force the person to act according to his own spiritual will, and they would be unable to resist or disobey. The most terrifying thing was that, even though the controlled person was clearly conscious and had a clear mind, he would be unable to go against his will. If the controlled person was asked to kill the person he loved the most, he would still be unable to resist the order. However, the controlled person still maintained their mental clarity. This would definitely be the most terrifying torture for the controlled person. The Soul Seed Seal could be considered an extremely terrifying secret technique. That small seal was the foundation of the Soul Seed Seal. It was not a treasure or divine weapon. It was an evolution of a secret technique. The system directly rewarded him with it, so Chu Xian did not need to painstakingly cultivate it in order to create it. Chu Xian was overjoyed. With the Soul Seed Seal, he could control the heretics who wanted to harm him, and he could also control the heretics to fight against each other. Once the Soul Seed Seal was planted, the controlled persons would still be conscious, and their mental clarity would still be present. However, they would not be able to betray or act against the will of the controller. If Chu Xian forcefully controlled their will to kill the other heretics, this would undoubtedly result in great chaos among the heretic cult. After all, the heretics kept looking for him again and again. Chu Xian's heart also felt pressured. Liu Jiang's strength was not worth mentioning, but what if the heretic cult sent a Void Realm expert the next time? He would definitely not be able to kill him silently. He would only be able to alert the experts of the Chu family. If that was the case, he would be exposed. How could he secretly become stronger then? In a worst-case scenario, what if the evil imperial court sent experts over as well? Therefore, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. If he did not enter the Emperor realm, he would not feel safe. Even if he was at the Emperor realm, he would not be safe in this vast world where there were countless experts. Of course, if he reached the Emperor realm, he would at least be very safe in the southern region. It was rumored that there were no Emperor realm experts in the southern region. Quietly, the evil cult's plan to disrupt and destroy the Chu family's territory disintegrated. The Chu family knew nothing about it. After destroying the cult's plot, Chu Xian remained low-key. The main focus of the Chu family was on eliminating the cult. The direct descendants of the Chu family seemed to have forgotten about his existence. The battle with the cult became more and more intense. Even the servants who delivered his food had heard a lot of news. Chu Xian could only hope that the evil imperial court would not send over any experts to attack. Just the power of the evil cult itself was not enough to shake the Chu family. In the entire southern region, the Chu family was indeed nothing but, in the Qin kingdom, they were one of the three great aristocratic families, and their strength was not weak either. Chu Xian had been staying in seclusion for 4 months now. You have stayed in seclusion for 4 months. You have been rewarded with a sword control technique. The reward for 4 months of seclusion was a sword control technique, and the grade of the technique was the Emperor level. Chu Xian's strength had risen to the 7th level of the spirit realm, and his speed of cultivation was so fast that it would make the elites of the world cry, and make the saints weep. The cat's strength had also increased a little, and it was now at the 5th level of the spirit realm. As for the spirit-devouring flower, after swallowing Liu Jiang, it also ate great spirit pills every day, so its growth was not slow either. Although it still looked like a small tree, once its true form was revealed, it would be up to 200 to 300 meters tall. In a cave in Chu County, a few people exuding evil auras gathered. The person in the lead wore a black mask. He was skinny and had grey hair. He sat at the head of the group without saying a word. What happened to Liu Jiang? Why haven't there been any movements? A man with a scar on his face asked. Was he discovered and killed by the Chu family? In the group, a woman with an enchanting figure and a colorful face frowned. Impossible, there were no signs of battle in the Chu family's territory. Some people denied the possibility. Then what happened? Did Liu Jiang not make a move? Did he betray us? Impossible. Who would accept a member of our cult? Betrayal won't result in a good ending. Perhaps Liu Jiang is waiting for an opportunity to release the poisonous smoke into the core area of the Chu family's territory. The higher UPS of the cultists' Chu County branch were discussing the possibilities animatedly. Leader, the Chu family has gone too far. We should report this to the Imperial Court and have them send experts over. Do we have to trouble the Imperial Court over the mere matter of the Chu family? Aren't we useless in that case? Why would the Imperial Court take us seriously? The masked man in the leader's seat pressed his hands together and said, the Chu family has indeed gone too far. Tell Liu Jiang to stop waiting for an opportunity and to act immediately. Chu Qing, the heavens blessed of this generation of the Chu family, is in charge of this operation against our cult. That old ghost Chu Tianming wants to use our cult to train his juniors, but I don't know what that old ghost will do if Chu Qing dies. Spread the word and locate Chu Qing's position. I will personally take his dog life. Yes, cult leader. A group of cult experts left the cave one after another. One of them began to think of a way to contact Liu Jiang. He took out a bead and crushed it. This was a signal. Once the bead was crushed, the bead on Liu Jiang's body would also be crushed. This meant that he would have to act immediately. The bead was a one-way communication device. If the bead in Liu Jiang's hand was crushed, the original corresponding bead would not be crushed. Therefore, he did not know that Liu Jiang had already turned into a cold corpse. 3 days later, the cult experts gathered again in the cave again. At first, there was a period of silence. Liu Jiang may have died. The Chu family was calm and peaceful. There were no movements at all. During these 3 days, the Chu family somehow obtained information and attacked a hidden base of the cult. Another Void Realm Elder had died. The cult had suffered heavy losses. There were only so many Void Realm experts in the branch of the cult in the entire Chu County, yet 2 of them had already died. To the cult in Chu County, it was as if their bones and tendons had been ripped from them. Apart from Chu County, the imperial family of the Qin Kingdom had also attacked aggressively and killed a Void Realm Elder of the cult. The Zhao family and the He family did not show any weakness either and also killed a Void Realm Elder. The Great Zhou and Purple Moon Kingdoms, which had obtained information from the Qin Kingdom, also launched an operation to wipe out the heretic cult and weed out the originally hidden heretic cult spies. They lost 3 Void Realm Elders. All of this was because of the Chu family. The hidden techniques and methods of the heretic cult were also discovered and revealed by the Chu family, destroying the heretic cult's many years of planning. How despicable! Since the Chu family has discovered the hidden techniques and methods of our cult, it would naturally not be easy for Liu Jiang to sneak in. Let's forget about the Chu family for the time being and force the He family to gather their experts back to defend. In the end, the cult decided to destroy the He family's territory and force the He family to withdraw their experts back to their territory, making sure that the experts of the He family could not come to the support of Chu County. When the Imperial Court arrives, we must destroy the Chu family first. How utterly despicable they've been! A cult expert said hatefully. Chu Xian heard a piece of news that shook the Qin Kingdom. After the servant delivered the food each day, Chu Xian would ask for news about the club. He actually found out that, just a day ago, the He family's territory had been infiltrated by the cult experts, who released poisonous smoke and fire. 1/3 of the family's territory had been destroyed, especially the medicinal herbs in one of the spirit fields, wherein almost all of the herbs had been destroyed. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. Hundreds of servants had been killed or injured, and several spirit realm guards had died. Chapter 13, Heaven's Fate Saber Scripture, Extreme Deo Technique. The He family had already recalled their experts to their family's territory, and were doing their best to eliminate the poisonous smoke and fire. However, even if they successfully did so, that portion of the territory would still be affected to a certain extent. Once news of this matter was out, the Zhao clan also gathered their experts to defend their territory. Even the royal family of the Qin kingdom also recalled many experts to guard their important defensive locations. The Chu family also recalled a portion of their experts, and the defenses around the family's territory were once again strengthened. As the person who initiated this purge of the heretic cult, and the one who had also destroyed the cult's long-held plans, Chu Tianming knew very well that the Chu family must have already become a thorn in the flesh of the heretic cult. What he was puzzled about was why the heretic cult had chosen to act upon the He family first. After the He family suffered that blow, it would be several times more difficult for the cult to launch a surprise attack on the Chu family. Were the cultists out of their minds? Chu Xian could not help but mourn for the He family. The cult had attacked the Chu family again and again, but were foiled by him time and time again, resulting in them switching their target to the He family. However, the purge of the heretic cult would continue. The He family would not give up after suffering such a big loss. Although the family had recalled some of the stronger experts to defend the territory, they sent out a 7th-level Void Realm expert to pursue and kill the experts of the heretic cult. A 7th-level Void Realm expert was already considered to be a peak expert in the Qin kingdom. For a period of time in the future, there would be no more cultists trying to sneak into the territory. Every day, Chu Xian would hear news about the cult from the servants. The forces of the cult in Chu County had lost at least 60% of their overall strength. They had suffered an unprecedented major blow. Chu Tianming was becoming more and more satisfied with Chu Qing, and it was almost certain that he would become the next patriarch of the Chu family. Half a year. Chu Xian had been residing in the courtyard for half a year. For half a year, he had not left the courtyard. Every day, he would either read a book, play with the cat, or sleep soundly. His days passed very comfortably. Boring? Such a word did not exist in his dictionary. Whenever he thought about the dangers outside, and the fact that he could become stronger by staying indoors, he felt that there was no way he could think of such a wonderful thing as boring. His cultivation had broken through to the void realm. Chu Xian transformed his spiritual will and spiritual power and spread them over 100-meter radius around the courtyard. Within this area, not even the slightest movement could escape his notice. Moreover, he could silently launch an attack on anyone who stepped into this area. The hallmark of a Void Realm expert was the ability to merge one's spiritual will and spiritual power with the void, almost as if merging one's entire person into the void. On the other hand, the hallmark of the Unity Realm was the merging of spiritual will and spiritual power into both the void and reality. After merging them into one would be considered to have reached the Unity Realm. In half a year's time, he had cultivated from the mortal realm to the void realm at an unprecedented speed. Now that he was at the Void Realm, Chu Xian finally felt that he had some ability to protect himself in the Qin kingdom. With the various rewards he had obtained, he was not afraid of facing even a peak Void Realm expert. What he cultivated was an emperor-level scripture. You have been in seclusion for half a year. Your reward is the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture. Keep up the good work and continue to explore the pleasures of seclusion. The reward for his half-a-year period of seclusion had arrived. The Heaven's Fate Saber scripture was an extreme Deo technique. In terms of grade, it surpassed the Emperor-level scripture. However, as it was an extreme Deo technique, its grade was a little hard to define. Extreme Deo techniques focused on cultivating one's Deo to the limits, or to the extreme so to speak. The extreme Deo was best represented by the word extreme. To cultivate an extreme Deo technique was actually very demanding. It was not something that could be successfully cultivated simply because one was talented. Chu Xian was not a person who could cultivate an extreme Dao technique. However, after he received the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture, he naturally comprehended it thanks to the help of the system. However, he could not be considered a cultivator of the extreme Dao technique. The Heaven's Fate Saber scripture was the extreme Dao that focused on cultivating the saber. The extreme Dao had no end, and was only limited by the person cultivating it. This was a sentence from the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture. As such, this saber scripture did not have a specific rank. Only those that possessed emperor-level talent could cultivate to the emperor realm, and that was using the emperor-level scripture. Likewise, those who wanted to cultivate to the heaven realm required heaven-level scriptures. The rank of the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture depended on the person who cultivated it. If one wanted to cultivate the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture, one could not depend on one's talent. There was only one sentence that described the requirement to cultivate this scripture, which was extreme affection would lead one to the extreme Dao. The word affection here did not describe the affection between a man and a woman, nor the affection between family members, but rather one's affection for the saber. Only those who were extremely fond of the saber could cultivate the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture and comprehend its profound meaning. Chu Xian was not extremely fond of the saber, so he was not actually suitable to cultivate the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture. However, thanks to the system, he did not need extreme affection for the saber in order to be able to comprehend and cultivate the scripture. After cultivating the Heaven's Fate Saber scripture, Chu Xian was shocked by the might of this extreme Dao technique. He felt that, with his current strength of the first level of the Void Realm, if he were to exert his full strength with a saber strike, he might even be able to kill a martial artist at the first level of the Unity Realm. This was a technique that would allow him to kill an enemy that was an entire major realm higher than his. It was truly terrifying. Of course, that was only if he could successfully pull off the saber strike. However, with this saber strike, it was not an exaggeration to say that he might be the #1 expert of the Chu family now. The cult had suffered a heavy setback in the Qin kingdom and had not made any big moves recently. Unless the evil imperial court made a move, the cult would not be able to stir up any waves for the time being. Chu Xian continued to stay in the courtyard. He had already broken through from the mortal realm to the void realm in half a year. He was waiting for the reward he would receive for a year's worth of seclusion. Chu Xian did not think it would be a big problem for him to break through from the mortal realm to the truth realm in a year's time. On this day, Chu Xian was lying on a chair. The cat was sitting on his lap. One of his hands was rubbing the cat's head, while the other hand was holding a book aloft. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard. "Brother Seventh, you're really a bad guy. Get your hands off me. We're not married yet, so stay away from me." Chu Xian had a strange expression on his face. Who was it? Did they not know that he lived in this courtyard? His spiritual will spread out. In a small forest not far from the courtyard, a man was pressing a woman against a tree trunk. His hands were acting very disobediently. Was that old Seventh? It was said that the old seventh of the current generation of the Chu family was going to be married to He Weiwei of the He family. So, that delicate and pretty woman was He Weiwei of the He family? Weiwei, getting married is something that will happen sooner or later. Some things don't have to wait till marriage. Old Seventh's voice was gentle, as if he was deceiving an ignorant girl. Don't you understand how I feel? I won't disappoint you. Even if I wanted to, the Chu and He families wouldn't let me. I don't want my legs to be broken. But, it's not good to be doing such a thing in a small forest, right? Don't you think it's more exciting to do this in a small forest? Chu Xian's face darkened when he heard that. Old Seventh had the potential to be a scumbag. Could it be that he did not know that he lived inside the small courtyard? He actually came here to fool around. Among the younger generation, Old Seventh's temper was quite bad. His relationship with Chu Xian could not be said to be very good, but it was not bad either. It was considered a normal cousinly relationship. But what if someone sees us? He Weiwei's face was flushed red as she said shyly. That look of wanting to reject him but still welcoming him made Chu Xian speechless. Miss, you are full of expectations. Don't worry, no one will see us. I've already made the necessary preparations. Old Seventh took out a roll of red silk. Look, we'll use this red silk to wrap ourselves like a cocoon so that no one will see us. I've also given instructions so that no one is allowed to come near this place. It's still not good enough. I don't have any experience. I'm afraid. Chu Xian could not bear to watch any longer. Miss, how was there any fear in your eyes that were full of anticipation? He was almost sure that these two people had done this more than once. Chapter 14, Stimulation. I don't have any experience either. But it's precisely because I don't have any experience that it's so exciting. The smile on Old Seventh's face gradually became lascivious. He raised his hand and waved it. The red silk unfolded itself, ready to form a large cocoon that would wrap the two inside it to play some exciting games. Chu Xian could not stand it anymore. He did not even have a maid, yet Old Seventh was actually trying to provoke him right under his nose. Was this not deliberately provoking him? Thinking about how he was alone in the courtyard, without even a maid to serve, Chu Xian sighed. After all, he was the young master of an aristocratic family. This level of treatment was too poor. With a delicate maid around, he would not have to lift a finger. At the very least, she would be pleasing to the eye. Focusing his spiritual will, a thin tree branch floated up off the ground. Pa! It fiercely smacked Old Seventh's buttocks. Given that Old Seventh's strength was only at the second level of the profound stage, how could he discover Chu Xian's spiritual will? Ao! Old Seventh's hands were still acting dishonestly when his buttocks were suddenly attacked. He was so frightened that he trembled and cried out in pain. What's wrong? He Weiwei asked nervously. Someone hit me. Old Seventh gritted his teeth and said. There's no one around. He Weiwei said in puzzlement. Old Seventh rubbed his buttocks and spread his spiritual will out, but did not discover anyone. Then, he thought of something and looked at He Weiwei with a strange smile. Is that so? You're really bad. Let's see how your husband will deal with you. Baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, he threw He Weiwei to the ground. Chu Xian's face turned black as he raised the branch again. Pa! He gave Old Seventh a hard smack once again. Old Seventh grunted. Beating is a kiss, scolding is love. Weiwei, your husband will not back down. This bastard, could it be that he had some unspeakable tendencies? Chu Xian was speechless. Smack smack smack. He slapped Old Seventh several times consecutively, but that fellow cried out in pain as he continued to prepare to pull off He Weiwei's clothes. He Weiwei's pretty face was flushed red, and she was extremely nervous. She saw a stick smacking Old Seventh. The Chu family's ancestors must have seen them. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. She was an innocent girl. Faced with such a situation, she would definitely resist. Otherwise, would she not leave a bad impression on the Chu family's ancestors? He Weiwei started to struggle. No, Brother Seventh, don't be like this. Let me go. Scream, go ahead and scream. No one will hear you even if you scream until your throat is dry. Old Seventh's blood was boiling. It was all too exciting. Weiwei was indeed a good match for him. She was being too cooperative. Chu Xian was about to vomit blood. For real. This B***starred Old Seventh must truly have some unspeakable tendencies. Moreover, looking at his appearance, it should not be the first time the two of them had fooled around like this. F***ck, they really were a perfect match for each other. If he did not stop them, he would soon have to bear witness to the whole thing. Chu Xian used his spiritual will to pick up a thicker branch and poked Old Seventh's butt. Ao! Old Seventh jumped up a few meters, covered his butt, and stared at He Wei. Wei, you've gone too far. You actually poked me there. I was almost scared **+. He Wei hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes. Her eyes were aggrieved, and she looked at him weakly. It wasn't me. It's a senior from the Chu family. Old Seventh's expression froze. He gulped and said nervously, Wei, was it really not you? It wasn't me. He Wei lowered her head. Old Seventh laughed dryly and looked around. Which uncle is present? I was just joking with Wei. It was too awkward. I'm going back. He Wei blushed and hurriedly left. Seeing no elders appear, Old Seventh smiled awkwardly and prepared to leave. **CK. It was too awkward to have been seen acting like that in front of an elder. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned enough. When he left the small forest, he saw a small courtyard in the distance. He ran over and asked, 13th, are you there? When he pushed open the door, he saw Chu Xian sitting on the reclining chair leisurely. 13th, do you want to go back to the ancestral residence? I'll go and plead for you if that's the case. No need. I'm living quite well here. You're too much. Work harder. As long as you break through to the profound realm, grandfather won't be angry with you anymore. As Old Seventh said this, he looked around the courtyard and asked in a slightly lowered voice, 13th, which uncle visited just now? He did not suspect Chu Xian at all. In his eyes, Chu Xian, who was supposedly at the mortal realm, would not even be able to sense any movements happening in the small forest. No idea. Chu Xian shook his head. Old Seventh walked around the yard and sighed, 13, aren't you lonely? It's difficult for you to stay in the courtyard all alone. Why don't I find 2 maids to accompany you? Chu Xian was a little tempted when he heard his offer, but he immediately shook his head and refused. There's no need. I'm living free and unfettered by myself. Sigh, 13th, you just don't know how to have fun. Look at the surrounding environment. The trees are lush and verdant, and it can be quite interesting there late at night. Old Seventh clicked his tongue. Old Seventh, you're very experienced. A little, just a little. I don't have too much experience. I've just played around a few dozen times. Alone? Chu Xian asked after holding back for a long time. How boring would it be to do so alone? This was ***ing Sea King. He Wei could not be a Sea Queen, right? If she was, the 2 of them were a perfect match. After chatting for a while, Chu Xian asked about the cult. The food delivery servant naturally would not know too much information. As a direct descendant, Old Seventh would naturally know more about the matter. The heretic cult had suffered heavy setbacks and, after they went into hiding, their guerrilla-style warfare caused quite a bit of damage to the Chu family. This was especially true half a month ago, where a Void Realm Chu family elder had actually been surrounded and killed. The reason why they had successfully surrounded and besieged that elder was because the heretic cult had paid a huge price to purchase the traces of that family elder's location from the Black Moon Tower, and had set up an ambush in advance. Black Moon Tower was the most mysterious force in the southern region. As long as one could afford the price, they could buy any piece of intelligence, commission any mission, and buy any treasure from Black Moon Tower. Even if the Chu family knew that the Black Moon Tower leaked the whereabouts of the family elder, causing him to be surrounded and killed by the cult's experts, they still did not dare to make a move against Black Moon Tower. Black Moon Tower was too powerful and too mysterious. Moreover, the Chu family would also obtain the resources they needed from Black Moon Tower from time to time. To purchase the information regarding their Chu family elder, the cultists would have had to pay a huge price. Black Moon Tower had always been black-hearted, and their prices were equally as outrageous. The Chu family had also wanted to purchase information on the cult, but their asking price was too high. It was not worth paying at all. Otherwise, they would have long exterminated the cult. Black Moon Tower seemed to be deliberately raising the price to maintain the situation between the different parties in the conflict. If one side was completely victorious, how could Black Moon Tower continue to obtain profits? In fact, in some chaotic places, or in some battles, there were traces of Black Moon Tower adding fuel to the fire. Everyone knew that Black Moon Tower was evil, but because it was too mysterious and powerful, it had spread its wings throughout the entire southern region. No one knew where their headquarters were. No force or dynasty dared to try and destroy Black Moon Tower. In history, a powerful dynasty had destroyed traces of Black Moon Tower within its own territory, but, in less than half a month, that powerful dynasty had been wiped from the face of the continent. In addition, Black Moon Tower was rebuilt soon after. Chapter 15, Minor 5 Elements Array Formation and Thousand Threads Spirit Net. Since the Chu family elder had been ambushed and killed, most of the direct descendants of the Chu family had returned to the ancestral residence. This was to prevent the cult from paying to purchase more information from Black Moon Tower and assassinating the direct descendants of the Chu family. At the same time, the royal family of the Qin kingdom, along with the three great aristocratic families, were willing to pay a certain price to negotiate with Black Moon Tower to request that they not accept commissions from the cult in the near future. The main clients of Black Moon Tower here were the royal family of the Qin kingdom and the three great aristocratic families, so they agreed. However, frankly speaking, if the price paid by the heretic cult was great enough, Black Moon Tower would still accept the commission anyway. The purge of the heretic cult was still ongoing. Chu Xian tactfully expressed his concern about the evil imperial court. The news he received was that the Qin kingdom had already entrusted Black Moon Tower with the task of paying attention to the movements of the evil imperial court. Once the evil imperial court sent over an expert attack, they would immediately obtain the necessary information. Since the Qin kingdom had a plan to deal with it, Chu Xian did not need to worry about the sudden attack of the evil imperial court. The evil imperial court had many enemies. Once an expert was sent out, even if the Qin country could not defeat that expert, they could still request for help. What Chu Xian was more worried about was the fact that Black Moon Tower was a black-hearted organization. After taking the Qin kingdom's money, they would most likely approach the evil imperial court to obtain even greater benefits. Old Seventh returned to the ancestral residence. Chu Xian continued to leisurely stay in the courtyard. Chu Tianming seemed to have forgotten about him. Besides the servants that delivered the food every day, no one else came. By the 7th month, Chu Xian's cultivation had risen to the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Every day, he ate a spiritual pill, and his cultivation speed soared. The heavenly spirit cat already had the strength of the 9th level spirit realm expert. Its speed was not the slightest bit slow. After all, it was a mystical beast of heaven and earth, and it did not lack spiritual pills to feed on, so its strength naturally progressed rapidly. You have been in seclusion for 7 months. You've been rewarded with a minor 5 elements array formation and an array disk. It was an array formation this time? Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. He knew that array formations were very rare in the southern region. Those who could set up array formations were all Truth Realm experts. Not to mention that an array disk had to be refined by an Emperor Realm expert. According to Chu Xian's understanding, this situation was probably because the southern region was too backward. After receiving the array formation and the array disk, Chu Xian grasped the method to set up the minor 5 elements array formation as well as the method to refine the array disk. He realized that he did not need to be at the Truth Realm either. He could also set up and refine the array disk with his current cultivation level. Of course, the lower his cultivation level was, the weaker the array formation he set up would be, including the array disk he refined. Therefore, the reason why the southern region lacked the Dao of array formations was because the region was too backward, or perhaps because the region had lost the inheritance of array formations. On the array disk, there were 5 small flags representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Chu Xian set up the array formation to encompass the small courtyard. Without activating the formation, the small courtyard still appeared ordinary. However, if the formation was activated, Chu Xian was confident that even a Unity Realm cultivator could be trapped inside. Or even killed. Chu Xian became more confident. As long as the person who came was not at or above the 4th level of the Unity Realm, he had nothing to fear. In the entire Qin Kingdom, it seemed that only the royal family had a martial artist who was at the 1st level of the Unity Realm. This was also the reason why the Qin royal family could suppress the 3 aristocratic families. Given that the Qin Kingdom was considered weak in the southern region, the fact that they were able to stand strong for such a long time also meant that the region where the Qin Kingdom was located was relatively barren and stable. Most likely, the evil imperial court did not think much of the Qin Kingdom. It had been 7 months, and the end of the year was inching ever closer. Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. The reward for staying in seclusion for a year would definitely surpass the Emperor-level scripture he had received previously. Above the Emperor realm were the Venerated Realm, the Heaven Realm, and so on. In the southern region, the Emperor realm was already a fabled existence, and the realms above the Emperor realm were the stuff of legends. The cultivation method above the Emperor-level scripture was the Heaven-level scripture, which was a cultivation method that could be cultivated up to the Heaven realm. Not to mention the southern region, even throughout this vast world, Heaven Realm experts were definitely top-notch existences. Chu Xian estimated that the minimum reward for a year of seclusion would at least be at the level of a Heaven-level scripture, right? There were still a few days before the 8th month. Suddenly, a piece of news that shocked the entire Chu family arrived. Chu Qing had encountered 3 elders of the heretic cult, including one of the vice-sect leaders, and had been attacked. Despite being under the protection of one of the Chu family's elders, he was still heavily injured. A 3rd-level Void Realm elder of the Chu family had fallen. These B****. Chu Tianming was enraged. Chu Xian could hear Chu Tianming's enraged roar even from the small courtyard. Chu Qing was someone he had specially groomed to succeed the role of family patriarch. He had performed extremely well during the operation to eradicate the cult. Once Chu Qing matured, not only would he be able to stabilize the position and status of the Chu family, he would even be able to bring the family to a higher level. When Chu Qing had been surrounded and attacked, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was whether the information had been sold by Black Moon Tower. When this happened, the people around Chu Qing were all investigated to see if there were any spies of Black Moon Tower present among them. Since they could not do anything to the Black Moon Tower, they could at least kill a few spies. Chu Tianming left the ancestral residence with a treasured artifact and personally attacked the cult. He did not bring the family's treasured artifact out. After all, that was needed to guard the ancestral residence. After Chu Tianming's departure, the Chu family strengthened their defenses yet again. In fact, there were even Void Realm elders patrolling the area. Chu Qing had been heavily injured, and Chu Yun, who was also a Heavens Blessed of the Chu family and doted on by Chu Tianming, might very well become the cult's next target. Chu Xian could not help but worry about Chu Yun. Chu Tianming personally took action. At this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, the Chu family's territory was definitely in its most vulnerable state. Chu Xian even suspected that it had all been a trick by the cultists to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, Chu Tianming was not so stupid. Since he dared to leave the ancestral residence, it meant that the Chu family had an expert of the same level as him guarding it. For the Chu family to be able to stand strong for such a long time, it had to have its own foundation. Chu Xian, however, could not come into contact with such information. Chu Xian raised his vigilance. Since Chu Tianming had left the Chu family's territory, it was very likely that the experts from the cult would come again. At night, Chu Xian would activate the minor 5 elements array formation. There did not seem to be anything unusual in the courtyard, but once someone stepped in, they would be trapped inside. With the minor 5 elements array formation, even if there was a battle, he could ensure that the noise and fluctuations from the fight would not spread out. This would prevent the scenario of his strength being exposed due to the battle. After Chu Tianming left, the servants would not naturally not know what was going on with the cult, so Chu Xian was unaware of how the matter was progressing. You've been in seclusion for 8 months. You've been rewarded with 1,000 thread spirit net. The reward for 8 months of seclusion finally came. It was actually an emperor-level artifact. Even though it was a low-level emperor artifact, it was far from being comparable to a treasured artifact. The 1,000 thread spirit net was not an offensive type emperor artifact, nor was it a defensive type. Instead, it was a binding and sealing type emperor artifact. With the emperor-level artifact in hand, Chu Xian's confidence increased. Even if a 7th level Unity Realm expert attacked, relying on the minor 5 elements array formation and the 1,000 thread spirit net was enough to make the other party suffer a serious setback. Although the consumption of using an emperor artifact was extremely large, Chu Xian had cultivated the emperor-level scripture, and his spiritual will had already surpassed the void realm, and was comparable to a 1st or 2nd level Unity Realm martial artist. Activating the 1,000 thread spirit net once would not be a big problem for him. As long as he managed to trap his enemy inside the 1,000 thread spirit net, unless the other party also had an emperor artifact, they would not be able to escape. Given enough time to recover his spiritual power and will, killing the enemy would naturally not be a problem. Another few days passed uneventfully. On this night, 2 figures that were practically completely merged into the darkness silently entered the Chu family's territory. A man and a woman had arrived, and their cultivations were both at the 2nd level of the Void Realm, and they were both elder-level experts of the cult. The woman's figure was enchanting, and her face looked rather unusual. Zhu Yan and Zhu Jiang had received orders to put on the illusion equipment they had spent a great price to obtain, and to conceal themselves in the Chu family's territory. Soon, they arrived not far from Chu Xian's small courtyard. Is the son of Chu Kaioluo living there? Yes. Zhu Yan looked at the small courtyard and suddenly had a perverted thought. Chapter 16, Something is wrong with the Chu family. Zhu Jiang noticed that Zhu Yan's expression had gradually contorted, and that her eyes were filled with evil and perverted thoughts. His heart trembled. This woman, what bad thing is she up to again? He hurriedly sent over a voice transmission, "Don't worry about Chu Kaioluo's son. Focus on the mission at hand." "No, I have an idea now." Zhu Yan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Her smile turned more and more sinister. "What do you think will happen if I give birth to a grandson for Chu Kaioluo and a great-grandson for that old ghost Chu Tianming? Even thinking about it excites me to no end." Zhu Jiang's eyes widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. FCK, this woman was too effing evil. Zhu Yan's smile became more and more perverted. If it really turns out this way, will the Chu family kill me? Or will they kill Chu Kaioluo's son and Chu Kaioluo's grandson? What will happen if Chu Kaioluo returns one day? Zhu Jiang shivered. When he imagined that scene, he broke out into a cold sweat. If this matter was really successful, the Chu family would lose all face. What would Chu Kaioluo do? What would Chu Tianming think? F***ck. He did not know why, but he was actually looking forward to it. The mission at hand is more important. Let's not complicate matters, shall we? Zhu Jiang was indeed looking forward to it, but in order to avoid creating more problems, he tried to persuade her. You don't understand. Since we're already here, we should take advantage of Chu Kaioluo's son's presence. If we're exposed, at least we'll have a hostage. Zhu Yan walked toward the small courtyard step by step. Will Black Moon Tower sell information regarding our actions and whereabouts to the Chu family? With a hostage in hand, it seemed that they would be able to escape unscathed. Zhu Jiang followed behind her and asked worriedly. Humph, how could those black-hearted people from Black Moon Tower sell our whereabouts to the Chu family so easily? Zhu Yan sneered and said, only when the Chu family has suffered heavy losses can intelligence on us be sold for a higher price. Zhu Jiang thought about it and agreed. Were it not for Black Moon Tower secretly providing some intelligence support to them, the cult in Chu County would have long been eradicated. Black Moon Tower was truly black-hearted. For the sake of maximizing their own benefits, they secretly stirred up and encouraged trouble. However, Black Moon Tower was powerful, and even the evil imperial court was wary of them. Chu Xian felt very helpless. More cult members who were courting death had come. If you wanted to create trouble, could you not just go around me? Why did you have to target me? The ones who had infiltrated the territory this time were actually 2 Void Realm experts, who were senior leaders at the level of elders in the cult. The precious clothes they wore could actually completely merge their figures into the darkness, almost as if they were hiding in the void. Even the spiritual will of a Void Realm martial artist would not be able to detect them easily. Such precious clothes would have no doubt been purchased from Black Moon Tower. The heretic cult had paid a huge price in order to secure the success of this operation. They had even dispatched 2 Void Realm elders. Zhu Yan and Zhu Jiang entered the courtyard without a hitch and, from a glance, they saw Chu Xian sitting on the reclining chair in the courtyard. He's so handsome. As expected of Chu Kaioluo's son. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up and her smile became even brighter. Hey! Chu Xian frowned. What kind of expression did this bewitching, but multicolored ugly freak have? Did she train evil techniques to the point of foolishness? Little boy, come with me. I'll take good care of you. I'll definitely give birth to a big, healthy boy for you. Zhu Yan's smile gradually turned perverted. She raised her hand and tried to grab Chu Xian. What the f***ck? Chu Xian was so disgusted that goosebumps appeared all over his body. The old witch had to die. He originally wanted to capture her and interrogate her. He wanted to plant a soul seed seal on her so that she could go back and kill the heretic cult's experts. However, the moment Zhu Yan opened her mouth, he was overcome with utter disgust. Go to hell, old witch! He raised his hand and pointed his finger at her. A bolt of lightning shot out from his finger. Thunderbolt finger! Zhu Yan's perverted smile froze on her face. Not good. The spiritual power in her body surged, and she was about to resist his attack. However, in his disgust and anger, Chu Xian attacked with full force, so how could she resist? Chi! The lightning directly poked a hole in her face. Disgusting! Chu Xian's finger quickly pointed, and bolts of lightning shot out each time. Pu, pu, pu. Lightning flashed all over Zhu Yan's body, and black smoke filled the air. The corpse that had not even fallen down was instantly turned into a sieve by his attacks. Zhu Jiang, who was standing to the side, felt a chill rush to his head. His entire body trembled, and cold sweat dripped down his back. This was too terrifying. How old was he? He was even more terrifying than Chu Kaioluo back then. Flee! He had to flee. Zhu Jiang cursed Zhu Yan to death in his heart. Why did she have to have this kind of perverted idea? Now, his mission was in jeopardy, and his partner's body had been turned into a sieve. His body moved, and he retreated rapidly. Boom! For some reason, despite retreating rapidly, there was an unusual atmosphere in the surroundings, and he had completely lost his sense of direction. Not far ahead, he could clearly see the courtyard wall. Nevertheless, despite how hard he rushed forward, he could not get close to it. Gulp! Zhu Jiang swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his heart sank. Array formation? There was a truth realm expert in the Chu family? How could it be? Could it be that Chu Kaioluo had returned? When he thought of the person who had suppressed the Qin kingdom by himself, the most talented man in the history of the Chu family, or even the history of the Qin kingdom, Zhu Jiang's heart sank. It was rumored that Chu Kaioluo and his wife had gone missing while exploring a mystic realm. Could it be that they had obtained a great opportunity and had broken through to the truth realm? Otherwise, how could the Chu family possess an array formation? Formations were very few and far between in the southern region. If Chu Kaioluo had not broken through to the truth realm, then the Chu family must have paid a huge price to buy a formation-setting artifact from Black Moon Tower. No matter what the situation was, Zhu Jiang knew that he was going to die. Since that was the case, then he had to take a gamble. A fierce look flashed across Zhu Jiang's face. He was about to release the demonic smoke that he had prepared for this trip when, suddenly, a large hand grabbed him. There was no way for him to resist. He was directly captured and sealed, unable to move. Chu Xian sat on the chair and looked down at Zhu Jiang, who was lying on the ground. Zhu Jiang noticed that Zhu Yan's corpse, which had been turned into a sieve, was currently being devoured by a strange-looking small tree. After a short while, Zhu Yan's corpse disappeared. He was terrified. That small tree seemed to be looking at him now, eager to devour him. Something was wrong with the Chu family. What kind of strange tree was that? Why was Chu Kaioluo's son so strong? Could it be that the Chu family had been hiding their strength and were plotting something big? You guys have come to disturb me time and time again. Your cult is really courting death. Chu Xian said coldly. He did not speak any further. A small seal appeared in his hand, and he directly used the soul seed seal to plant the soul seed seal on Zhu Jiang. Zhu Jiang was shocked to find that he no longer felt any enmity towards Chu Xian. He could not think of any thoughts of resisting or attacking him. He clearly had all sorts of enmity toward Chu Xian in his heart. He had even wanted to kill him just a moment ago. What was going on? Zhu Jiang was terrified. His thoughts were normal and his consciousness was clear. However, he did not and could not drum up any enmity or any desire to resist toward Chu Xian. Even if the other party attacked him in order to kill, he would not resist. In fact, he would even obediently stretch out his neck. This was the first time Chu Xian had used the soul seed seal, and he was filled with anticipation for the results. Through the soul seed seal, he could sense Zhu Jiang's current state. This meant that he could sense the death of the person who had been planted with the soul seed seal, and he would also know how he died. Chu Xian felt that he could use the soul seed seal as a medium to send a wisp of his spiritual will over. However, he did not know if he would violate the rules of seclusion by sending a wisp of his spiritual will out with Zhu Jiang when he left the small courtyard. Chapter 17, Zhu Jiang has gone crazy. Chu Xian only thought about it briefly. He would not take the risk to send over a wisp of his spiritual will and leave with Zhu Jiang. If his actions broke the rules of seclusion, his seclusion record would be reset. After staying in the courtyard for such a long time, he would then have to start from the beginning again. After planting the soul seed seal on Zhu Jiang, Chu Xian inquired about his purpose in coming here. In order to inflict losses to the Chu family, the cult had to pay a higher price every time they took action. This time, they actually brought along a wisp of demonic smoke. Demonic smoke was different from poisonous smoke and toxic fire. Once it was released, the contaminated area would be extremely difficult to restore. The price one would need to pay to purchase it was more than 10 times that of poisonous smoke and toxic fire. Moreover, once people below the profound realm inhaled the demonic smoke, their consciousness would become chaotic and they would fall into madness. If the demonic smoke was really released in the Chu family's territory, the servants would definitely suffer heavy casualties. One had to know that the servants in the Chu family's territory were all handpicked and had a certain amount of talent in various fields. Moreover, their family backgrounds were clean and they were relatively loyal to the family. They were truly assets worth nurturing. If the casualties among them were serious, it would definitely be a great loss to the family. The demonic smoke was refined from the corpses of the demon race. It had a very strong contaminating power. Even evil cultivators did not dare to easily come into contact with the demonic smoke before they broke through to the spirit realm. The demon race had existed for a very long time in the southern region. In some ancient battlefields, there would be a small number of demon corpses left behind. Usually, only evil cultivators would collect the demon corpses. The cult was really acting ruthlessly this time. Chu Xian looked at Zhu Jiang and directly forced him to act according to his own will. He ordered Zhu Jiang to return to the cult's base, release the poisonous smoke, and conduct a sneak attack on the experts of the cult. He tasked Zhu Jiang with killing as many as he could, and never revealing anything about the Chu family. After giving him the order, he let Zhu Jiang leave. Zhu Jiang was on the verge of collapse. His consciousness and thoughts were clear. The only thing he could not do was resist the will of his controller, which was hidden in the darkness. He felt terrified in his heart, but the expression on his face did not show it at all. Everything looked normal, and there was no sign that he was being controlled. It was over. Zhu Jiang knew that he was going to die. The Chu family was too terrifying. The cult's Chu County secret headquarters. This was their third headquarters. They would change locations every once in a while. Besides avoiding the Chu family's detection, they also wanted to avoid Black Moon Tower. If they stayed in one place for too long, it would be easy for Black Moon Tower to find them. They might even sell information about their secret base to the Chu family at a high price. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, the headquarters would change locations every once in a while. Only the leader, vice leader, and a few elders knew the location of the headquarters. They could be trusted. It was almost guaranteed that Black Moon Tower could not spy on them. In the cave, the cult's vice-sect leader for the Qin Kingdom, Wang Tu, and the cult's protector for the Purple Moon Kingdom sat at the head of the table. The Chu County leader and many elders sat at the table as well. They were all waiting for the news of Zhu Jiang and Zhu Yan. Chu Qing had been heavily injured and a third-level Void Realm Chu elder had fallen. They had finally enraged Chu Tianming, forcing him to leave the family territory and make a move personally. The cult took decisive action and once again aimed to take revenge on the Chu family's territory. It was all thanks to the Chu clan that the cult had suffered heavy losses recently. A branch of the cult in the Purple Moon Kingdom had even been directly annihilated. The Qin Kingdom was in a situation where the four families ruled together and, under most circumstances, they were each in charge of their own territories. However, the Purple Moon Kingdom was not like this. The Violet Moon Kingdom's royal family was extremely powerful and firmly controlled the entire kingdom, so, at the first possible moment, they gathered a portion of their strength and struck out with lightning speed to annihilate a branch of the cult. The fourth-level Void Realm branch leader and numerous elders were all annihilated. It was precisely because of this that the Purple Moon Kingdom's cult protector brought along a wisp of demonic smoke in order to take revenge on the Chu family. "Brother Wang Tu, why don't we join forces to kill that old ghost Chu Tianming?" The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult protector asked darkly. Wang Tu could not be bothered with him and did not reply. If the cult had the ability to kill Chu Tianming, would they still be hiding here and there? Chu Tianming was the patriarch of one of the three aristocratic families of the Qin Kingdom. He was a bona fide half-step Unity Realm cultivator and was carrying a treasured artifact with him. Unless a powerful warrior at the Unity Realm made a move, who could kill him? In the Qin Kingdom, there was only one warrior at the first level of the Unity Realm. If one wanted to kill Chu Tianming, they would need to enlist the aid of an elite warrior from the evil Imperial Court. However, the evil Imperial Court was not without its own enemies either. An elite warrior at the Unity Realm could not leave easily, especially when the evil king was in closed-door cultivation. In the end, the Qin Kingdom was still a little remote and barren. The evil Imperial Court would not pay much attention to it. Had it not been so barren, the Qin Kingdom would not be so weak. Seeing that Wang Tu did not speak, the cult protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom did not give up and said, with the combined strength of several people, "So what if he has a treasured artifact? There is still a chance to kill him." The branch leader in the Purple Moon Kingdom was his younger brother. Thanks to the Chu family, he had actually fallen. He felt great hatred in his heart. Wang Tu said coldly, "How many people would we need?" Are they going to perish together with Chu Tianming? Ignoring the cult protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom, Wang Tu said, let's wait another day. If Zhu Jiang and Zhu Yan don't return, we will leave this place. He was worried that Black Moon Tower would have already found out about this place. Chu Tianming was currently enraged and might have really spent a large sum to purchase this information. Once Chu Tianming attacked, it was unknown how many of the people present here would survive. He was almost certain that Chu Tianming would try to kill him first. He was definitely the most dangerous person present. Then, Zhu Jiang returned. Why are you alone? Wang Tu frowned. Zhu Jiang was on the verge of breaking down in the depths of his heart. He was in utter despair, but he could not go against his controller's will. Sect Master, Zhu Yan is hiding in the Chu family's territory. We found an important piece of information, so I came back to report it to the sect leader. What kind of information? Wang Tu did not doubt his words at all. Zhu Jiang glanced at the cult protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom. He hesitated for a moment before approaching. Wang Tu glanced at the protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom and thought for a moment. The other party was also a high-level member of the cult and also served the evil imperial court. It would not be a problem for him to hear this information as well. Their common enemy was the Chu family. Since the information pertained to the Chu family, they should no doubt share it with him. Since Zhu Jiang was acting so cautiously, it was likely that this piece of intelligence was very important. Even the other elders could not be allowed to hear it. Otherwise, it might increase the chances of it being leaked. Sect leader, the Chu family has been. Zhu Jiang approached Wang Tu and sent him a voice transmission, while acting as if he was taking out something. Boom! Suddenly, a violent grey light erupted. Zhu Jiang made his move. The moment he made his move, he struck with full force. Wang Tu was caught off guard. Half of his body was shattered, and his spiritual will was shaken. He was on the verge of death. This sudden change stunned everyone present. Boom! After the successful attack, Zhu Jiang's second strike struck the cult protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom. Pfft! The protector of the Purple Moon Kingdom could not dodge in time and was instantly heavily injured, but he did not die immediately. Zhu Jiang, what are you doing? Wang Tu's spiritual will had not yet dispersed, and he let out an angry roar. All of you should die. Zhu Jiang released the demonic smoke. The demonic smoke billowed in the cave, and he roared, all of you should die. I am the sect leader of the cult, and I will be immortalized eternally. I am the only one qualified to be the sect leader of the cult in the Qin Kingdom. He attacked crazily. After being stunned for a moment, the others reacted. Zhu Jiang has gone mad. Kill him quickly. He has gone mad. Was he affected by the demonic smoke? The other cult elders attacked one after another. However, Zhu Jiang did not care about his life at all. He only attacked and did not defend. Moreover, he targeted one person and attacked with all his might, completely ignoring the attacks of the others. Pfft! Another cult elder had fallen. His face was filled with resentment. D*MNU, Zhu Jiang. I was your lifelong friend. How dare you target me? Chapter 18, Fighting and Killing the Cult Without Leaving Home. Zhu Jiang was on the verge of a mental breakdown. His lifelong friend had fallen at his hands. Thinking back to the past, they had been hunted down and done some evil things together. Yet now, he had died by his hands. He did not want to kill him, but, for some reason, killing him brought some unknown joy to his soul. The battle in the cave was intense, and flesh and blood could be seen flying everywhere. Zhu Jiang was, after all, rather weak, so how could he withstand the attacks of those around him? I can't die like this. Zhu Jiang's broken body suddenly pounced on a person and hugged him tightly. It was another elder that he was on good terms with. Bang! Zhu Jiang self-destructed. His spiritual will and spiritual power exploded in unison. The elder that he hugged immediately suffered heavy injuries and was on the verge of death. His heart was on the verge of collapse. D*MN it, when we were young, we did say that we were not born on the same day but wanted to die on the same day, but that was just a joke. We did not even make an oath, so why did you take it seriously? That son of a B*TCH Zhujiang actually dragged me to die together with him. The battle ended soon after. The other cult experts all fell silent. Vice sect leader Wang Tu had fallen, and 2 other elders had also fallen alongside him. The cult protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom had also fallen in the battle. He had been severely injured by Zhujiang's sneak attack. The fluctuations from all the fighting had coincidentally affected him. Zhujiang had suddenly gone crazy. They did not know whether it was related to the demonic smoke. However, for the safety of the cult, the protector from the Purple Moon Kingdom had no choice but to die. Retreat, let's change our location and report to headquarters. I'm afraid that Zhu Yan is also dead. The branch leader of the Chu County cult said. The others did not have any objections and retreated from the cave one after the other. At the same time, they felt extremely aggrieved. The cult had fallen on hard times everywhere and was suffering setbacks wherever they went. It had all started from the Chu family's purge of the cult. Their hatred toward the Chu family had increased several-fold. You have not left seclusion and stayed at home, but still managed to instigate a counterattack on the cult. You have been rewarded with 10 years' worth of cultivation. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. The Soul Seed Seal was indeed awesome, and Zhu Jiang was also very powerful. He had actually killed some cult experts. Boom! A wave of power and comprehension surged into his body, and his strength started growing rapidly. After breaking through to the Void Realm, the speed of Chu Xian's cultivation had slowed down. Even if he consumed a spiritual pill to cultivate every day, his cultivation speed still did not increase. The higher one's cultivation level, the slower the increase in one's strength would be. Chu Xian estimated that, by the end of the year, he would probably only be able to advance to the 8th or 9th level of the Void Realm. However, his cultivation speed would probably scare people to death if news of it were to spread out. Despite this, Chu Xian was not satisfied. Currently, the battle between the Chu family and the cult was becoming more and more intense, and the cult had failed several times and suffered heavy losses. It seemed like it would only be a matter of time before they asked the elite warriors of the evil imperial court to make a move. Therefore, he could not even delay one additional day in striving to raise his cultivation level to the Emperor realm. The reward of 10 years' worth of cultivation was based on 10 years of cultivation using the Great Luo Emperor scripture, rather than 10 years' worth of cultivation based on Chu Xian consuming spiritual pills. Even so, Chu Xian's strength finally surpassed the Void Realm and reached the first level of the Unity Realm. After breaking through to the Unity Realm, his spiritual will and spiritual power would be able to merge with the Void and reality, making a qualitative leap. I should be the #1 expert of the Qin Kingdom now, right? Chu Xian felt slightly more confident in his heart. He was somewhat looking forward to the heretic cult sending people once again to ambush him. The effect of the Soul Seed Seal was unexpectedly great. If he could control a few Void Realm heretic cult elders, it would be almost enough to annihilate the heretic cult's forces in Chu County. In the capital of Chu County, Chu Tianming followed Chu Yun and 2 other elders of the Chu family into a building with a black moon engraved on the door plaque. A middle-aged man with a smile on his face quickly walked up to him. Patriarch Chu, it's been a long time. Chu Tianming's expression did not look too good. Chu Qing had been surrounded and injured by the heretic cult's experts previously. Had he not been here for the information sold by Black Moon Tower, he would have torn this person's head off. This was not the first time Black Moon Tower had done such a thing. They sold information, accepted assassination missions, sold treasures, and so on. The scope of Black Moon Tower's business was very wide. Sometimes, in order to increase their profit margins, it was not uncommon for them to secretly act to stir up trouble. Black Moon Tower's black-hearted ways were famous throughout the entire southern region. The prices they charged were not standardized either. Instead, the prices were decided based on the location and situation. For example, the price for assassinating an expert at the peak of the Void Realm was not considered too expensive in a strong country. However, in the Qin Kingdom, the asking price was so high that one could only feel despair. If not for that, the cult would have long commissioned Black Moon Tower to assassinate the patriarch of the Chu family. Of course, in order to avoid encountering such a premise, and because it was indeed necessary, the Chu family had always been a major client of Black Moon Tower. Unless the heretic cult offered a ridiculously high price, Black Moon Tower would not accept the mission of assassinating a major client like themselves. Tower Lord Wan, you sent me a message saying that there is important information for the Chu family. I won't beat around the bush. Just be direct with me. How much is the price? And is the information verified? Entering Black Moon Tower, they arrived at the VIP room. Patriarch Chu, the information of our Black Moon Tower has always been trustworthy. If the information turns out to be untrue, Black Moon Tower can reimburse you 3 times the price of the information. This is to ensure fairness and transparency. Wan Chong was all smiles. The cult had actually brought the demonic smoke with them and infiltrated the Chu family to cause destruction. Such an important piece of information would definitely be sold for a good price. Looking at the time, the cult would start to take action around now, right? Even if Chu Tianming got his hands on the information, he might not be able to stop the tragedy from happening. Once the cult succeeded, the Chu family's territory would be filled with the demonic smoke. If they wanted to remove the contamination of the demonic smoke, they would definitely need to look for him again to purchase treasures that could remove the effects of the demonic smoke. Wan Chong had already prepared such a treasure to remove the effects of the demonic smoke. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to rip off Chu Tianming, this big fat sheep of a customer. Give me a quote. Chu Tianming did not dare to underestimate the importance of this information to the Chu family. If the information had not been crucially important, Wan Chong would not have come to him personally. Black Moon Tower was black-hearted, but their reputation was worth its weight in gold. 1 million crystals. Why don't you just rob me instead? Chu Tianming said angrily. It's not like that at all. Wan Chong said seriously, Brother Chu, this is important information regarding the safety of your Chu family. If it was not worth this price, why would I quote this price to you? Besides, if the information is false, not only will Black Moon Tower refund you, we will also compensate you 3-fold. Chu Tianming became serious. Deal. He took out a storage bag, put in 1 million crystals, and threw it over to Wan Chong. Tell me the information. Wan Chong was very satisfied. The Chu family was such a generous customer. For the sake of sustainable income, as long as they did not receive a high price from the cult or their other enemies, they would not let the Chu family disappear. Any customer who could create a sustainable stream of income for Black Moon Tower was a good customer. According to our information, 2 elders of the cult have sneaked into the Chu family's territory carrying demonic smoke, and they are preparing to unleash it on the population. Wan Chong said seriously. That's it. Chu Tianming was furious. What kind of important information was this? What did they take the Chu family's territory for? A sieve that anyone could enter and leave as they wished? Of course, it's more than that. Wan Chong had expected such a reaction, and he narrowed his eyes as he said, I naturally know that the Chu family's territory is heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, it's naturally impossible for them to sneak in. This time, the cult has obtained 2 void-level treasured clothes, and those below the 3rd level of the void realm will be unable to sense there. Even those at the peak of the void realm are unable to sense their presence beyond a certain range. The Chu family's ancestral residence is naturally safe, but the remaining large estate. Chu Tianming's expression turned grim. Chapter 19, Wrong Information? the expressions of the other two elders of the Chu family changed drastically. One of them left immediately without waiting for instructions from Chu Tianming. He sent a message while rushing back to the Chu family. Chu Tianming cupped his hands and said, "Goodbye. Brother Chu, don't worry too much even if you can't stop them in time. Our Black Moon Tower has countless treasures, and we can always help you recoup your losses." Wan Chong said with a smile as he sent Chu Tianming off. This must be Chu Yun. As expected of the current genius of the Chu family. In a short period of time, she has already broken through to the second level of the profound realm. As he said this, he took out a bracelet. "Come over, dear niece. This is a gift for a major customer like the Chu family. You can keep it." That bracelet was a low-grade spirit artifact. It was a mass-produced product of Black Moon Tower, and it was specially used as gifts for major customers. Its quality was naturally rather ordinary. Although it was a low-grade spirit artifact, its true power was a grade higher than ordinary low-grade spirit artifacts. Chu Yun did not like it, but she still reached out to take it. Since she did not need it, she could give it to one of the servants. The Chu family had many such low-grade spirit artifacts of similar grade. They were all gifts given to the Chu family after completing transactions with Black Moon Tower. Chu Tianming's face was dark and baleful the entire time. The void-level treasured clothes the cultists were using had definitely been sold to them by Black Moon Tower. Unfortunately, the Chu family was not strong enough to make an enemy of Black Moon Tower. Otherwise, they would have killed this B*****. They were actually pandering to both sides. "Brother Chu, I'll be awaiting your next visit." Wan Chong was in a good mood. Chu Tianming snorted and quickly returned to the ancestral residence of the Chu family. He naturally knew what Wan Chong meant. If he rushed back now, it would definitely be too late. This B****, he had timed it too precisely. He would sell the information and, later, also sell them treasures that could dispel the demonic smoke. If he waited until he received news that the Chu family's territory had been contaminated by the demonic smoke, he would not have been able to sell information, and would thus lose out on a portion of the potential profits. This black-hearted Wan Chong. Chu Tianming cursed in his heart. Chu Xian was puzzled. Was something big about to happen in the Chu family's territory? All of a sudden, the defenses of the Chu family's territory had been beefed up again. More than 10 Void Realm elders were dispatched to the borders of the territory to patrol. Even the head butler personally held a detection-type spirit artifact in his hand and began to patrol the entire territory. Could it be that the evil imperial court had sent over an expert? Chu Xian immediately felt pressured. Even if the evil imperial court sent someone this time, that person would likely only be at the Unity Realm, so he was not afraid at all. However, once the battle actually started, would he not be exposed? Moreover, if the evil imperial court's expert was defeated, there would soon be even more powerful experts coming over to attack. If that was really the case, how would he be able to safely stay in seclusion? The servant also realized what was happening, so Chu Xian could only raise his level of vigilance. Chu Yun had returned. 13th brother, come back to the ancestral residence with me. I'll plead on your behalf to grandfather. The first thing Chu Yun did was to ask Chu Xian to return to the ancestral residence. I'm fine here and living comfortably. I'm not going back. Chu Xian refused. He was not going back to see Chu Tianming's ugly mug. He would just stay in the courtyard and slowly became stronger, not taking a single step out. The ancestral grounds aren't safe. Chu Yun said anxiously. How can the ancestral grounds not be safe? You're worrying too much. In the entire Chu family, there was no place safer than here. The cult is taking action. It's really dangerous. When Chu Yun informed him about the information obtained from Black Moon Tower, Chu Xian's expression immediately turned strange. Calculating the time, if he had not killed the two cultists, by the time Chu Tianming obtained the information, the Chu family territory would already be filled with demonic smoke. Black Moon Tower was truly black-hearted. They had sold soon-to-be useless information to them, and would then sell the necessary treasures to dispel the demonic smoke. No wonder the Chu family was so nervous. Even the head butler was personally acting. Even the head butler has come out. The cult won't be able to infiltrate our territory. Chu Xian put on a look of great confidence in the Chu family's strength. Then I'll stay here with 13th brother. When Chu Yun saw him acting like this, she changed her tune and decided to stay here with him. Chu Xian knew that she was still worried about him. As long as she stayed here, the head butler would definitely prioritize protecting this place. His heart was filled with warmth. Chu Yun had gone out to train for a few months and had just returned. At this time, she had already broken through to the second level of the profound realm. It could be seen that she possessed superior innate talent, and that she was one of the best among the younger generation of the Chu family. No wonder Chu Tianming doted on this girl so much. 13th brother, is this the cat you raised? Chu Yun picked up the silly and adorable-looking heavenly spirit cat and asked happily. Right, I was bored and raised it to relieve my boredom. The heavenly spirit cat's strength had progressed rapidly, and was now comparable to a third-level void realm martial artist. The Chu family was relaxed on the outside, but tense on the inside. They were trying to bait the two elders and get them to reveal themselves so that they could rid themselves of this threat to the family. If they did not kill them today, they would have to worry about them tomorrow, that the other party would sneak in and unleash the demonic smoke. However, half a month passed. Everything remained peaceful. Even the cult experts of Chu County had gone somewhat silent and, when they encountered the experts of the Chu family, they fled at the first possible moment, and they were no longer as fierce and stubborn as before. Chu Yun also stayed in the small courtyard for half a month. Chu Xian secretly placed some cultivation methods and secret techniques around the house. He lied that they had been left behind by his father, Chu Kai-oluo. Chu Yun spent most of her time flipping through these cultivation methods and secret techniques. In just half a month's time, she was already on the verge of breaking through to the third level of the profound realm. Chu Xian also included the profound realm and spirit realm chapters of the Great Luo Emperor scripture that he had comprehended. Chu Yun was overjoyed when she discovered them and did her best to cultivate the Great Luo Emperor scripture. Chu Kai-oluo could be considered a legend of the Chu family. Chu Yun did not doubt that these were left behind by him. After a few more days, Chu Yun was about to break through to the third level of the profound realm. As such, she could only return to the ancestral residence. Chu Tianming was pleasantly surprised. He praised Chu Yun and scolded Chu Xian a few more times. He had embarrassed the Chu family and his precious third son, Chu Kai-oluo. The cult had not made any movements. It was impossible for them to be on guard the entire time. Therefore, after some investigation, they found traces of the demonic smoke at a location where a big battle had taken place. It seemed that the cult was experiencing an internal conflict. Chu Tianming was stunned when he heard the news. Would the cult also have internal conflict? It had always been the case of the strong rising to the top. The loser would fall, and the winner would rise. There had never been such an internal conflict recorded in the history of the cult before. Since the demonic smoke had already been released elsewhere, it was naturally impossible for it to appear in the Chu family's territory to wreak havoc. This meant that the Black Moon Tower's information this time was wrong. Chu Tianming was overjoyed and immediately set off for Black Moon Tower. Brother Wan, this is the first time Black Moon Tower's information has failed me. Chu Tianming sat in the VIP room with a wide smile on his face. Black-hearted man, you cheated me of 1 million crystals. Now, not only are you going to spit it all out, you are also going to compensate me threefold. Let me see if you are still full of yourself. Wan Chang's face was dark. How could the intelligence be wrong? What were those heretic B***stards doing? Black Moon Tower's intelligence was wrong, so they had to compensate the buyer threefold. As the Tower Lord, this meant that he was not capable enough, and also meant that he had failed in his duties. If it was taken seriously, he would be reprimanded by the higher UPS, and perhaps even part of his benefits would be deducted. The intelligence can't be wrong. It's just that the cult was waylaid by an accident along the way. Brother Juan, Black Moon Tower has always valued its reputation. Surely you must be aware of the consequences of providing false intelligence. Chu Tianming picked up his tea and sipped it slowly. Wan Chong did not want to compensate him. Once such a transaction was recorded, it would be a stain on his record in managing Black Moon Tower branch in Chu County's capital. It would become evidence of his lack of ability. In the future, when he was promoted to a higher position, it would be a weak point that could be targeted by his competitors. However, the reputation of Black Moon Tower could not be allowed to suffer either. This was the root problem. If his actions damaged the reputation of Black Moon Tower, he would be punished even more severely. Chapter 20, First Vice Sect Leader Zhang Kui. In order to ensure that the reputation of Black Moon Tower was not damaged, Black Moon Tower had even killed people to silence them. However, Wan Chang's strength and status were insufficient to pull this off. If the other party had been a small figure at the mortal realm, it would have been feasible for him to do so. But Chu Tianming was the patriarch of the Chu family. Disregarding his identity, just his strength alone was not something Wan Chong could deal with. If he asked the experts of Black Moon Tower for help, would it not be equivalent to telling the higher UPS of Black Moon Tower that what he did caused the reputation of Black Moon Tower to be damaged, which resulted in him asking their experts to kill Chu Tianming to silence him? He could neither compensate them nor allow the reputation of Black Moon Tower to be damaged. As such, he could only offer to exchange information. Brother Chu, there is an important piece of information regarding the cult. 1 million spirit crystals isn't too expensive, right? Chu Tianming replied with a smile, 1 million isn't a small amount. Is the information on the cult worth 1 million? Wan Chong cursed in his heart. They were actually extorting money from him. How about this? I'll give you a free service. Once the evil imperial court makes any unusual movements toward the Qin kingdom or the Chu family, I'll inform Brother Chu immediately. I won't delay the information. How about it? He was in the wrong. Even if Chu Tianming demanded a lot, Wan Chong could only endure it. Chu Tianming cursed in his heart. Wan Chong was AB****. If he was not in the wrong this time, would he even tell him if the evil imperial court made any strange movements? At that point, when the Chu family did not have time or opportunity to ask for help, in order not to suffer total destruction at the hands of the evil imperial court, would they not have to pay a huge price to request Black Moon Tower to protect them? What a black-hearted guy. All right, let's do it this way for the sake of our long-term relationship with Brother Wan. It was the Chu family's own fault for not being strong enough. Every year, they would pay a certain amount to request that Black Moon Tower keep an eye on the evil imperial court's movements. If Wan Chong, this black-hearted person, really delayed the news, the Chu family would definitely face a great disaster. Of course, Black Moon Tower's intelligence-gathering capabilities were not omnipotent. The Chu family had always been on guard against the possibility of being totally wiped out. The direct descendants were not all gathered in the family's territory, but had spread themselves out. It was all for the sake of preserving the inheritance of the Chu family in case they suffered a destructive blow. The first vice sect leader and 2 protectors of the heretic cult have already arrived at Chu County. Wan Chong said with a smile, Brother Chu, this piece of information is worth 1 million crystals, right? Chu Tianming's expression froze. The first vice sect leader of the heretic cult in the Qin kingdom was the second strongest person in the heretic cult. His strength was at the peak of the 8th level of the Void Realm, and he was about to break through to the 9th level of the Void Realm. Not to mention that those who could become protectors were all at the 7th level of the Void Realm. Where are his exact whereabouts? If the first vice sect leader of the heretic cult acted wantonly in Chu County, it would surely result in great losses for the Chu family. That is another piece of information altogether. Wan Chong chuckled and said. Chu Tianming sneered. Just this piece of information about him coming to Chu County isn't worth 1,000,000 crystals. Although the Black Moon Tower's information is slightly faster, I can guarantee that, in less than a day, my Chu family will be able to receive news of the other party coming to Chu County. After all, Chu County was under the control of the Chu family. After operating for so many years, their intelligence gathering ability was naturally not bad. All right, this is their current hiding place. Wan Chong took out a piece of paper and placed it on the table. Chu Tianming picked it up and took a look. Thank you, Brother Wan. He immediately left Black Moon Tower. He was going to kill the first vice-sect leader and the 2 protectors. In a small farmhouse less than 300 li away from the Chu family's territory, the first vice-sect leader of the cult in the Qin kingdom, Zhang Kui, sat on a chair with a cold expression on his face. Dong Qian, the cult's branch master in Chu County, lowered his head and said, Vice-sect leader, we don't know the reason behind why Zhu Jiang suddenly went crazy. We suspect that it has something to do with the protector of the Purple Moon Kingdom, but we don't understand the intention behind his actions. What about Zhu Yan? Is she dead or alive? If she's dead, who killed her? Zhang Kui asked with a grim expression. I don't know. Dong Qian had a helpless expression on his face. Ever since the Chu family's sudden attack, the heretic cult had suffered calamity after calamity, and many elders had fallen in battle. Even if they cultivated evil techniques and had the support of the evil imperial court, the number of Void Realm experts were limited. This time, the heretic cult could have been said to have suffered great losses. In the entire Chu County branch, there were only 4 Void Realm experts left. This included himself, the branch leader, who was at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. The Chu family was detestable. Zhang Kui's expression was extremely unsightly. Other than that particular time 1,000 years ago, the heretic cult had never suffered such a great loss. The Chu County branch was almost half crippled. Not to mention that, throughout the entire Qin kingdom, the heretic cult had lost 1/5 of its original strength. How did the Chu family find out where the evil cult was hiding? They had obtained a secret technique from a mystic realm, which could hide the aura of their evil cultivation methods. This helped the heretic cult members hide in plain sight. After many years of planning, their spies had infiltrated the Qin, Purple Moon Kingdom, and Great Zhou kingdoms. They just needed to develop and grow their strength and influence gradually. In the end, they would have become influential characters in those countries. They would then wait for an opportunity to suddenly rebel and wrest control of the 3 countries under the banner of the evil imperial court. As long as they took control of the 3 countries, the other surrounding strong countries would realize that they had already been brought under the banner of the evil imperial court. With the attitude of those strong countries, they would definitely not go to war with the evil imperial court over this barren region. Once the plan was successful, they would definitely be able to become high-ranking officials of the evil imperial court and receive the attention of the evil king. They would also become important figures in the court. Thanks to their great contributions in securing the 3 countries, they would no doubt receive bountiful rewards. At that time, they could move to the evil imperial court and leave this barren region. When they arrived at the evil imperial court, not only would they be rewarded, but the cultivation resources and methods there meant that they would inevitably reach the Unity realm. However, who would have thought that their painstaking plans, which had been laid out over the course of many years, would be unraveled just like that by the Chu family. The heretic cult suffered heavy losses in an instant, and the spies that had been lurking in the 3 countries had almost been completely wiped out. How hateful! I wonder, could it be related to the information provided by Black Moon Tower? Dong Qian said in a low voice. Black Moon Tower is not omnipotent. Moreover, given the style of Black Moon Tower, how could they sell such information so easily for the sake of unknown benefits? Zhang Kui's face was gloomy and cold. From his investigation, the Chu family had not bought any important information from Black Moon Tower recently. How could Black Moon Tower sell such important information at a low price? The Chu family's actions could be detected by tracing the movements of their resources in a given period of time. Zhang Kui would have never imagined that the trigger for this entire debacle was just because a pawn of the cult had wanted to take credit and control Chu Xian. Get ready. Follow me over to the Chu family's territory tonight. Cult Master, there are many strong experts in the Chu family's territory. What if? Dong Qian had a worried expression on his face as he said those words. Old ghost Chu Tianming has already left the family territory. If I want to charge into the Chu family territory, so what? Since I dare to go, I naturally have the confidence to leave in one piece. Zhang Kui stood up, and the aura on his body exploded forth. Sect leader, you broke through. Dong Qian's face displayed a shocked expression. 9th level Void Realm experts were considered to be the strongest experts in the Qin Kingdom. If Zhang Kui had broken through, then the Qin Kingdom's heretic cult would have 2 9th level Void Realm experts. No matter how strong Chu Tianming was, he still had not broken through to the Unity Realm, so Zhang Kui might be able to contend with him head-on. The only thing that Zhang Kui was lacking was a treasured artifact. Tonight, you'll follow me to challenge the Chu family. Zhang Kui took out a black bead and tossed it over to Dong Qian. This is a spatial escape bead. Dong Qian was pleasantly surprised. The spatial escape bead was sold at a price of 1 million spirit crystals at Black Moon Tower and, just like its name, it was a spirit artifact used to escape. If one encountered a crisis, they could activate the escape bead and instantly escape 100 li away. With the escape bead, even if they were besieged by the elders of the Chu family, as long as they were not killed instantly, they would be able to make their escape. Previously, when they had surrounded Chu Qing, he had seized the opportunity and activated an escape bead. Otherwise, they would have captured or killed him. Chapter 21, Is there something wrong with the heads of these cultists? After Zhang Kui had broken through, he was brimming with confidence. Even if the Chu family's territory was a dragon's lair or tiger's den, he still wanted to venture forth. So what if they possessed the family's treasured artifact? He could use the spatial escape bead to escape. As long as he was successful in his incursion into the Chu family's territory and managed to escape unscathed, he would definitely be able to apply a great deal of pressure on the Chu family. As a result, the cult would face less pressure in Chu County. In order to avoid a recurrence of his surprise attack, the Chu family would definitely gather their experts and return to defend their family's territory as well as some important location. Chu Tianming would be restrained from leaving the Chu family's territory even more. The Chu family had to pay the price for sabotaging the cult's years of planning and preparation. When the evil imperial court was free to deal with them, they would definitely destroy the Chu family. Were it not for this incident, the first target of the evil imperial court would have been the Qin royal family instead. However, thanks to this incident, their first target had shifted to the Chu family. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian headed to the Chu family's territory. Black Moon Tower's intelligence had proven to be wrong, so the Chu family's defenses were slightly relaxed. The head butler had also returned to the ancestral residence. Occasionally, there would be Void Realm elders patrolling the territory. Chu Yun was in seclusion in the ancestral residence, while Chu Xian was staring at the spirit cultivating diagram and practicing the 100 tempering divine technique. His spiritual will was now comparable to a 6th level Unity Realm martial artist. The heavenly spirit cat was lying on the wall, taking a nap. The spirit devouring flower was swaying its flowers and leaves around, looking rather bored. Outside the Chu family's territory, 2 figures arrived silently. After observing for a while, they found the direction in which it was easiest to break into the Chu family's territory, after which Zhang Kui and Dong Qian sneaked in silently. Although they were intruding into the Chu family's territory, it was different from sneaking in. Before he could enter the family's ancestral grounds, he would be stopped by the experts of the Chu family. Zhang Kui's goal was not only to break into the Chu family's ancestral grounds, but also to break into the Chu family's ancestral residence. Of course, the Chu family's ancestral residence was not easy to break into. There was no need to truly break into it. He only needed to break into the core area of the ancestral grounds to achieve his objective. The ancestral residence was located at the core of the Chu family's ancestral grounds. If someone broke into the core area of the Chu family's ancestral grounds, even if they did not break into the ancestral residence itself, it would be enough to inflict great pressure on the Chu family. Zhang Kui was very confident. After easily entering the Chu family's territory, Zhang Kui strolled about leisurely, not at all looking like he had broken into a dragon's lair or tiger's den at all. On the other hand, Dong Qian's strength was relatively weak, so his expression was slightly nervous as he looked around vigilantly. There's no need to be so nervous. So what if you're discovered? Zhang Kui said proudly, if we come across ordinary elders of the Chu family, we'll kill every single person we see. So what if we directly kill our way into the Chu family's ancestral residence? F***ck. Dong Qian cursed in his heart. You're F***ing strong, so you're naturally not afraid, but I don't have your ability. If he were to be surrounded and attacked by several elders at the third level of the Void Realm or above, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death before he could even use the spatial escape bead. Even if he successfully activated the spatial escape bead, he would still suffer heavy injuries. How could he not treat his precious life carefully? Dong Qian felt slightly uneasy in his heart, as he had a feeling that something would happen on this trip. When he passed by a courtyard not far away, Zhang Kui suddenly stopped in his tracks. Is that where Chu Kai-Oluo's son lives? It was no secret that Chu Kai-Oluo's son had been expelled from the ancestral residence by Chu Tianming. Before the spies inside the Chu family had been cleaned up, the cult had already obtained this information. It should be. As the branch leader of the cult in Chu County, Dong Qian naturally possessed information regarding Chu Xian. The cult would not pay too much attention to the direct descendants of the Chu family who were below the profound realm. Unless of course one happened to be Chu Kai-Oluo's son. After all, Chu Kai-Oluo's strength had at one time suppressed the entire Qin kingdom. He was the most talented person in the history of the Chu family. Zhang Kui thought to himself. Chu Kai-Oluo, although his son is a little useless, he is still Chu Kai-Oluo's son. If we control him, we might be able to gain something. Sect leader, you mean to recruit him into our cult? Dong Qian asked. No one knew if Chu Kai-Oluo and his wife were dead, since there had been no news about them since they went missing. Before they went missing, it was rumored that Chu Kai-Oluo was already at the 9th level of the Void Realm, and that he was even about to break through to the Unity Realm. If he had not gone missing, the Chu family might already have a Unity Realm expert guarding it now. The strength of the Chu family might have even surpassed the Qin family. There are two options. First, control Chu Kai-Oluo's son and help him break through to the profound realm. After that, we'll let him return to the Chu family's ancestral residence and become a chess piece for our cult. Second, we can recruit him into our cult and teach him the evil techniques. He'll become our cult's murder weapon. As Zhang Kui spoke, his eyes flashed with wisdom. Chu Kai-Oluo's son cultivating evil techniques and becoming an evil cultivator. If he kills others wantonly, I'd like to see how the Chu family will deal with him. The more Zhang Kui thought about it, the more tempted he was by the plan. He continued, if that old ghost Chu Tianming kills Chu Kai-Oluo's son with his own hands, I want to see how Chu Kai-Oluo will deal with him if he comes back one day. Moreover, if Chu Kai-Oluo's son is in our cult, when and if Chu Kai-Oluo comes back one day, I'll let this son of his meet him and see if Chu Kai-Oluo will kill him or not. The more he spoke, the more excited Zhang Kui became. He said, it just so happens that we can apply for an evil heart pill from the evil imperial court and mess up his mind, turning him into a loyal supporter and proponent of our evil techniques. Dong Qian said worriedly, Sect leader, what if Chu Kai-Oluo is not dead and, seeing that his son has been forced into the cult, goes crazy and exterminates our cult. What are you afraid of? At worst, we can just run away. Zhang Kui sneered and said, can he kill his own son? If he really kills his son, seeing that the one who caused his son to be captured and forced into the cult is none other than the old ghost Chu Tianming, what do you think Chu Kaioluo will do? Were it not for old ghost Chu Tianming expelling Chu Kaioluo's son, how would our cult even have the chance to make a move? I'd like to see how Chu Kaioluo treats the Chu family when he finds out. Dong Qian thought about it and agreed. No matter how he looked at it, the cult would not suffer any losses. Let's go and capture Chu Kaioluo's son. I want to take Chu Kaioluo's son away in front of the Chu family and anger old ghost Chu Tianming to death. Zhang Kui sneered and headed straight for the small courtyard. Dong Qian followed closely behind. Chu Xian sighed. Is everyone from the heretic cult crazy? They kept sneaking into the territory, but if they wanted to cause trouble, then they should go cause trouble. Why did they always have to target him before they went over to cause trouble? If these two people went to cause trouble, Chu Xian would still have not left the courtyard, so he naturally would not have been able to make a move to stop them. However, these two people just had to target him. They were courting death. Zhang Kui's strength was at the initial stage of the 9th level of the Void Realm, which was naturally nothing to the current Chu Xian. However, it had only been a short while, and the strength of the invaders had soared once again. Would it be the evil Imperial Court's Unity Stage powerhouse that attacked the next time? Chu Xian felt pressured. He had to live in seclusion for at least a year, so he had to try his best not to kill these two people. The Soul Seed Seal was about to come in handy again. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian entered the courtyard and saw Chu Xian. Without saying anything, Zhang Kui directly made a move. As soon as he made his move, the surrounding environment changed. Flames surged, huge trees towered into the sky, and stone boulders rolled around. Huge waves surged up into the sky, and sharp blades swept across the landscape. Not good. Zhang Kui was horrified. Evil energy surged through his body, and he was just about to activate the bead and escape. However, a huge palm swept over, and illusion and reality fused together with heaven and earth to form a seal. No matter how hard Zhang Kui struggled, he was still held tightly within the palm. The bones in his body emitted cracking sounds, and a sense of life and death crisis filled his heart. Unity Realm. There was a Unity Realm expert in the Chu family. Who was it? Zhang Kui was overwhelmed with shock. He tried to activate the spatial escape bead in a hurry, but the spiritual energy in his body had been sealed and his spiritual will was suppressed. He did not even have the slightest chance of escaping. He felt despair. Chapter 22, Subduing Zhang Kui. Pa. Zhang Kui knelt in front of Chu Xian. It's you. Looking at Chu Xian who was sitting on the reclining chair, Zhang Kui could not believe his eyes. Was this young man the one who attacked just now? He looked a little like Chu Kaioluo. Was he not Chu Kaioluo's useless son? Was such a young Unity Realm expert a useless person? Beside him, Dong Qian's face was swollen and he had fainted on the ground. On his head, there was a silly and cute-looking cat. The moment Dong Qian entered the courtyard, he felt his shoulder weighed down as something jumped onto his shoulder. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. Before he could react, he felt a small, fleshy paw slap his face repeatedly at an extremely fast speed. It slapped both sides of his face. He fell to the ground in a daze. He did not dare to move. He did not even dare to activate the spatial escape bead. He cursed Zhang Kui in his heart. He just had to insist on breaking into the Chu family's territory. Was he going to die now? Chu Xian sighed gloomily and asked, "Are you cultists all mentally ill? Why do you insist on targeting me? Is it because my father is Chu Kaioluo?" Zhang Kui wanted to cry, but had no tears to do so. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally not have paid any attention to a piece of trash among the direct descendants of the Chu family. However, his father was Chu Chu Luo, which was why it was different. D***mn, your father was already a monstrous expert, and now his son is even more ridiculous. What status do you have in the cult? 9th level of the Void Realm, and your strength isn't bad either. Chu Xian asked curiously. A 9th level Void Realm martial artist was considered a true peak expert in the Qin Kingdom, and this person ought to be an important figure in the cult. If he killed him, the cult would surely send an even stronger expert after they discovered his demise. How troublesome! He only wanted to stay in seclusion and become stronger peacefully, yet why was there so much nonsense hindering him from doing so? Zhang Kui felt that he ought to put up a strong front rather than lower his head to a young man, as doing so would be beneath his dignity. Suddenly, he saw a small tree swiftly crawling over using its roots. It seemed to indicate that it was very interested in him. He panicked. How could a tree that could walk be simple? I'm Zhang Kui, the first vice-sect leader of the Qin Kingdom's cult. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. His status isn't low at all. He formed a plan in his heart and decided to control Zhang Kui, the first vice-sect leader. With his status in the cult, he could naturally order the cult to stop harassing him. Moreover, with him acting as a high-level spy in the cult, if the evil imperial court made any moves, he would be able to be notified in advance. Don't be afraid. I, Chu Xian, wouldn't even kill a chicken, so why would I kill you? Zhang Kui's body trembled, and his heart became even more panicked. Anyone who said such words was not a good person. He still remembered that Chu Kai-Oluo had said something similar back then, but, in the blink of an eye, he had massacred dozens of cultists. His son was the same. His life was at stake here. Zhang Kui broke out in cold sweat. He wanted to put up a desperate struggle, but he could not move at all. Cultists were brutal, but not all of them were unafraid of death. Zhang Kui happened to be one who was afraid of death. The first vice-sect leader might be a valuable asset. It would be a pity to kill him, Chu Xian said to himself. Dong Qian, who was pretending to be unconscious, suddenly trembled when he heard that Zhang Kui, the vice-sect leader, was valuable and that it would be a pity to kill him. In that case, would he be the one killed instead? Young Master Chu, I am the branch leader of the cult in Chu County. I am also someone of value. He hurriedly opened his mouth to speak. His cowardly actions left Chu Xian speechless. Zhang Kui cursed in his heart. This spineless thing. No wonder the Chu County branch had suffered such heavy losses. Chu Xian directly used the Soul Seed Seal to control the two people. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian immediately turned respectful. Deep in their hearts, they were afraid, but they could not even form any thoughts of resistance or disobedience. From this moment on, they were Chu Xian's loyal servants, the kind that would never betray him. After understanding the purpose behind Zhang Kui and Dong Qian's incursion, Chu Xian was speechless. Were it not for him, the Chu family would have been thrown into chaos countless times. Please calm your cult members down. Don't keep sending people over to disturb the Chu family, got it? Yes, Master. I will definitely restrain the cult members. If anyone disobeys the order, I will kill them. Zhang Kui's speech was accompanied by awe-inspiring killing intent. You are the first vice-sect leader. Work hard and strive to become the sect leader of the cult in the Qin Kingdom. The best way to resolve the problem of the cult's harassment was naturally to control the cult itself. Zhang Kui was the first vice-sect leader and, under the right circumstances, had the chance to become the sect leader. However, the cult was also divided into factions. It would not be easy for Zhang Kui to become the sect leader just because he wanted to. One had to know that the sect leader of the cult in a country would have the support of the experts of the evil imperial court behind him. If Zhang Kui wanted to become the sect leader, he had to obtain the support of the experts of the evil imperial court as well as defeat the current sect leader. Only then would he be able to replace the sect leader. Chu Xian was not in a hurry. With Zhang Kui's current position as the first vice-sect leader, he was already capable of doing many things. The operation against the Chu family could be temporarily brought to an end. As long as he had enough time to develop in seclusion, when he broke through to the Emperor realm, Chu Xian would not be afraid of even the evil king of the evil imperial court coming to attack him. There was no Emperor realm expert in the southern region. How much do you know about Black Moon Tower? Chu Xian paid more attention to Black Moon Tower. They were all over the south region and had a wide network of businesses and clients. They were not afraid of any force in the southern region either. It could even be said that they were the strongest force in the southern region. Black Moon Tower can be found almost everywhere. Even our cult's secret operations cannot be hidden from them. It is very likely that Black Moon Tower has a treasured artifact that can spy on others and obtain intelligence. Zhang Kui said respectfully. He was also very wary of Black Moon Tower. No matter how careful the cult was, as long as they stayed in a certain place for a little too long, they would be discovered by Black Moon Tower. Moreover, it is said that the strongest person in the Qin kingdom is not the one from the Qin royal family, but rather a mysterious expert from the branch of Black Moon Tower in the Qin kingdom. Zhang Kui continued. The power Black Moon Tower possessed was quite interesting. They boasted about their credibility, but were also black-hearted. Chu Xian had some ideas and plans regarding Black Moon Tower. However, he first needed to be strong enough before he could even consider carrying them out. At this moment, Chu Xian sensed a powerful aura emerging from within the Chu family's territory. Chu Tianming. It seemed that he had just rushed back in a hurry. Did he receive information about Zhang Kui's attack? You guys should go. You should know what to do, right? If I need you to do anything, I'll let you know. Chu Xian threw out 2 jade talismans. Take them. They can help you avoid detection. I want to see if Black Moon Tower can really detect everything. The 2 jade talismans were concealing talismans that he had received as a reward from the system. Thank you, Master. Zhang Kui and Dong Qian were extremely shocked. These were actually jade talismans. In the entire southern region, jade talismans were mostly found in historical sites and were extremely rare. Almost all of them were in the hands of the various top powers. Although Black Moon Tower sold them, the price for one was astronomical and they could never have afforded one. After activating the jade talismans, Zhang Kui and Dong Qian disappeared and silently left the Chu family's territory. Chu Xian sensed that Chu Tianming was patrolling the ancestral grounds. He smiled and returned to his room to sleep. After subduing Zhang Kui, he would at least be safe for a period of time. There would no longer be any heretics coming over to harass him. You did not leave seclusion but managed to subdue an expert from the heretic cult. You have been rewarded with 10 years' worth of cultivation as well as the heavenly golden divine eyes. Bang! A surge of energy and comprehension filled his mind and body. Chu Xian's strength rose steadily. 2nd level of the Unity Realm. 3rd level of the Unity Realm. His strength did not stop rising until he achieved the 8th level. Chapter 23, There has been another mistake. Chu Xian felt his strength increase, and he now felt even more confident. If a few more cult experts come. He hurriedly extinguished this inappropriate thought. He could not be distracted. He had to remain steady. Only by being steadfast could he stay in seclusion for a long time, and only then would he be strong enough to guarantee his own safety. He could not take risks. The strength of the attackers in the future would be even stronger, so it would be terrible if he gave up his stable, secluded lifestyle for a moment's glory. Therefore, he had to remain stable and keep his imagination from running wild. Chu Xian also received the heavenly golden divine eyes. This was a mysterious eye that had the ability to see through illusions and pry into the laws of heaven and earth. Other than that, it also had the ability to attack. It could shoot out 2 rays of heavenly golden light with astonishing power. One could really kill people with their eyes. Chu Xian lay on the bed, feeling rather good as he quietly cultivated the 100 tempering divine technique. Chu Tianming carried the treasured artifact and patrolled the ancestral grounds. The other family elders were all alarmed as well. Zhang Kui was very powerful. If an ordinary family elder encountered him, they would definitely not be his match. Chu Tianming personally patrolled the area. Once he encountered Zhang Kui, he would immediately try to kill him. After obtaining the information from Wan Chong, he had immediately rushed over to Zhang Kui's hiding place, but he did not find any traces of the cult. At that time, he was extremely angry. What was going on with Wan Chong? Was the information wrong again? Was this information from Black Moon Tower also not true? He had to get his crystals back. He had rushed back to Chu County's capital with a dark look on his face. It can't be wrong. Wan Chong said calmly, "You have to understand that Zhang Kui is a living, sentient person. Perhaps when you rushed over, he just happened to leave. There is always a certain amount of delay when it comes to transmitting information. I can't provide you with real-time updates." Chu Tianming sneered, "Did your Black Moon Tower sell the information that I went to kill him to him as well?" Black Moon Tower was a black-hearted organization. They could and probably would do such a thing. As long as the price was right, any information could be bought. Our Black Moon Tower always acts in a trustworthy manner. You bought intelligence from us, so the intelligence on your actions can only be sold after a day's interval. Wan Chong reminded him with a smile, "Brother Chu, Zhang Kui suddenly left, and his hiding place is not far from the Chu family's territory. Aren't you worried about where he will go?" Chu Tianming's expression changed. He had been careless. He was so focused on finding trouble with Wan Chong that he had neglected Zhang Kui's possible actions. "If the information is wrong again, Brother Wan, you have to give me an explanation." Chu Tianming hurriedly rushed back to the Chu family's territory. Wan Chong smiled with a confident expression, and he muttered to himself, "How could the information be wrong? The information of my Black Moon Tower has always been true and reliable, and it has never been false, and we have never lied." A strange bird that was the size of a thumb suddenly flew into the room. It emitted weak spiritual fluctuations. Wan Chong suddenly laughed. It seems that Zhang Kui was indeed prepared to charge into the Chu family's territory. The fact that he possessed the spatial escape bead and had broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm seemed to have given Zhang Kui a great deal of confidence. The Chu family's territory was about to descend into chaos and, if they were careless, 1 or 2 Void Realm elders might even die. Wan Chong calmly waited for Chu Tianming to return and angrily try to purchase information from him while swearing to kill Zhang Kui. Wan Chong was already prepared to ask for an exorbitant price. 1 day later. As expected, Chu Tianming angrily appeared. Wan Chong brewed a pot of tea with a smile on his face. He was ready to rip off the Chu family at any moment. After ripping off the Chu family, his performance would definitely be rewarded by the higher UPS and might even be promoted soon. "Tower Lord Wan, do you think that I'm easy to bully? Or do you want to throw the reputation of Black Moon Tower into the pits?" Unexpectedly, Chu Tianming was indeed angry, but it was not because of Zhang Kui's incursion. Wan Chong was stunned and said with a dark expression, "Patriarch Chu, what do you mean? What do you mean? You took 1 million crystals from me, and the information you provided was wrong. Not once, but twice." Chu Tianming said angrily. He had been patrolling the family's territory last night, guarding against a possible attack by Zhang Kui. After daybreak, he went over to Zhang Kui's hiding place, but also did not find him there. Zhang Kui had never appeared. "Impossible." Wan Chong said in a deep voice, "The information of our Black Moon Tower has always been trustworthy. How could it be wrong again and again? It can't be wrong." Chu Tianming sneered, "Where is Zhang Kui? He didn't go to the hiding place you provided, and he didn't break into our Chu family's territory. Where is he then?" He didn't break into your Chu family's territory. Wan Chong was stunned. How could it be? Zhang Kui bringing Dong Jian to barge into the Chu clan's territory was true and unmistakable information. Are you sure? I personally patrolled the whole territory for an entire night, so what do you think? Chu Tianming was extremely angry. Tower Lord Wan, since the information was wrong, shouldn't the spirit crystals be returned? Family leader Chu, please wait a moment. Wan Chong felt a headache coming on. What was going on with Zhang Kui? Was he not supposed to barge into the Chu family's territory? Could it be that he got cold feet at the last minute? It did not make sense. He had already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Realm, and he possessed the spatial escape bead, so even if he encountered Chu Tianming, he would still be able to escape. Given his arrogant personality, how could he admit to being scared? Wan Chong immediately contacted the intelligence manager of Black Moon Tower. Where is Zhang Kui? I don't know. You're telling me you don't know? You'll have to bear the responsibility for making mistakes time and time again. Wan Chong roared. I really don't know. The person in charge of the intelligence said aggrievedly, Zhang Kui clearly went to the Chu family's territory last night, but since then, we still haven't discovered his whereabouts until now. It's almost like he disappeared into thin air. In preparation to rip off Chu Tianming, the person in charge of the intelligence department had paid close attention to Zhang Kui's whereabouts. Once Chu Tianming came to purchase the intelligence, he would then be able to provide it immediately. Moreover, Zhang Kui should have intruded into the Chu family's territory and killed the elders of the Chu family. He would have definitely run away immediately and would not remain in one place. The information about his whereabouts could then be divided into several parts and sold accordingly. The service of providing real-time information was expensive. This would be explained to the head of the Chu family. Then, in his rage, and for the sake of avenging the Chu family, he definitely would not be stingy with the price of the information. However, in the end, traces of Zhang Kui's whereabouts had completely disappeared. Even if he used the Black Moon Tower's precious artifact to search for traces, he had still been unable to detect anything. Zhang Kui's was strong and, given that he was at the 9th level of the Void Realm, it was understandable if he somehow had a way to avoid detection. However, why was even Dong Jian able to avoid detection? The two of them seemed to have vanished into thin air. Use manpower and investigate them for me. Find his whereabouts as soon as possible. Wan Chong ordered. He rubbed his forehead. What exactly was going on? Why did that B***starred Zhang Kui not break into the Chu family's territory? His performance had been excellent so far, and he even had a chance of being promoted. However, how could he be promoted if the news of this misinformation got out? He had to appease Chu Tianming and keep him from making a fuss. Returning to the VIP room, he said with a smile, Brother Chu, don't be so angry. How about this? I have already given the order to investigate Zhang Kui's whereabouts. Tower Lord Wan, Zhang Kui is cunning. Black Moon Tower has already repeatedly made mistakes in providing intelligence, causing the Chu family to be unable to eliminate him in time. What do you think should be done about this? Chu Tianming narrowed his eyes and said. Wan Chong cursed in his heart. However, for the sake of his future and the reputation of Black Moon Tower, he had to pay a price. This kind of thing had happened before. The reason why the reputation of Black Moon Tower had always been trustworthy was because, after making mistakes, they would make up for it in due time, and their customers were always very satisfied in the end. As for the customers who wanted to ask for too much in return, they had all turned into ashes in the end. Since the customers had turned into ashes, who would be aware that the reputation of the Black Moon Tower had problems? Chapter 24, Divine Replenishment Technique and Truth Mantra. Everyone knew how powerful Black Moon Tower was, so customers would rarely ask for too much. Chu Tianming knew the rules of Black Moon Tower, and he also knew that Black Moon Tower valued reputation highly. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity, when would he ever have the opportunity to do so again? Wanchong wanted to be promoted, so this stain on his record had to be covered up and washed away. Wanchong had no choice but to act according to the rules of Black Moon Tower. Brother Chu, don't worry. Zhang Kui won't be allowed to live. Since the Chu family has entrusted Black Moon Tower with helping remove Zhang Kui, the Black Moon Tower will definitely help the Chu family get rid of him. Wanchong said with a straight face. Tasking them with killing Zhang Kui was not too much to ask in terms of compensation, so Wanchong agreed to the request. Zhang Kui was not weak, and he had the spatial escape pearl, so it was not easy to kill him. Possessing the spatial escape pearl did not mean that he would necessarily be able to escape with his life. After activating it once, he would need to wait 15 minutes before he could activate it a second time. As long as he caught up to Zhang Kui in time after the first activation of the spatial escape pearl, it would not be difficult to kill him. Given the means available to Black Moon Tower, it would not be a problem to track and surround him within those 15 minutes. Then I'll wait for the good news from Tower Lord Wan. Chu Tianming squinted his eyes and said. 3 days later. Where is he? No, I don't know. Wan Chang's expression was unsightly. Chu Tianming's expression was strange. Had the intelligence-gathering capabilities of Black Moon Tower deteriorated? Could they not even find Zhang Kui's whereabouts? Even if he could not be killed, Black Moon Tower would at least be able to find him, right? Tower Lord Wan, are you toying with me? Brother Chu, don't misunderstand. I've already given the order to investigate. Regardless of life or death, we will obtain accurate information for you. Wanchong had a helpless expression on his face. He cursed inwardly. What was up with this B********starred Zhang Kui? Did he really disappear into thin air? Even if he died, the Black Moon Tower would still be able to obtain information of his death. Someone who could kill Zhang Kui silently had to be at least at the second or third level of the Unity Realm. Faced with a first-level Unity Realm expert, Zhang Kui would be able to struggle for a moment or two, so there would be a chance to activate the escape pearl. Although escaping 100 li may be insufficient to guarantee that his safe escape when faced with a strong opponent, but Black Moon Tower would at least be able to find out information if that had happened. Anyone who could kill him without a trace had to be at least at the second level of the Unity Realm. However, if Zhang Kui was vigilant enough, when faced with an impending crisis, he would have still made preparations to delay his demise and activate the pearl. Therefore, if an expert was to Zhang Kui silently and directly, to the point that he would not have the chance to activate the spatial escape pearl, such an expert would have to be at least at the third level of the Unity Realm. In the Qin Kingdom, there was only one expert at the third level of the Unity Realm and above. He was an expert that belonged to Black Moon Tower and was in charge of the Qin Kingdom. Was Zhang Kui dead or alive? Wanchong felt a headache coming on. What kind of nonsense was this? It seemed that ever since they had involved themselves in the matter between the Chu family and the cult, everything had started to go wrong for him. Tower Lord Wan, it has been 3 days and there has been no news at all. Should I be doubting the intelligence-gathering capabilities of Black Moon Tower, or should I be doubting your ability? Chu Tianming was also puzzled. Could Zhang Kui actually avoid the detection of Black Moon Tower? If that was really the case, Zhang Kui was a threat. Wanchong said with a dark face, Brother Chu, don't worry. The intelligence-gathering capabilities of Black Moon Tower are unique. My ability is naturally not bad either. Then I'll wait another day. Wanchong once again urged the person in charge of the intelligence department. Where is Zhang Kui? No matter whether he's dead or alive, we must find an explanation. I think there's a high probability that Zhang Kui is dead. Are you sure? 80% sure. What if he's not dead? I'll make sure again. A day later. Wanchong said with a straight face, Brother Chu, according to reliable intelligence sources, Zhang Kui is dead. Chu Tianming was surprised. Are you sure? Who killed him? The information from Black Moon Tower won't be wrong. There's a high chance that he was killed by an expert from the Qin Kingdom. Wan Chong said with a straight face. There was a high chance that Zhang Kui was dead. Even if he was not dead, as long as he appeared, Black Moon Tower would kill him immediately. As such, in his eyes, the information from Black Moon Tower was not wrong. If they said he was dead, he had to be dead. Even if he was not dead yet, as long as he dared to show his face, he would then be killed. Chu Tianming looked at him with suspicion. Regarding Brother Chu's purchase of the information, I can personally accept a mission from Brother Chu as personal compensation. How about that? Wan Chong would provide compensation for the information that was wrong. It was not included in the records of Black Moon Tower, but came from his own account. In that case, Black Moon Tower's information would not be considered wrong. If Chu Tianming agreed, then Wan Chong would owe him a favor. Since Brother Wan has said so, then I won't pursue the matter. However, I want to entrust Brother Wan with the task of investigating the whereabouts of my son Kai Oluo. Chu Tianming said seriously. This was why he had been adamantly following up on Zhang Kui's matter. Otherwise, he might as well have directly sold off Wan Chang's favor. Would that not have been more profitable? He wanted to use Black Moon Tower's information-gathering capabilities to investigate Chu Kai Oluo's whereabouts. No problem. I will use my personal identity to request Black Moon Tower to pay attention to this matter. Once there is any news, I will inform Brother Chu immediately. Every Black Moon Tower Lord could send a request to Black Moon Tower's intelligence network 3 times every 10 years to investigate and track down the status of a person. Wan Chong would use this benefit to help Chu Tianming find Chu Kai Oluo's whereabouts. It could be considered as making up for the mistake in the information provided previously. Thank you, Brother Wan. Chu Tianming cupped his hands. You stayed in seclusion and did not leave the courtyard. Thanks to your small actions, Black Moon Tower, who are known for their accurate information, made several errors in the provision of intelligence to their customers. You are rewarded with the Divine Replenishment Technique and the Truth Mantra. Chu Xian was lying on the reclining chair while reading a miscellaneous book in his hand. The system's reward had appeared out of the blue. He was stunned. What did he do? His actions resulted in Black Moon Tower's information being false? He immediately tried to recall the relevant information. Could it be related to Zhang Kui's matter? He deliberately gave Zhang Kui a concealing talisman to test Black Moon Tower. It should be this exact action that caused Black Moon Tower to provide incorrect information about Zhang Kui. Therefore, it could be concluded that Black Moon Tower was not omnipotent, and not all information could be found by them. He had obtained the Divine Replenishment Technique and the Truth Mantra. The Divine Replenishment Technique was a powerful secret technique that could repair one's damaged soul. It was an extremely powerful soul-type recovery technique. Not only could it repair one's own damaged soul, but it could also heal the damaged souls of others. In terms of rank, it had already surpassed the level of the Great Luo Emperor scripture. Above Emperor-level scriptures were the heaven-level scriptures, and above the heaven-level scriptures were the divine ones. This divine replenishing technique belonged to a class of secret techniques that were of the same level as other divine techniques. The truth mantra was also a secret technique of the same level. Forcing others to speak the truth was only a small part of this technique. The true core of the technique was the ability to turn words into truth. Truth from a single sentence. It was a secret technique that pointed directly to the great Dao of heaven and earth. Given Chu Xian's current cultivation realm, even if he comprehended the truth mantra with the help of the system, he would still be able to reach the level of turning words into truth. He would not be able to kill the enemy with a single word, break through all techniques with a single word, or even achieve the truth with a single word. He could only use the technique in a way that made people spit out the truth. Regardless, obtaining 2 secret techniques at once made Chu Xian extremely happy. As expected, being in seclusion was the best, and there were also a lot of fun things to be discovered. You are in a happy mood. After comprehending the benefits of seclusion, and that there are all sorts of fun to be discovered within, you have received the reward of the 7-colored divine light. Another reward appeared. Chu Xian was overjoyed. Today was a good day. He had actually triggered a random reward from the system. Chapter 25, Enlightenment Tea. Chu Xian received the 7-colored divine light, and it immediately covered his body, making him look like an immortal god. The 7-colored divine light unparalleled defensive capabilities. It would defend against physical, as well as soul-based, attacks. Moreover, once the 7-colored divine light was activated, his entire body would be bathed in the divine light. He would appear mysterious, powerful, and divine, just like a legendary divine being. Chu Xian was very satisfied. With the 7-colored divine light on his body, he was unparalleled in terms of acting cool. Although he did not want to go out right now, there would always be a chance to act cool later. Moreover, once he became invincible, he naturally had to go out and have fun. Would he then not have the chance to act cool? How comfortable! Chu Xian stretched his limbs and continued to read. This miscellaneous book recorded many strange things in the southern region, including the miserable life of a particular evil king of the evil imperial court. This evil king had once castrated himself in order to master a powerful cultivation technique when he was young. After he had successfully cultivated it, he had wanted to seek revenge on his enemy. In the end, he sadly discovered that the cultivation technique mastered by his enemy was even more powerful than his. Not to mention that his enemy had not even needed to castrate himself. His enemy was even happily married to the woman he loved. The evil king's mind was thrown into chaos. He became mad and twisted. In the end, he actually sacrificed 1 million people in order to recover his male organs. It was said that the blood devil technique that was passed down in the evil imperial court was created by this evil king. He used this powerful devil technique to restore his male organs, kill his enemies, and take back the woman he once loved. In the end, after the woman was taken back by him, she said coldly and disdainfully, "Compared to him, you are just too soft and boring." After hearing these words, the evil king went mad on the spot and died just like that. Chu Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. The life of that evil king was truly tragic. In the evening, a steward arrived from the ancestral residence. 13th young master, the patriarch wishes for you to return to the ancestral residence. Chu Xian was stunned. What was going on with this cheap grandfather of his, Chu Tianming? Why did he suddenly want him to return to the ancestral residence? Did Chu Yun plead for mercy on his behalf? No, she was still breaking through to the 3rd level of the profound realm and had not left closed-door cultivation yet, right? It was impossible for her to have returned to the ancestral residence. I'm not going back. I'm living very comfortably here. Chu Xian refused him flatly. What kind of joke was this? He had been staying in the courtyard for almost a year. If he returned now, would not the record of staying in the courtyard for so long be wasted? The living area of this house was bound to this courtyard. If he wanted to bind it to another place after he left, and the system said that it had a cool-down period, how would he then become stronger quickly? The steward was stunned. He had not expected Chu Xian to refuse. Was the 13th young master acting up in a fit of rage? That had to be it. After being chased out of the ancestral residence by the patriarch, he was consumed by anger and would not return easily. 13th young master, the patriarch said that he will overlook your past mistakes. You can return to the ancestral residence and live there. Go away. I said that I'm not going back. It's more comfortable here. Chu Xian waved his hand and said impatiently. The steward had no choice but to go back and report this to Chu Tianming. Without Chu Tianming's order, he did not dare to forcefully bring him back. You refused to return to the ancestral residence and chose to continue staying here. You've been rewarded with a box of enlightenment tea. A random reward from the system had made its appearance again. Chu Xian was overjoyed and examined the details of the enlightenment tea. Enlightenment tea could help cultivators comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth and break through the bottleneck of the truth realm. The truth realm was about comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. Therefore, it was not easy to break through the truth realm. It was easy to reach the unity realm, but difficult to break through to the truth realm. The reason behind this was because, in order to break through to the truth realm, one had to comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth. Only by grasping this strand of true meaning could one break through the truth realm. The spirit realm was about spiritual power taking form and displaying a certain degree of control. The void realm was about merging one's spiritual power and spiritual will with the void, allowing them to fuse and become formless and concealed. The unity realm was about the transformation of spiritual power and spiritual will, and fusing and sublimating void and reality. This was the unity realm. And the truth realm was the comprehension of the true meaning of heaven and earth. The transformation of spiritual power and spiritual will into reality. A streak of spiritual power could be turned into a rabbit. It looked entirely real and not fake, and did not appear to have been constructed from spiritual power. This was the comprehension of true meaning. To reach this step, one needed both extremely high innate talent as well as comprehension ability. Many people were considered elites until they reached the unity realm. Their journey was smooth and without hindrance, and they cultivated to the unity realm very quickly. However, they became stuck at the threshold of the truth realm, and were unable to advance an inch. Countless people had been stuck at the unity realm for their entire lives and were unable to comprehend true meaning and break through to the truth realm. The enlightenment tea could help people comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth. It was obvious how precious it was. Any treasure that could help people comprehend true meaning was very rare and precious. Once one entered the truth realm, their strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. A single strand of spiritual power could easily be turned into an object and be used to kill a unity realm expert. It was no exaggeration to say that even 10 peak unity realm experts would not be able to defeat a truth realm expert. Chu Xian was already at the 8th level of the unity realm, and he was about to enter the 9th level. No matter how confident he was, it would have taken him more time to break through to the truth realm. However, with the enlightenment tea, he could greatly shorten the time needed to break through. In fact, with the help of a cup of tea, he could even break through to the 9th level of the unity realm. Chu Xian was elated and immediately brewed a pot of tea for himself. No one could force him to leave this small courtyard. It was impossible for him to return to the ancestral residence. Chu Tianming flew into a rage. After he returned from the Black Moon Tower, he found that he dearly missed his third son, Chu Kaioluo. He thought that no matter what, Chu Xian was still his third son's only son, so he softened his heart and asked someone to bring him back. In the end, Chu Xian did not appreciate his kindness and was actually unwilling to come back in a fit of rage. Don't bother about him. He likes to stay there, right? Then just let him be. Chu Tianming was so angry that he smashed his teacup to the ground. Chu Xian did not care about whether Chu Tianming had flown into a rage or whether he smashed the teacup to the ground. After all, it was best if he did not allow Chu Xian to return to the ancestral residence. After drinking a cup of tea, many profound concepts suddenly became clear in his mind. He closed his eyes and savored the comprehension effect of the enlightenment tea. His strength, which was originally at the 8th level of the unity realm, slowly rose and he broke through to the 9th level of the unity realm. After putting down the teacup, Chu Xian even managed to gain some comprehension regarding the true meaning of heaven and earth. He believed that, by drinking a pot of true enlightenment tea every day and comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth, it would not be a difficult thing for him to break through to the truth realm before the 1-year period arrived. A few days later, Chu Yun successfully broke through to the 3rd level of the profound realm and left her closed-door cultivation. The moment she came out of seclusion, the first thing she did was to come over to the small courtyard. She flipped through the insights that Chu Xian had prepared for her and said with a sigh, third uncle is indeed worthy of being the person who suppressed the cultivators of Qin Kingdom with his strength. 13th brother, you have to work hard in your cultivation. You can't be so lazy. You shouldn't besmirch third uncle's reputation. Turning back to look at Chu Xian, who was lying lazily on the reclining chair, Chu Yun said with a frown. You wouldn't understand. It's really comfortable to live like this. It's so boring to work hard and cultivate every day. Chu Xian poured himself another cup of tea and replied while tasting it. Come over and try this tea. The enlightenment tea could be drunk at any realm. It could lay the foundation for comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth in advance. Chu Yun took a sip of the tea, and she found it fragrant and delicious. It was much more delicious than any tea she had ever drunk. Moreover, her mind became clear, and it seemed as if she could vaguely comprehend some things in her mind. This tea. Chu Yun drank the whole cup of tea, and her eyes lit up. This tea is so delicious. It also seems to have some other special effects. I feel that my whole body is much more energetic now. Chapter 26, Truth Realm, Materialization of Power into Reality. This was left behind by my father, so it's naturally not just any ordinary tea. Chu Xian lied through his teeth. As long as he said it was left behind by his father, no one would doubt him. His father was indeed a figure that had suppressed all his peers. So it was left behind by third uncle. No wonder. Chu Yun was enlightened. Chu Kaioluo was a legendary figure. This was why, when most people saw Chu Xian, their first thought was that a tiger father had begotten a dog son. After a period of time, the Chu family had become very peaceful. The cult seemed to have stopped its movements for a while, and most of their forces in Chu County had retreated. There was still no news of Zhang Kui. It seemed that he really was dead. Only Wan Chong was aware that the B***-starred Zhang Kui had once appeared briefly. The experts of Black Moon Tower had not been able to kill him during that brief moment. He had escaped. Moreover, he had once again lost track of Zhang Kui. Fortunately, he had not announced to the public that Zhang Kui was dead. He had only told that to Chu Tianming once. Therefore, even if Zhang Kui really reappeared, no one would suspect that Black Moon Tower's intelligence had been wrong. This was because Black Moon Tower had never officially said that Zhang Kui was dead. As for Chu Tianming, he had offered to use his quota for Black Moon Tower's intelligence network for his sake to investigate Chu Kaioluo's whereabouts. As such, Chu Tianming would not do anything that would jeopardize the current situation. You've been in seclusion for 10 months. You've been rewarded with the Mystic Fire Bell. The Mystic Fire Bell was a low-grade Emperor artifact. It contained mystic fire that could burn the sky and boil the earth, and its power was unparalleled. Chu Xian had obtained yet another Emperor artifact. The longer he remained in seclusion, the more generous the rewards became. The levels of the rewards even became higher as well. The worst reward he was likely to receive for a year of seclusion was a heaven-level scripture. Perhaps he might even receive a divine-level scripture or something above it. Chu Xian was full of expectation. During this period of time, Chu Yun often came to the courtyard. Every time she flipped through the books, she would gain a different understanding of the concepts within. Every time she would sigh, "Third uncle really is a genius." Chu Xian smiled but would not say anything. She drank the enlightenment tea every day. There would basically be no hindrances when Chu Yun attempted to break through to the truth realm. She had outstanding innate talent and had comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth in advance. It was only a matter of time before she would break through to the truth realm. After a short period of time passed, Chu Yun was now not far from the 4th level of the profound realm. Chu Xian, on the other hand, had already touched upon the threshold of the truth realm. He would definitely break through to the truth realm within half a month at most. There were a few more potted plants in the courtyard. These had all been brought over by Chu Yun. She felt that the courtyard was too monotonous. There was only a cat and a strange little tree. It was very uninteresting, so she planted some spiritual flowers in pots here. 13th brother, why haven't I seen you leave the courtyard before? Chu Yun asked in puzzlement. Despite having visited him repeatedly, and over a long period of time, Chu Xian had not left the yard once. Chu Tianming had only chased him out of the ancestral residence. He had not grounded him, so he was actually allowed to leave the courtyard. I'm cultivating. Hey! Chu Yun said in confusion, 13th brother, I haven't seen you cultivate, and your strength has not increased. You wouldn't understand. I'm cultivating the heart. Chu Xian replied with an unfathomable expression, the higher the state of the heart, the higher the cultivation strength. So, 13th brother, you're saying that because the state of your heart isn't high, that's why your strength is so weak. Chu Yun pondered. Is this the cultivation method that third uncle passed down? How strange. The corner of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. In order to prevent her from forcing him to cultivate, he could only lie and say, yes, my father passed it down in secret. At the beginning, his strength appeared weak, but, once he comprehended it, he soared into the sky. Not everyone can cultivate this method. It's very harsh. That's why I didn't return to the ancestral residence. With this excuse, Chu Yun would not continue pestering him to return with her to the ancestral residence. I understand. Chu Yun nodded, and said with a serious face, I won't force 13th brother to return to the ancestral residence, and I won't allow anyone to disturb you. 10 days passed quickly. Chu Xian had already stepped 1 foot into the truth realm. He would break through within the next 1 or 2 days. Chu Yun drank the enlightenment tea and flipped through the cultivation records. Her comprehension of the great Luo Emperor scripture was getting deeper and deeper, and she had half a foot into the 4th level of the profound realm. On this day, Chu Yun came over to bid farewell. She was going back to the ancestral residence to break through to the 4th level of the profound realm. Chu Tianming was very happy. He loved his granddaughter Chu Yun more and more. Even Chu Qing, whom he regarded as his successor to the patriarch position, could not compare to Chu Yun in terms of how much love and affection he displayed. Chu Tianming's heart was already moved. He no longer had the intention of marrying Chu Yun out. He directly ignored the Qin royal family's intention to seek her hand in marriage. Chu Xian was very clear that the Chu family, Zhao family, He family, and the Qin royal family had always been connected by marriage. The direct descendants of the 4 families were all married to each other. Thanks to this, the relationship between the 4 families was inseparable. He did not have a fiancé because his father, Chu Kaioluo, had once broken the marriage contract. In addition, his talent was poor, so the other 3 families did not fancy him as a potential marriage candidate. Other than him, the other direct descendants basically all had marriage partners. Even if they had not been confirmed yet, the elders all had the same intention and would look for opportunities for these partners to nurture their feelings for each other. For example, old 7th's fiancé was He Weiwei. This pair could be considered to have already taken a liking to each other, and it was unlikely for their relationship to encounter any accidents. Chu Yun was still young, so naturally, her marriage had not been decided yet. Moreover, Chu Tianming was very fond of her, so he did not have any plans to have her married off for the time being. What Chu Xian wanted to do was to allow Chu Yun to gain enough power to control her own future. After staying in seclusion for 10 months and 15 days, the opportunity to break through to the truth realm finally arrived. Chu Xian sat cross-legged on the bed. The minor 5 elements array formation in the courtyard had been activated. Although his breakthrough speed was very fast, and he could stabilize his cultivation on the same day as his breakthrough, he activated the minor 5 elements array formation to guard against any untoward incidents, just in case. The spiritual power in his body surged and began to undergo a transformation. Wisps of spiritual will and spiritual power, as well as the comprehension of the truth realm, surfaced in his mind. The speed of transformation was not slow. 2 hours later, Chu Xian had already broken through to the truth realm. His spiritual power had been completely sublimated, and each wisp of spiritual power contained a wisp of spiritual will. After the breakthrough, Chu Xian's mind moved, and a wisp of spiritual power appeared. A little rabbit formed from spiritual power appeared beside him. The little rabbit looked no different from a real rabbit. There were no traces of spiritual power being condensed. Its eyes were bright and full of life. It opened its mouth and let out a cute little rabbit-like cry. Every hair on its body was exactly the same as a real one. Touching it, it felt furry, warm, and alive. Cutting its leg, the little rabbit cried out in pain, jumped about and struggled, and bright red blood flowed out of the wound. Materialization of power into reality. This was the mark of a truth realm expert. For those below the truth realm, it was almost impossible to notice that this rabbit was something created from spiritual power. Chu Xian could not help but recall a record he read in a miscellaneous book. A certain truth realm master created thousands of pills from spiritual power and sold them to a certain sect. The sect master did not realize that they were fake. It was not until they found out that the pills could only increase spiritual power slightly and did not have any special effects that they discovered that they had been cheated. Of course, if the pills created from the spiritual power of a truth realm expert were not tampered with, martial artists below the truth realm could consume them to recover their spiritual power and even break through a small realm. With a thought from Chu Xian, little rabbits and cute kittens appeared in the courtyard one after the other. They were bouncing, lively, and cute. Chapter 27, Myriad Spirits Scripture and Myriad Elixirs Scripture. You have remained in seclusion and have broken through to the truth realm. You have been rewarded with a pet sky-shaking golden rock. Another pet? Chu Xian examined the information of the sky-shaking golden rock. Sky-shaking golden rock. An ancient godly beast with extreme speed. It can shake the 9 heavens above and split the 9 netherworlds below. After reading the introduction of sky-shaking golden rock, Chu Xian could only say that it was awesome. It was indeed an ancient divine beast. He took out the sky-shaking golden rock. It was a valiant little eagle with golden claws, golden wings, and sharp eyes. Its strength was at the first level of the truth realm. However, it was only the size of a pigeon. It was still in its infant stage, and he did not know how many years it would take for it to grow to adulthood. Meow! The heavenly spirit cat jumped over and stared at the sky-shaking golden rock. The sky-shaking golden rock spread its wings and raised one of its claws to grab at the neck of the heavenly spirit cat. The cat's hair immediately stood on end. It let out a low roar and a surging pressure emerged. It had activated the power of the white tiger divine beast. However, the sky-shaking golden rock was not afraid. It tilted its head and appeared somewhat curious as to why this cat could release such power. The heavenly spirit cat's current strength was around the 3rd level of the unity realm. It was weaker than the sky-shaking golden rock, but since it also belonged to Chu Xian, there would only be friendly fights and scars, but no life and death battles. After breaking through to the truth realm, Chu Xian's confidence had increased greatly. He was one step closer to being invincible in the southern region. The heretic cult was nothing to worry about. The ordinary experts of the evil imperial court were also nothing to worry about. There was no emperor-level character in the southern region either. As long as he broke through to the emperor realm, he would be invincible in the southern region. He could then ignore the evil imperial court. Of course, the emperor realm was still rather insignificant elsewhere. He would only be able to dominate the southern region. Outside the southern region, on this vast continent, the emperor realm was nothing to shout about. After breaking through to the truth realm, one's cultivation would increase even more slowly. Chu Xian was in no hurry and would patiently wait until a year of seclusion had passed. The reward for remaining in seclusion for a year would undoubtedly be generous. Perhaps the reward for remaining in seclusion for a year would allow him to directly break through to the Emperor realm. As long as he broke through to the Emperor realm, he would truly have nothing to fear in the southern region. The sky-shaking golden rock sat on a branch of the spirit-devouring flower and tilted its head to stare at it. It felt that this small tree was a bit extraordinary. As an ancient divine beast, it naturally had its pride. Those that could catch its eye were not ordinary things. Chu Yun was still in closed-door cultivation. Not everyone was like Chu Xian, whereby breaking through was like drinking water and happened in an instant. For others, even breaking through a small realm would take at least a few days. After breaking through, they would still need to stabilize their cultivation. Looking at the potted plants in the courtyard, Chu Xian felt that he had nothing to do. As such, he took out a pair of scissors and trimmed the leaves and branches of the potted plants. Such a laid-back lifestyle was indeed very comfortable. He just needed a beautiful maid to accompany him. No matter how beautiful the potted plants and flowers were, they could not compare to having a delicate beauty by his side. There were many beautiful maids in the Chu family, but none of them were talented. He did not want an ordinary maid. As such, he could only stay home alone for now. You pruned the potted plants and enjoyed yourself. You've been rewarded with the Myriad Spirits Scripture and the Myriad Elixirs Scripture. Chu Xian paused. He had triggered a random reward again? Awesome! After trimming the potted plants, Chu Xian sat on the reclining chair and checked out the system's reward. The Myriad Spirits Scripture recorded all the spiritual objects, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures in the world. If one was familiar with the Myriad Spirits Scripture, one would be able to recognize any spiritual item in the world, any heavenly material or earthly treasure, even those extinct and extremely rare spiritual items. The Myriad Spirits Scripture recorded the effects and general uses of each spiritual item. In addition to the Myriad Spirits Scripture, he had received an alchemy scripture. It recorded countless pill formulas, as well as numerous alchemy methods that had been passed down throughout history. Both the lost pill formulas and the lost pill refinement methods could be found within its pages. Chu Xian had received the Myriad Spirits and the Myriad Elixirs scriptures. Both scriptures were not thick, but each page contained an enormous amount of information. This was a special method of recording information. The contents of each page could be scrolled down continuously. Other than words, there were also images and diagrams on each page. The pill refinement methods recorded in the Myriad Elixir scripture included not only the text notes, but also a process diagram of the pill refinement. Chu Xian did not immediately ask the system to infuse the contents of the two books into his mind. Instead, he flipped through them leisurely. Reading the Myriad Spirits scripture was like reading a plant encyclopedia. It was just right to pass time with. Chu Xian had read through most of the books in the Chu family, so the Myriad Spirits scripture and the Myriad Elixirs scripture could make up for his current lack of reading materials. It was the best way for him to pass the time. In any case, he could not utilize the Myriad Spirits and the Myriad Elixirs scriptures for the time being, so he was in no hurry to master them. He did not lack pills. He did not lack natural treasures either. Every day that he stayed in seclusion, the system would give him all kinds of rewards. Chu Xian placed one of the pill refinement methods and a few pill formulas in the cultivation notes he had prepared for Chu Yun. Chu Xian did not care whether Chu Yun was interested in the subject or whether she would learn it. He only needed to prepare things for her so that she could increase her own influence and voice in the family. That pill refining method was one of the top pill refining techniques in the southern region. After Chu Yun learned it, her status in the Chu family would surpass Chu Qing's and would be no lower than the head of the family. Moreover, the pill formulas that Chu Xian had prepared for her included pills that would allow her to break through to the truth realm. Each pill could increase the chance of breaking through by 30 to 70%. Other than pills that could help her break through to the truth realm, there were also pills that could heal injuries, strengthen her spiritual will, and help her recover from mental injuries. If Chu Yun could refine these pills, the strength of the Chu family would increase by 30% within a short period of time. Once Chu Yun mastered those pill refining techniques, even if she actually did want to get married, Chu Tianming would beg her not to leave the Chu family. 3 days later, Chu Yun left closed-door cultivation. The first thing she did after she came out of closed-door cultivation was to come over to the small courtyard. She flipped through the cultivation notes again and discovered the alchemy technique. She was immediately shocked. There was actually an alchemy method to refine the profound void pills, which also included the recipe for the profound void pill. The profound void pill was extremely rare. In the entire southern region, there were only a few people who could refine the profound void pill. The Chu family had once thought of purchasing a profound void pill, but its price at the Black Moon Tower was too expensive. The Chu family would have to spend almost one-third of its reserves in order to purchase it. It was precisely because of this that they gave up on the idea of purchasing the profound void pill. If he had the profound void pill, Chu Tianming would have a chance of breaking through to the Unity realm. This pill refinement method had been very casually placed inside a pile of notes, almost as if it held no value. Third uncle actually did not pass on this pill refinement technique to the family. Chu Yun was puzzled. If someone from the Chu family was in possession of this pill refinement technique, it would be enough to cause the Chu family's strength to soar. Moreover, after the Chu family could refine these pills themselves, there was no need for them to buy pills from others. In fact, they could even sell them to the market. No matter how she looked at it, this pill refinement technique was extremely important to the Chu family. Chu Yun could not understand why third uncle did not pass on this pill refinement technique to grandfather. Could it be that this pill refinement technique had unique origins? It had to be so. Chu Yun was conflicted. Should she learn it then? If this pill refinement technique were to be leaked, would it bring disaster to the Chu family? After hesitating for a long time, Chu Yun finally decided to learn it secretly. When she wanted to refine pills, she would do so secretly. As long as she did not refine pills on a large scale, and as long as it could be kept a secret, there would not be any trouble. After making up her mind, Chu Yun began to seriously study it. Chapter 28, Sending Someone to His Door? Chu Yun's actions naturally could not be concealed from Chu Xian. After seeing Chu Yun's cautious appearance, Chu Xian could not help but feel puzzled. Why was she being so secretive? After thinking about it for a moment, he immediately understood the reason and did not know whether to laugh or cry. That pill refinement technique was extremely extraordinary in the southern region. If it had really been left behind by Chu Kaioluo, why was it not handed over to the Chu family? It had to be because there was something wrong with the origins of this pill refinement technique. Chu Xian did not say anything. Her being more cautious was also a good thing. If news of it were to leak out, it would be troublesome if some of the major forces in the southern region targeted and attacked the Chu family because of it. He was only at the first level of the truth realm now. Once an expert attacked and revealed his cultivation level, how would he be able to keep a low profile and stay at home in peace? Over the next few days, Chu Yun fervently studied the pill refinement technique. Finally, after mastering both the pill formula and the pill refinement method, she decided to practice the pill refinement technique. In order to be cautious, she did not choose to refine pills inside the small courtyard. Instead, she planned to go out and temper herself. She wanted to leave the Chu family's territory and find a quiet place to practice it secretly. Before leaving, Chu Yun told Chu Xian about the pill refinement method and asked him to hide it well. Chu Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing how cautious she was acting, he could only lie and say that he was already aware of the pill refinement technique. He told her that his father asked him to learn it, but he did not do so because he felt lazy. There was no problem with where the pill refinement technique came from. Although Chu Xian claimed that there were no problems with the origins of the pill refinement technique, Chu Yun still remained cautious. If news of it were to leak out, it would end up being coveted by the powerful forces of the southern region, which would land the Chu family in hot soup. Especially if she was targeted by the evil imperial court, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Chu Yun were to go out to temper herself, there would be experts from the Chu family protecting her in the dark. If she wanted to secretly refine pills, then she would have to send away the experts from the Chu family who were protecting her in the dark. Chu Xian gave her a few jade talismans. His excuse was once again that they had been left behind by his father and, since he did not need to go out and temper himself, he did not need them. Besides that, Chu Xian also used the soul seed seal to transmit his will to Zhang Kui, asking him to protect Chu Yun in the dark. Zhang Kui's strength was at the 9th level of the Void Realm and, under the control of the soul seed seal, he was absolutely loyal. In order to complete the mission of protecting Chu Yun's safety, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life. However, Zhang Kui was the first vice-sect leader of the heretic cult after all, and he had to pay attention to the matters of the cult at all times, and he might not be able to protect Chu Yun all the time. Dong Qian's strength was not weak, and so he was tasked with secretly protecting Chu Yun together with Zhang Kui. Combined, they would be able to ensure that nothing went wrong. In the Qin kingdom, other than the cult, no other forces dared to attack the direct descendants of the three aristocratic families. Chu Yun went out to train, and Chu Xian continued to stay in the courtyard. In this generation of direct descendants of the Chu family, apart from Chu Xian, no one else stayed in the family's territory. Old Seventh had gone to the He family. Chu Qing continued to chase after the cult while managing the affairs of Chu County. In an underground palace in the Purple Moon Kingdom, more than 10 heretic experts had gathered. The cult's vice-sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom, Yuan Chang, said with a gloomy face, "The right protector fell in the Chu County of the Qin Kingdom. This matter is inextricably related to the Chu family. Who will seek revenge for our Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult? Didn't the right protector fall in the internal strife of the cult in the Qin Kingdom?" An expert of the heretic cult asked doubtfully. Even so, who knows what truly happened then? Besides, were it not for the Chu family, would our cult have been reduced to this state? Yuan Chang said coldly. The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult had suffered heavy losses, with more than 10 elders falling in battle. Even the sect leader had suffered heavy injuries and had almost died. The source of this whole disaster was the Chu family's interference with the cult's plans. Naturally, they placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of the Chu family. Although the Chu family's overall strength is inferior to the Purple Moon Kingdom, it is not weak either. Moreover, the Qin Kingdom is not part of our territory. If we were to rashly head over there, I'm afraid that we might encounter some mishaps. An elder said with a frown. That's right. Our main target is still the Purple Moon Kingdom. Many elders of the heretic cult agreed with his words. Humph, how can we let the matter of the Chu family slide? Don't forget that the Chu family has sabotaged our many years of planning and preparation. Once the evil imperial court is free to act, they will not let the Chu family off either. Do we have to wait for the evil imperial court's orders before taking action? Yuan Chang snorted unhappily and said, "Moreover, we don't have to fight with the Chu family directly. I heard that Chu Kai-Olo's son has been expelled from their ancestral residence. Since we can't do anything to the Chu family for the time being, we can still vent our anger by capturing Chu Kai-Olo's son." An elder questioned, "Chu Kai-Olo's son has already been expelled from the ancestral residence. What's the point of capturing him? Idiot!" Yuan Chang angrily rebuked the elder. "He is Chu Kai-Olo's son, not some random person's son. Even if he is trash, as long as he is Chu Kai-Olo's son, then his existence holds value." That's right, Chu Kai-Olo might not be dead. If one day Chu Kai-Olo returns, we will send his son over to the evil imperial court as a hostage. We can definitely restrain him from taking action that way. An elder agreed. In that case, I will make the trip. A skinny cult elder stood up and said. Yuan Chang and the other leaders present did not have any objections. Among the people present, the elder who volunteered was not the strongest, but he was definitely the best at escaping and stealth. Chu Xian was still in the courtyard, waiting patiently for the year of seclusion to arrive. The cult had not made any moves, and they did not continue to send their experts to infiltrate the Chu family's territory to kill and destroy. After breaking through to the Truth Realm, Chu Xian was much more confident. As long as he did not encounter an attack from the evil Imperial Court's experts, he would not be the slightest bit afraid. Given the overall level of strength in the Qin Kingdom, even if the evil Imperial Court sent experts over, it was unlikely that they would send over anyone who exceeded the Unity Realm. As such, Chu Xian was not worried at all. However, he still had to remain steadfast. Just when he thought that he could peacefully seclude himself for a year, another person sneaked into the Chu family's territory. It was another expert from the cult. His strength was at the third level of the Void Realm, and he seemed like a senior figure among their elders. Chu Xian frowned. Why did Zhang Kui not send a message to him? The Soul Seed Seal was able to transmit his spiritual will and, similarly, it possessed a certain ability to transmit messages. Sending over a simple warning was definitely possible. What surprised Chu Xian even more was that the cult elder that had concealed himself seemed to have come specifically for him. He did not seem to have any intention of infiltrating the core area of the Chu family. After identifying his surroundings, he made his way straight toward Chu Xian's courtyard. He directly entered the courtyard. Did he specifically come to deliver his head to the chopping board? When he saw Chu Xian, he asked, "Are you Chu Kaioluo's son?" Chu Xian had a helpless look on his face. What was going on with that father of his? Why did everyone want to capture him just because he was Chu Kaioluo's son? That's right. Chu Xian admitted it openly. Then I've got the right person. Lu Yuan did not say anything further and raised his hand to grab Chu Xian. He was not a talkative person. Once he had confirmed his target, he would immediately make a move to prevent any accidents from happening. A mere mortal realm warrior would easily be captured by him. Before the Chu family could realize it, he would have long escaped Chu County and would be on his way back to the Purple Moon Kingdom. As long as he returned to Purple Moon Kingdom safely, it would be impossible for the Chu family to rescue him. However, the moment he made his move, he felt his shoulder weighed down. He suffered a blow from a paw on his head and fell to the ground. Not good. Lu Yuan was shocked. His first thought was that Chu Kaioluo's son was bait. Just as he was about to resist desperately, a python suddenly appeared and wrapped itself around his body. He did not realize how or when the giant python had appeared. It seemed to have appeared out of thin air. How could the Chu family possess a Void Realm demonic beast? Lu Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. He was filled with regret. He should not have volunteered for this task. Chapter 29, Counterattack from 10,000 miles away. Chu Xian looked down at Lu Yuan and asked, "Who are you? Are you from the cult? I'm curious, is the identity of Chu Kaioluo's son such a popular one?" Lu Yuan calmed down slightly at this moment. There were no other experts of the Chu family in the courtyard, just Chu Kaioluo's son and the demonic python that was wrapped around his body. Therefore, it was not bait laid out by the Chu family, but rather that Chu Kaioluo's son was protected by a Void Realm demonic beast. Had the beast been left behind by Chu Kaioluo for his son? Could it be that Chu Kaioluo had long broken through to the Unity Realm and had tamed a Void Realm demonic beast? Lu Yuan did not answer. Since he was not being ambushed, he felt that he still had a chance to escape. Secretly circulating his spiritual power, he looked for the weaknesses of the python, preparing to free himself from the python's entanglement and capture Chu Xian in an instant. In that way, his mission would also be completed. "You don't want to talk, right? It doesn't matter." Chu Xian smiled indifferently. The python suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed him whole as Lu Yuan stared transfixed. After swallowing Lu Yuan, the python gradually melted away and Lu Yuan's body slowly reappeared. The python had already merged itself into his body. The python had been formed from Chu Xian's spiritual power. At this moment, this spiritual power was hidden in Lu Yuan's body, providing him with an endless stream of spiritual power and increasing his strength. Lu Yuan was shocked. Why did the python suddenly disappear? He did not have time to think about the reason, so he immediately raised his hand and tried to grab Chu Xian. However, something that terrified him happened. A huge turtle suddenly appeared in front of Chu Xian, using its shell to block his attack. Similarly, he did not see how this huge turtle appeared. Lu Yuan had a shocking revelation in his heart. Materializing power into reality. The sign of a truth realm expert. The huge turtle in front of him and the huge python from before were both real demonic beasts no matter how he looked at them. Whether it was through his eyes, or through his spiritual will, they were both flesh and blood demonic beasts. However, their appearance had been too sudden. Even if they were taken out of a beast sack, they would not have appeared so suddenly. There would have been traces that he could detect. Lu Yuan's scalp went numb and his face turned pale. A truth realm expert. The Chu family actually had a truth realm expert, and he was even this young? He looked at Chu Xian's handsome appearance and vaguely saw Chu Kaioluo's shadow in it. Are you Chu Kaioluo? His heart was in turmoil. The news of Chu Kaioluo and his wife going missing while exploring the mystic realm must have been fake. Chu Kaioluo had broken through to the truth realm, and the Chu family had created this elaborate lie in order to hide it. If Chu Kaioluo had broken through to the truth realm in such a short period of time, could he possibly break through to the Emperor realm in the future? Perhaps Chu Kaioluo had obtained a great opportunity and, to avoid being targeted by the major forces of the southern region, he had devised this plan. He lied about going missing, but had in fact been hiding within the Chu family. He had even changed his appearance. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Yuan felt that such a scenario was possible. Cold sweat unconsciously broke out over his forehead. He had discovered such a big secret and was going to be killed and silenced. My name is Chu Xian, the son of Chu Kaioluo. Don't be afraid, I won't kill you. Chu Xian said with a smile. Come on, tell me which branch of the cult you are from. Lu Yuan was covered in cold sweat and did not dare to disobey. He said with a trembling voice, I am not from the cult in the Qin kingdom. I am Lu Yuan, an elder of the cult from the Purple Moon Kingdom. Chu Xian was stunned. Did he just say the Purple Moon Kingdom? The Purple Moon Kingdom was adjacent to the Qin Kingdom. The Chu county of the Chu family was adjacent to one of the Purple Moon Kingdom's counties. In terms of strength, the Purple Moon Kingdom was stronger than any of the four families in the Qin Kingdom. However, the four families were united. Therefore, the overall strength of the Qin Kingdom country was no weaker than that of the Purple Moon Kingdom. You came from the Purple Moon Kingdom. Why did you come all the way to the territory of the Qin Kingdom to capture me? Chu Xian cursed in his heart. These guys from the heretic cult, did they train in evil techniques so much that they damaged their brains? The heretic cult of the Purple Moon Kingdom had always been active in the Purple Moon Kingdom. After all, although the heretic cult of each country belonged to the evil imperial court, they also had their own factions and territories. The heretic cult of the Purple Moon Kingdom coming to the Qin Kingdom would have been equivalent to crossing the line, unless the two branches of the heretic cult had already discussed and agreed upon a joint action. Lu Yuan did not dare to hide anything and directly sold out Yuan Chang. Chu Xian was speechless. So that was the reason. Apparently Zhu Jiang's counterattack last time was exceptionally successful, to the point where even one of the cult's protectors from the Purple Moon Kingdom had been slain. Looking at Lu Yuan, Chu Xian's heart was moved. The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult actually targeted him. If that was the case, then they could only blame themselves. Although I will not leave the house, I can still manage a counterattack. Moreover, Lu Yuan was already here to give his head away, traveling from 1,000 miles just to do so. Would it not be a waste if I did not make use of his sacrifice? Instantly, Chu Xian planted a soul seed seal on Lu Yuan. At the same time, he sent a strand of spiritual power into his body. This would guarantee that Lu Yuan would be able to continuously use his ultimate moves and remain in his peak combat state. The spiritual power he poured in would not be easily exhausted, and even a 9th level Void Realm martial artist would not be able to easily kill him. Moreover, once he approached a 9th level Void Realm martial artist and self-destructed, he would absolutely be able to blow up that 9th level Void Realm martial artist to death. This counterattack would surely create more results and prove to be more deadly than Zhu Qiang's. The strength of the heretic cult in the Purple Moon Kingdom might even suffer heavy losses because of this. As long as the Purple Moon Kingdom was slightly stronger, while they might not be able to completely annihilate the heretic cult within their territory, it would still be possible to deliver the cult a crippling blow. As a result, the evil imperial court would pay more attention to the Purple Moon Kingdom, and the pressure the Chu family would face would decrease. This would allow the situation around him to remain peaceful for a period of time. As long as he broke through to the Emperor realm during that period, then he would not have to fear the evil imperial court. He would kill anyone who came, and he would not fear any reprisals. Lu Yuan received Chu Xian's spiritual will in order to kill the others back in the Purple Moon Kingdom. His thoughts and mind remained clear. However, he could not resist the will that was hidden in his mind. Other than the inner turmoil that was racking his mind, there was nothing abnormal on his face or in his behavior. It was precisely because of this that Lu Yuan was feeling even more desperate. He was even more terrified. He would rather be completely controlled, turning into a mindless puppet, than suffer such torture. Chu Xian would patiently await the results of Lu Yuan's counterattack. After he completed the counterattack, he would naturally be notified by the system's reward. He hoped that the reward would be an increase in his cultivation level, which would allow him to increase his strength even faster. Although the Purple Moon Kingdom was adjacent to Chu County, the distance from the Chu family's territory to the Purple Moon Kingdom was not that close. This time, it could be said to be a counterattack from 10,000 miles away. In the underground palace, a group of elders from the Purple Moon Kingdom's cult were gathered. Other than vice-sect leader Yuan Chang, most of the elders were all present. Lu Yuan observed silently. This time, almost all the elders from the Purple Moon Kingdom, except for a few, were present. After killing everyone present, the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult would definitely suffer a great loss. This would complete the counterattack request of the will in his unseen mind. There had been no request to kill Yuan Chang. Therefore, Yuan Chang's absence did not matter. He could freely make his move. Where is he? Did you not capture him? An elder looked at Lu Yuan and frowned. Could it be that he had failed? Humph, you have no right to order me around. Who does Yuan Chang think he is? From today onward, I will take the position of sect leader. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. All the elders were stunned. Was Lu Yuan's brain damaged? His strength, among all the elders, was only middling, if not lower. He was far inferior to Yuan Chang. He actually dared to covet the position of sect leader. Who gave him the courage to say such a thing? I, Lu Yuan, have encountered a great opportunity. My breakthrough to the Unity Realm is just around the corner. The position of sect leader shall belong to me. Who will support me and who will oppose me? Lu Yuan was acting very arrogantly and looked down on everyone present. Chapter 30, Those who follow me will live, while those who defy me will die. Lu Yuan followed the instructions of Chu Xian's will and kept everyone from suspecting the Chu family. Therefore, he stated that he had obtained an opportunity and now wanted to become the sect leader. This was a very legitimate reason. When the battle started later, the other elders of the cult would not doubt Lu Yuan's strength when they found out that his strength had skyrocketed. They would only feel that Lu Yuan had gotten lucky and that his strength had increased greatly by chance, inflating his ego to the point where he actually coveted the position of sect leader. The faces of the elders all darkened. Especially the elders who were stronger. Lu Yuan actually dared to be presumptuous. He was simply courting death. The cultists were not good people. Lu Yuan, what are you talking about? We are all brothers, but some jokes just shouldn't be made. Zhang Tu hurriedly said. He had a good relationship with Lu Yuan and belonged to the same faction. It could also be said that they were on the same side, which strengthened their right to speak in the cult. Who knew that Lu Yuan would directly glare back at him? Zhang Tu, you are trash. It's insulting that I even worked together with you back then. What the f***ck? Zhang Tu was so angry that his face turned green. Lu Yuan, this son of ab**tch, had really gone overboard. Speak up now. Who opposes it and who supports it? Lu Yuan looked down on everyone present. Those who support me will live, while those who oppose me will die. f***ck. The cult elders were furious. Even the sect leader did not dare to say such arrogant words. What right did Lu Yuan have to do so? Do you think you are a big shot of the evil imperial court? I object. What are you going to do about that? Zhang Tu was the first to stand up and speak angrily. He decided that, after today, he would no longer work together with Lu Yuan. This was a guy that clearly suffered from a mental illness. If he stayed close to Lu Yuan, he might one day be tricked to death by him. Very well, then you can go to hell. Lu Yuan directly made his move. Boom! A blade slashed out. He used a powerful attack the moment he made his move. Zhang Tu never thought that Lu Yuan would actually make a move. Caught off guard, he only had time to hurriedly block the attack. Puff! An arm left his body, and flesh and blood scattered on the ground where the light of the blade had passed through. Ah! Zhang Tu and Lu Yuan had been equal in strength, so there was no way a haphazard block would have been sufficient to defend against his attack. Zhang Tu suffered a heavy injury in an instant. Lu Yuan, are you crazy? Fortunately, an elder beside him had made a move, so Zhang Tu was not killed off directly. Good, you dare to go against me and stop me from killing him? Then die. Lu Yuan was furious and initiated another powerful attack. f***ck. That elder was furious and hurriedly blocked. Lu Yuan had really gone mad. Lu Yuan, stop now, or don't blame us for not being polite. The other elders were all shocked and furious. How dare you? Lu Yuan was furious. Those who obey me will live, while those who defy me will die. Since you all dare to defy me, you should all die. He kept using powerful attacks one and the other and fought the elders single-handedly. The elders of the cult were about to vomit blood. Lu Yuan had really gone mad. His speech and mannerisms were so crazy. Did he think that he was the evil king? Kill. He has gone mad. Kill him. Zhang Tu said in exasperation. I'll kill you first. Lu Yuan roared, and a powerful force emerged from his body. His attack swept out instantly. Even though someone tried to help him block it, Zhang Tu still died. The first kill was completed. The other elders were shocked. The force emanating from Lu Yuan's body was extremely powerful, and it gave them a very dangerous feeling. He really did have a fortuitous encounter. No wonder he was acting so crazy. No, it was very likely that Lu Yuan was affected by this power and had lost his mind. A big battle broke out. Lu Yuan fought against many heretic cult elders alone. Among the elders, his strength was not considered too strong. However, relying on the spiritual power that Chu Xian had instilled in his body, he was very fierce. Within a short period of time, he had already killed 2 elders. The other elders were all mad. Even if they joined hands to deal with him, they still felt immense pressure and were at danger of dying at any time. The mysterious power inside Lu Yuan's body gave them the feeling of fear and trepidation. They wanted to escape, but Lu Yuan was blocking the entrance and refused to let them leave. The battle became more and more intense. After all, Chu Xian had imbued him with Truth Realm spiritual power. Even a wisp of that power was enough to kill a Void Realm expert. One elder after another fell under Lu Yuan's ferocious attacks. Cracks gradually appeared on Lu Yuan's body. His body could not withstand the continuous use of Truth Realm spiritual power. As the end of the battle neared, only 4 of the strongest elders were left. Lu Yuan was also at the end of his rope. The 4 elders heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, but when they thought about how many elders had fallen, and how the cult would have suffered a great loss after this battle, they could not help but feel distressed in their hearts. Mn Lu Yuan. Why did he not self-destruct and die? Why did he have to return and harm others? Die. Let's die together. Unexpectedly, Lu Yuan actually pounced on them directly, his body expanding. He was actually going to self-destruct. Not good. The 4 cult elders were terrified in their hearts. Lu Yuan, that B****, was actually going to self-destruct and take them with him. Boom! Spiritual power raged, the underground palace collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed in the air. After an unknown amount of time, a bloody hand reached out from beneath the smoke and dust. A person covered in blood and wounds crawled out. He had lost an arm and a leg. Among all the elders, he was the only one alive. Moreover, he had suffered heavy injuries. It could even be said that he was crippled. Yuan Chang rushed inside with a frantic expression on his face. He had just arrived when the underground palace exploded. He thought that the Purple Moon Kingdom's experts were attacking, so he had hurried over to try and rescue the cult elders. In the end, he saw the great elder lying half dead on the ground. Who did it? Where are the others? Yuan Chang asked angrily when he did not manage to find the enemy. That son of a B***tch Lu Yuan did it. The great elder spat out blood. He was really about to explode in anger. The gaze he gave Yuan Chang was not a very friendly one either. Had it not been for Yuan Chang's suggestion to capture Chu Kai Oluo's son, Lu Yuan would not have volunteered, and this kind of thing would never have happened in the first place. Lu Yuan. Yuan Chang was stunned. Lu Yuan had the ability to do this? Where are the others? They're all dead. I'm the only one left. The great elder spat out blood as he spoke those words. Yuan Chang's brain immediately froze. They are all dead? At least 70% of the elders had been wiped out? This was a great loss to the Purple Moon Kingdom's cult. After suffering such a heavy loss, how could he compete with his fellow sect leaders? The imperial court would also be dissatisfied with him and feel that he was incompetent. The great elder continued to vomit blood. Looking at the dazed Yuan Chang, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Mn, hurry up and save me. Why are you still in a daze? After a long while, Yuan Chang finally came back to his senses. He took out a pill to save the great elder and asked him for the reason behind Lu Yuan's actions. You did not leave the house, but killed your enemies from thousands of miles away. You have been rewarded with 10 years' worth of cultivation plus 1 box of lightning bombs. The system's voice sounded, and Chu Xian instantly felt energized. The rewards for the counterattack this time were quite good. After receiving 10 years' worth of cultivation, a wave of power and comprehension filled his mind and body. His strength gradually increased from the first level of the Truth Realm to the third level of the Truth Realm. As expected, the higher the realm, the slower the increase in strength. 10 years' worth of cultivation only increased his strength by 2 small realms. Chu Xian looked at the lightning bombs. They were single-use spiritual artifacts that contained a trace of the power of lightning. They were very effective against evil cultivators. Once a lightning bomb was detonated, the power of the resulting explosion would be sufficient to severely injure a first-level Truth Realm expert. Below the Truth Realm, unless one had a powerful defensive artifact, one would almost certainly die. When used against evil cultivators, its power was even greater. It could severely injure a second-level Truth Realm evil cultivator. Chu Xian understood. This was the fantasy world's version of a grenade. He decided that if any more evil cultists came to disturb him, he would send a few lightning bombs their way to deal with them. Perhaps he could even go to the evil imperial court and detonate a few of them. Chapter 31, the heretic cult's assassination plan. After a successful counterattack on the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, Chu Xian felt that he should be able to quietly live in a seclusion now, at least until he received the system's reward for a year of seclusion. The Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult had already suffered a great loss, so they probably could not send people over, right? The Qin Kingdom's heretic cult was currently in hiding. Moreover, with Zhang Kui acting as his spy, he would not be harassed by them. The heretic cult from the Great Zhou Kingdom would not come all the way here to find trouble with him, right? Moreover, the Great Zhou Kingdom did not share borders with Chu County. The following days were calm and peaceful. Chu Xian continued to read the myriad elixirs scripture and the myriad spirits scripture, and lived a very comfortable life. After breaking through to the truth realm, the effect of the spirit cultivating diagram was much weaker, almost to the point of being completely ineffective. He would only start feeling dizzy after staring at it for more than 2 hours. After practicing the 100 tempering divine technique, Chu Xian felt that his mental will was much stronger than other truth realm martial artists. His mental will was no weaker than a 5th level truth realm martial artist. As he continued to practice, his mental will continued to increase in strength. After discovering that the effect of the spirit cultivating diagram had become weaker, Chu Xian did not use it much anymore. It was too boring to stare at it for 2 hours. He was looking forward to the system rewarding him with an enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram. You've been in seclusion for 11 months. You've been rewarded with an enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram. After 11 months, he had finally been rewarded with an enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram. Chu Xian only looked at it for 2 to 3 seconds before he felt like he was drowning inside it. His head was swelling and he felt dizzy. The effect of this enhanced version of the diagram was very strong. The enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram would still have a certain effect even when one reached the Emperor realm. However, by then, he would most likely be able to obtain a further enhanced version of the spirit cultivating diagram. The lower level version of the spirit cultivating diagram had already become useless to him. While it might be useless to Chu Xian, it would definitely be regarded as a top-tier treasure in the southern region. That night, Chu Xian sensed that Zhang Kui had activated the Soul Seed seal. It seemed like he had something to report. Chu Xian immediately turned serious. Could it be that the experts from the evil imperial court were about to attack? Not long after he responded, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. It was Zhang Kui. Master. What's the matter? Chu Xian sat on the chair and asked indifferently, while drinking the enlightenment tea. The soul seed seal could transmit Chu Xian's will, but Zhang Kui could only rely on the seed soul seal to transmit simple messages. He could not use it to communicate with him. Therefore, Zhang Kui needed to explain the specific details of the situation in person. Master, the vice-sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's cult, Yuan Chang, has secretly joined forces with the sect leader of the Qin Kingdom's cult, Lu Wang, and are plotting to bring over experts to attack Chu County and surround and kill the experts of the Chu family. To Chu Xian's surprise, Yuan Chang did not continue to find trouble with him personally, but still ended up targeting the Chu family. Thus, he discussed matters with the sect leader of the Qin Kingdom's cult, Lu Wang, seeking to join forces with him and bring their experts to ambush and kill the experts of the Chu family. Once the plan was carried out successfully, the Chu family would suffer heavy losses. At the very least, a few Void Realm stewards or family elders would fall. Even Chu Qing would be in danger. In order to carry out this mission, Yuan Chang did not hesitate to use a treasured artifact that the cult used to conceal their auras and hide their tracks. This was a gift that the various cult branches at the national level had received from the evil imperial court. Its function was to allow the cult to hide effectively so that they would not be wiped out in one fell swoop. Every time this treasured artifact was used, it would cost them 1 million crystals. For this operation, Yuan Chang could be said to have spent a lot of money. From this, it could be seen just how much he resented the Chu family. Chu Xian was speechless. Why was he causing trouble again? Chu Xian would not allow the Chu family to be harmed. No matter what, he was also a member of the Chu family. Moreover, if the Chu family really suffered heavy losses, it would not be a good thing for him either, as it would affect his peaceful and quiet life in the courtyard. Chu Yun was also in Chu County. She would definitely become one of the targets of the cult. Chu Xian thought to himself for a moment, after which he said, "Think of a way to leak the information about the plan to the Chu family. At the same time, leak the information about their target list and the timing of the cult's operation. The Chu family will naturally deal with it. As long as the Chu family obtained the information, the cult's plot would definitely not succeed. Moreover, the Chu family could also use this opportunity to ambush the cult." "Yes, Master," Zhang Kui said respectfully. "Your mission is to protect Miss Chu Yun, do you understand?" Chu Xian thought for a moment. Now that Chu Yun was learning to refine pills, she definitely needed all kinds of spiritual herbs. Thus, he added to his instructions, "You should also secretly collect all kinds of spiritual herbs, heavenly materials and earthly treasures for Miss Chu Yun. You can let it appear as if she was lucky enough to obtain them. In short, you should think of a way to handle it properly." "Yes, Master." Chu Xian paused for a moment again before taking out 3 bottles, which contained great profound pills, great spirit pills, and profound void pills. He said, "Think of a way to sell them in exchange for spirit herbs." Zhang Kui was at the 9th level of the void realm, but was now his subordinate, so Chu Xian did not have to worry about being betrayed. In order to ensure Chu Yun was sufficiently safe, Chu Xian condensed 2 large pythons from spiritual power. The 2 large pythons fused themselves into Zhang Kui's body. The 2 large pythons possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Unity realm. Although they could not last very long, they could be considered invincible within the borders of the Qin kingdom. When you get close to Miss Chu Yun later, one of the large pythons will fuse into her body. As for the remaining one, I'll give it to you as a life-saving measure. Chu Xian could not silently fuse the spiritual power of the truth realm into Chu Yun's body. In order not to reveal his strength, he did not give it to Chu Yun while she was in the courtyard. Zhang Kui could just bring the python to Chu Yun, masquerading its appearance as a lucky encounter, after which it would fuse itself into Chu Yun's body and protect her during critical moments. Even if the python was separated from Chu Xian, it was still identical to a demonic beast. Other than not being able to fight for a long time, there was no difference between it and an actual demonic beast. This was one of the abilities of a truth realm expert. As long as the spiritual power was not exhausted, it could continue to exist. It was also one of the methods that many truth realm experts used to protect their juniors. "Thank you, Master." Zhang Kui was very excited. With the spiritual power python inside him, he did not need to worry about his life being threatened. Chu Xian threw out another Suanhe pill and said, "Try to break through to the Unity realm." Zhang Kui left excitedly. Chu Tianming had half a foot into the Unity realm, but it was not that easy to break through. Apart from lacking the appropriate cultivation method, this was also related to the lack of spiritual power in the Qin kingdom. He could only rely on time to slowly polish his cultivation and accumulate experience before he had the chance to break through. Chu Xian felt that in another 20 to 30 years, Chu Tianming would be able to break through. Given his current realm, Chu Tianming could definitely break through if he was given a Suanhe pill. However, Chu Xian did not intend to give him a Suanhe pill. This cheap grandpa had never liked him and, every time he saw Chu Xian, he would get annoyed and scold him. When Chu Yun refined the Void Unity pill, and Chu Tianming made a breakthrough with it, Chu Yun's position in the Chu family would be even more unshakable. "This old man's innate talent isn't very good," Chu Xian muttered. Other than the lacking cultivation method and the lack of spiritual power, the most important thing was that Chu Tianming's innate talent was limited. Otherwise, why would no one doubt whether his father, Chu Kaioluo, could break through to the Unity realm, or even the Truth realm? Naturally, it was because of his innate talent. Could it be because his father's cultivation method was stronger? That was impossible. If there really was such a powerful cultivation method, would his father not have passed it on to the Chu family? Chu Xian knew that his father harbored deep feelings for the Chu family. Breaking the marriage engagement had made Chu Tianming so angry that he almost vomited blood. As such, Chu Kaioluo still felt a little guilty. If there really was a stronger cultivation method, even if he did not pass it on to others, he would definitely pass it on to Chu Tianming. The fact that his father was able to break through to the Unity realm, and perhaps even the Truth realm, in such a short period of time by relying on only half a truth scripture meant that his father's innate talent was really amazing. Chu Xian sighed. No wonder he could suppress his contemporaries in the Qin kingdom and had been hailed as the most talented person in the history of the Chu family. Chapter 32, Chu Yun's Pill Refinement. Chu Xian did not pay much attention to how the heretic cult acted or how the Chu family set up their ambush. Since they already knew about the heretic cult's plot, if the Chu family did not take the opportunity to kill them, then they would really be too useless. As long as Chu Yun was safe, the other matters were not too important. The Chu family had been established in the Qin kingdom for thousands of years. If they could not even deal with the heretic cult's plot this time, how could they have remained as one of the major forces for this long? Chu County's capital. In the Chu manor, Chu Qing was looking through an intelligence report. Previously, when he had been surrounded and ambushed by the heretic cult, he had almost lost his life. Fortunately, he had activated the escape bead in time and escaped with his life. He hated the heretic cult to the core. These days, he utilized the Chu family's intelligence network to secretly investigate the base of the heretic cult, vowing to uproot the heretic cult. He had thought about purchasing information from Black Moon Tower, but Black Moon Tower's price was too high, so he could only rely on the Chu family's intelligence network. Chu County belonged to the Chu family, so the information network was still very adequate. However, due to the lack of detection-type spiritual artifacts or even treasured artifacts, it was very difficult to locate the important strongholds of the cult. The cult had the ability to hide their auras, which helped them to avoid being detected by detection-type spiritual artifacts or even treasured artifacts. It was precisely because of this that they had been unable to completely eradicate the cult. A steward ran into the room in a hurry. "Young Master Qing, someone sent over an intelligence report." Chu Qing raised his head and asked, "Who sent it?" It wasn't the other three families, and it naturally wasn't Black Moon Tower either. "I wonder who it was." The manager shook his head and said. Chu Qing's expression instantly changed when he saw the contents of the intelligence report. "Go and invite fourth uncle over." The manager hurriedly left. Chu Kaihuhe was Chu Tianming's fourth son, and his innate talent could only be considered to be slightly above average among his siblings. Presently, he had only barely stepped into the first level of the Void Realm. Most of the time, he stayed in the capital to represent the direct descendants of the Chu family. "Qing what's the matter?" Chu Kaihuhe asked. Chu Kaihuhe came running over in a hurry. Chu Qing handed over the intelligence report to him and, after Chu Kaihuhe finished reading it, he said solemnly, "Fourth uncle, how much of this report do you think is credible?" "The credibility of this report should be very high. No matter what, we must be on guard. This matter isn't something that you or I can handle. I'll return to the family territory immediately." Chu Kaihuhe took the report and left in a hurry. In a small village outside the capital, a cave had been dug out on a small mountainside. The entrance to the cave had been blocked using a big rock. Inside, Chu Yun stared at a pill cauldron with a solemn expression. She changed her techniques, and spiritual power vibrated inside the pill cauldron at a strange frequency. A fire crystal under the pill cauldron was burning with scarlet flames. This was Chu Yun's 10th pill refinement. She could already refine ordinary grade pills, for which she had a 100% success rate. The quality of the pills she refined was higher than the pills she bought from the He family. Out of the 4 families in the Qin kingdom, only the He family was good at pill refinement. Every time the 4 families worked together to deal with a crisis, the He family would provide the logistical supplies and pills. Chu Yun knew that this alchemy technique was extraordinary, far beyond what the He family was capable of providing. Currently, she was practicing refining the profound pill. During the first 9 times, she had failed 6 times and succeeded 3 times, but the quality of the medicinal pills was average. This was the 10th time she was refining the medicinal pills, and it was also the last batch of spiritual herbs Chu Yun had. After refining this cauldron of medicinal pills, she would have to think of a way to get her hands on some more spiritual herbs. As the He family was a pill refining family, most of the spiritual herbs were supplied to the He family in return for obtaining a certain amount of medicinal pills. If they wanted to obtain medicinal pills beyond the allocated amount, they would have to buy them. Therefore, it would not be easy for Chu Yun to obtain spiritual herbs. Moreover, she was secretly learning pill refining by herself, so all the related expenses had to be borne by her. Fortunately, she was favored by the Chu family, so she had a lot of crystals in her possession to buy what she needed. During the final moments of refining, beads of sweat appeared on Chu Yun's fair forehead. "Rise!" Chu Yun shouted in her heart, and the frequency of the spiritual power emitted from her palms changed, and the cauldron began to spin. Bang! The lid of the cauldron opened. Guided by her spiritual power, 12 pills flew out. Chu Yun raised her hand to catch them. Of the 12 pills, 4 were useless and, of the remaining 8, 5 were ordinary Xian pills. However, there were 3 that had already reached a level that could be considered high quality. The pills were round, smooth, and lustrous. The pill's medicinal fragrance did not dissipate. Chu Yun was overjoyed. She silently summarized the refining process just now and reviewed the deficiencies. She would refine the pills better next time. She did not have any spirit herbs with her now, so she had to buy some spirit herbs in order to continue her practice. Once she could refine the profound pills skillfully, the next step would be to refine the spirit pills. She pushed open the big rock at the entrance of the cave. Chu Yun had just walked out of the cave when she suddenly saw a big python. She was shocked. Before she could react, the python had already fused into her body. What was that? Chu Yun hurriedly checked her body and found that there was an unknown power hidden in her body. It seemed to be that big python. An opportunity? Suddenly, she saw a small storage bag where the big python had appeared from. She looked around, but there was no one there. She picked up the storage bag and looked inside. There were all kinds of spirit herbs inside. Not only were there the spirit herbs needed to refine the profound pills, but there were also the ingredients needed to refine the spirit pills. Other than the spirit herbs, there were also over 1 million spirit crystals inside the storage bag. Chu Yun was shocked. Who gave her this storage bag? Grandfather Chu Tianming? This possibility was not high. He had no reason to give it to her secretly. Thinking of the unknown power hidden in her body, was it possible that a certain senior had found out that she was refining pills and purposely left some spirit herbs here to test her? Chu Yun felt that she might have encountered an expert. Holding the storage bag, she excitedly returned to the cave, blocked the entrance with the large rock again, and continued to refine pills. Outside the cave, 2 figures had hidden themselves. You stay here and protect Miss Chu Yun. I'm returning to the cult. Zhang Kui left quietly after giving the orders to Dong Qian. The cult was planning to launch a surprise attack on Chu County. As the first vice-sect leader, Zhang Kui had to grasp the entire plan. He wanted to send reliable information over to the Chu family as soon as possible. This information would include the timing of the attack, the location of the attack, the names of the important people, and so on. At this point, his heart had already become numb. He did not feel sad for the cult at all. He only wanted to wholeheartedly work for Chu Xian. This was what it was like working for a big shot. He felt that after this matter was over, he would find a place to break through to the Unity realm. With the profound void pill that Chu Xian had given him, breaking through to the Unity realm would not be a big problem. As for the medicinal pills that Chu Xian wanted to sell, he had handed them over to Dong Qian to handle. It was inconvenient for him to reveal himself to others because he was on Black Moon Tower's hit list. For some reason, that group of black-hearted people wanted to kill him. Zhang Kui arrived at the small courtyard again. After Chu Xian heard his report, he was slightly surprised. Chu Yun seemed to possess some talent in alchemy. Within a short period of time, she had already managed to refine profound pills. The pills were divided into profound pills, spirit pills, profound void pills, truth pills, and emperor pills, which corresponded to each realm. Among them, profound void pills corresponded to the void realm and unity realm. There was no emperor in the southern region, so, naturally, no one could refine emperor pills. Otherwise, there would be no lack of emperor-level experts there. Very good. Continue providing her with the materials needed to refine the pills. Chu Xian nodded with satisfaction. He had made the right choice in choosing not to kill Zhang Kui back then. He now had a faithful lackey who could carry out his orders. Moreover, Zhang Kui had been able to become the first vice-sect leader of the cult. Apart from his strength, his ability and intelligence were naturally not bad. He threw out a bottle of profound void pills and said, "Let Dong Qian consume these to increase his strength." His strength was too low, and he was unable to accomplish much for Chu Xian. For the time being, these two lackeys were working for him, and there was no possibility of them betraying him. Naturally, the stronger they were, the better. Chapter 33, Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique. Chu Xian ordered Zhang Kui to constantly pay attention to the movements of the cult and provide the necessary information to the Chu family so that they could defeat the cult's planned operation. Chu Xian did not care about the details or how it would be accomplished. After all, if he could not even do such a simple thing well, Zhang Kui would be of no value as a lackey. Evil cultivators with no value would naturally be discarded and eliminated. Over the next few days, Chu Xian noticed that a few elders of the Chu family had quietly left the ancestral grounds. In addition, just now, Chu Tianming had left with a treasured artifact. The cult was probably about to take action, and the Chu family had made the necessary preparations. Chu Xian did not care much about the outcome of this battle. Since the Chu family had obtained information about the operation in advance, if they were unable to hand the cultists a severe defeat, then they would really be too useless. The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult had already suffered great losses. It was believed that their sect leader had not recovered from his serious injuries and, thanks to Lu Yuan's sacrifice, more than half of their elders had been killed. The number of experts Yuan Chong had at his disposal was very limited. 3 days later, a great battle broke out. However, for the cultists, this battle was unexpected. Yuan Chong did not know or understand what had happened either. It could be said that he hated the Chu family to the bone, which was why he had not hesitated to use the cult's treasured artifact for this operation. The sect leader of the Qin Kingdom's cult, Lu Wang, had actually brought a precious artifact with him as well. The cult's precious artifacts were all low-grade artifacts that had been provided by the evil imperial court. The battle was extremely intense. Even though the Chu family had long been prepared for it, the madness of the cultists still exceeded their expectations. However, since they had learned of the cult's movements in advance, the Chu family was naturally not the only ones who ambushed the cult. The He family had also sent experts to assist them. Under the encirclement of the two great families, even though Yuan Chong and Lu Wang had brought their treasured artifacts with them and were going all out, they were still unable to resist. As the battle raged on, Zhang Kui only took part in the fighting for a short while before feigning injury and escaping. In this battle, Yuan Chong died, Lu Wang suffered heavy injuries and escaped, while the other heretic cult experts were almost all annihilated. After this battle, the strength of the Qin Kingdom's cult fell drastically. As for the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, their vice-sect leader Yuan Chong died in battle, and the elders that had accompanied him also died. In addition, the cult's treasured artifact was destroyed. Thanks to the destruction of the treasured artifact that hid the cultists' auras, the heretic cult of the Purple Moon Kingdom was now on the verge of extinction. You did not leave the house, but successfully schemed against and thwarted the heretic cult's operation. You've been rewarded with the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique. The reward from the system suddenly arrived. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. This also meant that the Chu family had won a great victory and that the heretic cult had suffered a crushing defeat. The Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique can pry into heaven's secrets, exploring the source, understanding the origins, and revealing the details of one's previous life. After reading the introduction to the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique, Chu Xian was shocked. This secret technique was too powerful. It could pry into the source and origin of living beings. It could even reveal details about their previous lives. Of course, it would only reveal details of those who had extraordinary previous lives. Ordinary people did not have the need to pry into the origin either. If he mastered the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique, no one could hide their identity from Chu Xian. With just a glance, he would be able to know the source and origin of the person. He could even see details of the person's previous life. After Chu Xian received the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique, a mysterious feeling of comprehension surfaced within his mind. At this moment, he seemed to be connected to a certain great Dao. Once he opened his eyes again, Chu Xian could not help but activate the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique and examined the Heavenly Spirit Cat. Its information appeared in his mind. Heavenly Spirit Cat. A mystical beast of heaven and earth that possesses the might of a divine beast. Chu Xian felt his consciousness shake and he felt dizzy just by looking at the information. He hurriedly deactivated the probing technique. The Heavenly Spirit Cat had an extraordinary background. It consumed too much spiritual will to explore its source fully. With his current Truth Realm strength, he could not sustain its activation at all. He only received a short piece of information when he used the probing technique. Chu Xian took out a medicinal pill and consumed it to recover his spiritual will. He did not continue to probe the origins of the Heavenly Spirit Cat or the sky-shaking golden rock. The system had introduced their origins previously anyway. Moreover, the Heavenly Spirit Cat and the sky-shaking golden rock were not ordinary creatures. Their levels were too high. Chu Xian's current strength was insufficient to fully delve into their origins. The failure of the plot had caused the cult to suffer serious losses. Chu Xian was very satisfied with the reward he had received from the system, which was the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique. However, now that the cult had suffered a great setback, he was uncertain about whether the evil imperial court would send their experts over. The 1-year period of seclusion was almost up. As such, Chu Xian was not too worried. Given the overall levels of strength of the Qin Kingdom, it was impossible for the evil imperial court to send Truth Realm experts over. In addition, within this short period of time, it was likely that the cult would not be able to stir up any trouble. The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult had almost been completely crippled, and the Qin Kingdom's cult had also been greatly weakened. Great Zhou Kingdom's cult would not possibly come all the way here to die, right? The Chu family had secured a great victory. Within this short period of time, the cult could no longer stir up trouble in the Qin Kingdom. Chu Xian's days still passed calmly and peacefully. Out of curiosity, he used the Heavenly Secrets Origin Probing Technique to examine the origins of a servant that delivered his daily food. His origins were very simple. The servant was the son of an ordinary family in a small village in Chu County. He had lost his family 10 years ago in the chaos wrought by the evil cultivators. In order to take revenge, he came to the Chu family and chose to become a servant of the Chu family. After all, not everyone had the fate of a protagonist in a novel. After he became a servant, he did not rise up, nor did he display divine might and destroy the cult. He could only remain as a small servant and pass his days in peace. Chu Xian sighed. This was representative of the lives of most ordinary people, who suffered at the bottom rungs of this fantasy world. How could there be so many protagonists who could turn the tables after starting off as a servant? This servant was already considered lucky to have been able to successfully become a servant of the Chu family. He did not have to worry about food and clothing, and he would also receive a certain amount of resources for his cultivation. However, one's innate talent ultimately limited one's growth. It was unknown as to whether he would ever successfully break through to the profound realm. The servants in the Chu family all possessed a certain amount of talent. However, those who could break through to the profound realm were still few and far between. Other than cultivation resources, innate talent was also a major factor. Those who truly had outstanding talent would not become servants. Half a month before the one-year deadline, a person whom Chu Xian did not want to see returned. Chu Yuan, the third eldest of Chu Xian's generation. He was a guy who worshipped his father, Chu Kaioluo. As early as 2 years ago, Chu Yuan had left the family's territory to train himself. It was even said that he had already left the Qin kingdom. The moment Chu Yuan returned, he went over to Chu Xian's courtyard. With a look of disappointment, he said, 13th, look at what you've become. Are you worthy of being third uncle's son? The corners of Chu Xian's mouth twitched. The main reason why his relationship with Chu Yuan was so poor was that Chu Yuan liked to nag and lecture him. He would often look at Chu Xian with an expression of disappointment. Can't you be a little more proactive? Chu Yuan asked bitterly. Third uncle and third aunt are missing. Don't you want to become stronger and search for third uncle and third aunt? You're too disappointing. Chu Xian turned his back to him. Chu Yuan was so angry that his hands were shaking. The person he admired the most was his third uncle, Chu Kaioluo. Moreover, he had studied under Chu Kaioluo when he was very young. It could be said that Chu Kaioluo had taught him what he knew. Seeing Chu Xian like this, he was really about to go crazy from anger. Get up! Chu Yuan raised his hand and grabbed him. Chu Xian could not be bothered with him. He did not move at all and said, Third brother, are you trying to kill me so that you can inherit my father's inheritance? Chu Yuan's hand paused, and there was an extremely embarrassed look on his face. You actually see me as this kind of person in your heart. That's not it. I just don't want you to disturb me. Chu Xian turned around to look at him and said, Third brother, everyone's lifestyle is different. This is the lifestyle I've chosen. I think it's very good and it's enough for me. Besides, even when my father was around, he did not care that I lived like this. You, sigh. Chu Yuan pointed at him with trembling fingers and sighed in the end. Chapter 34, Someone from the Qin royal family. Chu Yuan sat down beside him, took out a pot of wine, and silently drank a few mouthfuls. Chu Xian glanced at him. With one look, it was obvious that this fellow had something on his mind. However, he did not ask or probe. Among his peers, Chu Yuan's innate talent was the greatest. Although Chu Tianming had high hopes for Chu Qing, in terms of cultivation, he was far inferior to Chu Yuan, even Chu Yun was a little inferior. However, Chu Yun seemed to be talented in pill refinement, and would be able to make up for the difference in that way. Chu Yuan could be said to be the strongest among his peers. His cultivation was at the first level of the spirit realm. Moreover, Chu Xian realized that the method he was cultivating with was not the Chu family's cultivation method. He also did not know whether Chu Yuan obtained a fortuitous encounter outside, or whether the cultivation method had been passed down to Chu Yuan by his father. Chu Yuan silently drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and sighed. 13th, you want to live a peaceful life without fighting and strife. Perhaps that's the right choice after all. Chu Xian listened silently and thought to himself, Old Third looks like he's about to say his final words. Could something have happened? Although his relationship with Chu Yuan, before he recovered the memories of his previous life was ordinary, Chu Yuan really cared about him. If Chu Xian could help him out, he would not mind doing so. In a few days, I'll be leaving the territory again. I don't know when I'll be back. I don't even know if I'll be back at all. Chu Yuan spoke softly. I'll keep an eye out for third uncle and third aunt. If there's any news, I'll get someone to inform you. Although the brothers and sisters of the Chu family don't fight much, in order for you to live a stable life, you'd better cultivate this cultivation technique properly and hand it over to grandfather as well. Your status in the Chu family will be much better then. As Chu Yuan spoke, he took out a small booklet. A part of the booklet seemed to be missing. The yellowed booklet was made from a unique animal hide that could be preserved for a very long time. This unique animal hide was usually used as a material to record cultivation techniques and the like. Apart from being able to be preserved for a long time, it could also store spiritual will. The words on it were all engraved with spiritual will and contained spiritual meaning. Chu Yuan placed the booklet into Chu Xian's hands, after which he took out a bottle of pills and handed it over as well. He stood up and said, "Break through to the profound realm as soon as possible." Looking at Chu Yuan's slightly desolate back, Chu Xian shook his head. He did not know what was on his mind. Could it be that he had fallen out of love? It was very likely. He picked up the booklet and flipped it open to take a look. It was actually an emperor-level scripture. However, it was not complete. It could only be considered half of an emperor-level scripture. Even so, it was still extraordinary. One had to know that the Chu family had similarly relied on their partial emperor-level scripture to establish themselves in the Qin kingdom for thousands of years. Cultivating this partial emperor-level scripture would not allow one to break through to the emperor realm. However, breaking through to the truth realm would not be a problem. According to the records in the book, the reason why there was no emperor-level character in the southern region was because, after the Great War that swept through the southern region, the earth veins collapsed and the rules were thrown into chaos. Therefore, cultivators here could not comprehend the emperor realm. Other than that, it was also related to the lack of an emperor realm inheritance. Chu Xian shook his head. He did not care for this partial emperor-level scripture at all. The medicinal pills were only ordinary. Chu Xian naturally would not care for medicinal pills needed to break through to the profound realm. After all, they were too inferior to the great profound pill. Chu Yuan had given this cultivation technique to him so that he could use it to gain Chu Tianming's attention. This would increase Chu Xian's status in the Chu family and allow him to continue living a peaceful and carefree life. That was very thoughtful of him. He did not know what was on Chu Yuan's mind, but it seemed like he wanted to distance himself from Chu Xian. Could it be that he had offended a powerful enemy and wanted to avoid implicating others? Since he did not know or understand the situation, Chu Xian did not pay too much attention to it. At most, he would ask Zhang Kui to pay attention to the matter and, if necessary, lend a helping hand. B****. In the end, on the second day after Chu Yuan returned, Chu Tianming's furious roar could be heard from the ancestral residence. It could even be heard all the way from the small courtyard. Chu Xian was speechless. It seemed that the old man was so angry that he was about to explode. His first thought was that this matter was related to Chu Yuan. For something to anger Chu Tianming to this extent, it seemed that it was not a small matter. Chu Xian instructed the heavenly spirit cat to sneak into the ancestral mansion and find out exactly what was going on. Even from such a distance, Chu Xian could sense Chu Tianming's vigorous aura. Could it be that he wanted to kill Chu Yuan? That old man would not be that ruthless, right? Chu Tianming had almost gone crazy from anger. Chu Yuan wanted to break off his marriage engagement. His fiancée was the princess of the Qin kingdom, Qin Qiun. The victim of the broken marriage engagement was the Qin royal family once again. Although the Qin kingdom was ruled by 4 families, the Qin family was the royal family of the Qin kingdom after all, and was considered the strongest among the 4. If they broke off the marriage engagement again, this would be akin to pressing the Qin royal family's face into the ground and rubbing it in the dirt. What made Chu Tianming so angry, to the point that he wanted to vomit blood, was that Qin Qian's mother was the one Chu Kaioluo had broken off his marriage arrangement with. After she had kicked up a fuss in the Chu family, she did not marry within the four families. Instead, she chose a husband from outside. If Chu Yuan broke off the marriage engagement as well, how could the other party just let it go? Perhaps there would be a rift between the Chu and Qin families because of this. I don't care who it is that you've fallen in love with. You absolutely cannot break off the marriage engagement. In fact, I'll arrange for you to marry her right away. Chu Tianming roared. Chu Yuan's father, Chu Kaiyufeng, was drenched in cold sweat. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at his father. He regretted letting his third brother teach his son. What did he learn? He actually learned how to break off marriage engagements. Had he not been getting along just fine with Qin Qian? They seemed to have a good relationship. Why did he suddenly decide to ruin the marriage engagement? Chu Tianming was so angry to the point that he was about to explode. If the Qin family found out about this, would they not be furious as well? His third son had broken off the marriage engagement previously and, now, his third grandson also wanted to break off his own marriage engagement. In addition, the one who would have her marriage ruined would be the daughter of the previous victim. This was simply too much. Chu Yuan's expression was calm as he said, I've already informed the Qin family. I've already spoken with Qian frankly. In my eyes, she's just like my little sister. Pu. Chu Tianming clutched his chest. He felt his blood churning and he was on the verge of vomiting blood. You. Trembling, he pointed at Chu Yuan and was unable to speak for a long time. Had he not been a peak void realm expert who was on the verge of breaking through to the unity realm, his fury would probably have ruptured his blood vessels. Grandfather, father, uncle, I've come to bid farewell to everyone today. I'm leaving the Chu family. Chu Yuan's expression was still calm. He knew that he had to face Chu Tianming's anger. However, he still had to come back and inform him. Chu Kaiyufeng's expression was complicated. His son had been gifted and intelligent since young, and the child worshipped his third brother. In the end, he even learned how to ruin his own marriage engagement. Chu Kaihucheng, the eldest brother among them, also had a complicated expression on his face. The Chu brothers rarely fought, and their relationship was harmonious. However, since the incident with his third brother, Chu Kaiolu, the atmosphere in the Chu family seemed to have changed somewhat. Now, the second person who ruined the marriage engagement had appeared. You are not allowed to go anywhere. I will immediately inform the Qin family to continue with the marriage. Chu Tianming's roar seemed to resound throughout the Chu family's ancestral grounds. After all, he was a half-step unity realm expert, so it would not be a problem for his voice to project further than 10 miles. As soon as he finished speaking, the head butler hurriedly walked in with a complicated expression on his face. He said, Master, the Qin family has sent someone over. Chu Tianming's expression changed. Who is it? It's Qin Pingxia and her daughter. Chu Tianming's face alternated between green and white. Qin Pingxia was the one who had almost become his daughter-in-law, and she had brought her daughter here to demand an explanation. Chapter 35, I am trash. Chu Yuan truly was talented. Chu Xian sighed. As expected of someone who worshipped his father. He even followed in Chu Kaioluo's footsteps in breaking off his marriage engagement. Even from this far away, he could hear Chu Tianming's roars. One could imagine how angry he was. Had his grandfather not been a cultivator, would his blood vessels have burst from anger? Who knew what he would do to Chu Yuan? Would he lock him up? Would Chu Yuan be forced to marry Qin Qian? The other problem was, when things had gone this far south, would Qin Qian even be willing to marry him? Would there be no one who objected to their prearranged marriages within the four great families? Did they all marry voluntarily? Old Seventh and He Weiwei were indeed willing marriage partners. The two of them were having a lot of fun together. However, ignoring them, what about the others? What if the woman had someone else in her heart and could not be together with him? Would she have to marry a man whom she was engaged with but did not love? This was a problem that stemmed from feudal mindsets. Chu Xian shook his head and sighed. It had been a while since Chu Tianming's last roar was heard. Could it be that Chu Yuan had already been locked up? Since Chu Yuan had returned, he should be aware of the consequences that he had to face, right? Chu Yuan had made ample preparations. Since he chose to return, he naturally knew what he was about to face. He was not afraid at all. He was fully confident that he could successfully leave the Chu family. No one could stop him. Qin Pingxia stepped into the ancestral hall of the Chu family with an ashen face. Looking at Chu Tianming, her expression became somewhat complicated. She had almost become his daughter-in-law. Thinking of that elegant man from back then, her heart was filled with anger. How could she not be comparable to that common woman? Behind Qin Pingxia, there was a beautiful young girl whose head was slightly lowered. Uncle Chu, is your Chu family going to ruin another marriage? Qin Pingxia asked. I have no such intention. Chu Tianming denied it. Whether the Chu family breaks off the marriage engagement or not is up to the Chu family. But I, Chu Yuan, will not fulfill this marriage engagement. Chu Yuan said calmly. Shut up! Chu Tianming shouted. Grandpa, it's not good to force matters. You can ask Sister Qiyun, does she even like me? I do. A weak voice sounded. Chu Yuan. Did you hear that? If you dare to disappoint Qiyun, I'll break your legs. Chu Tianming continued to roar. He could not afford to have another marriage engagement ruined. If it happened again, the four families' marriage alliance would be placed in jeopardy. This would cause cracks in the relationships between the four families, and they would gradually lose their sense of unity. Chu Yuan's gaze was firm as he looked at Qin Qiyun and said, don't be bound by the so-called marriage engagement. We've only met a few times, so how can you say you truly like me? I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Qin Qiyun replied with a slightly red face. It did not make any sense. Did he have such great charm? Chu Yuan was a little dumbfounded. He took a deep breath and said, I have someone I like. It's impossible for you and me to be together. Enough. Qin Pingxia said angrily, do you all think that the daughters of my Qin family are not worthy of the men of your Chu family? Remembering Chu Kaioluo, she too was about to go crazy with anger. Now, her own daughter had to suffer a similar fate as hers. Dear niece Pingxia, the annulment of the marriage engagement will never happen again. Chu Tianming said with a sullen face. Lock him up and have him reflect on his actions. He gave an order to the head butler. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes and a spatial escape bead appeared in his hand. Grandfather, father, uncle, I, Chu Yuan, am not as good as third uncle. My talent is not as good as third uncle, nor is my strength as good as third uncle. However, I will never lose to third uncle in terms of how much I love her. None of you can force me to marry someone else. Chu Tianming said angrily, why couldn't you have learned something else? Why did you have to learn from your third uncle and break off the engagement? Arg! Drag him down and lock him up. Reflect on your own mistakes. What a B****. Chu Yuan ignored the head butler. Instead, he looked at Qin Qiyun and said, Sister Qiyun, you are a good person. You will be able to find someone better. Goodbye. He activated the spatial escape bead and disappeared. B****. Chu Tianming was furious. He raised his hand and tried to grab him, but was one step too late. Find him and bring him back. Several elders quickly left the Chu family's ancestral residence. The third sons of the Chu family are never good people. Qin Pingxia's face was cold. She looked at the roaring Chu Tianming and took a few deep breaths. Then, she said, "You chased Chu Kaioluo's son out of the ancestral residence." "Yes." Chu Tianming's face was dark. "I'll go and see for myself just how outstanding Chu Kaioluo's son is." She turned around and left with Qin Qun in tow. Chu Tianming was stunned. He did not understand what she meant by that. He signaled for Chu Kaihucheng and Chu Kaiyufeng to follow her in case this woman saw Chu Xian and went crazy or did something drastic. After the heavenly spirit cat returned, Chu Xian roughly understood the whole story. The third son of the Chu family from the previous generation had ruined the marriage engagement. The third son of the Chu family from this generation had also ruined the marriage engagement. Chu Xian could foresee that the third son of the Chu family of the next generation would not be welcomed. Regardless of whether it was the Qin family, the Zhao family, or the He family, none of them would arrange a marriage with the third son of the Chu family. The door of the small courtyard was pushed open. Qin Pingxia appeared in the small courtyard together with Qin Qun. Looking at Chu Xian, who was lazily lying on the reclining chair, her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly, and inexplicable flames of fury rose in her heart. "You are Chu Kaioluo's son, Chu Xian." Chu Xian raised his head and glanced at her. "Who are you, auntie?" Sensing Qin Pingxia's malicious gaze, which seemed to be filled with the desire to beat him up, he replied lazily. "Did you just call me, auntie?" Qin Pingxia was so angry that her delicate body was trembling all over. "You are from the same generation as my father. If I don't call you auntie, should I call you sister instead?" Chu Xian stretched lazily and yawned. "You." Qin Pingxia took a few deep breaths and turned around to look at Chu Kaihucheng and Chu Kaiyufeng behind her. She asked, "Is your Chu family going to ruin the marriage engagement? Have you thought about the consequences?" Chu Kaihucheng smiled bitterly and said, "Our Chu family is indeed in the wrong regarding this matter, but, as you can see, the person in question has already escaped. Whether they can be captured or not is another matter altogether, but even if we force them to marry, it will not be fair to Qun." Qin Pingxia looked at Chu Xian and said, "Since Chu Kaioluo betrayed me, then let his son pay his dues." F***ck. Chu Xian said in shock, "Auntie, how old are you? You already have a daughter, yet you have such thick skin. Are you an old cow that wants to eat young grass? No wonder my father didn't want you. How dare you?" Qin Pingxia's face was livid, and her aura erupted, displaying her peak void realm cultivation. Chu Kaihucheng hurriedly moved and stood between her and Chu Xian. He turned around to glare at Chu Xian and said, "What nonsense are you speaking?" Chu Xian could not help but turn speechless when he saw that Chu Kaihucheng was almost sweating from the pressure of her aura. This uncle of his was a little useless. He was only at the 5th level of the void realm. Qin Pingxia withdrew her aura, took a deep breath, and said, "Since Chu Yuan isn't willing, then let Chu Xian marry my daughter." This. Chu Kaihucheng looked at Qin Qun and said, "Qin Qun, you. I like him. He's good looking." Qin Qun said with a red face and lowered her head. Was she so fickle? She just said that she liked Chu Yuan earlier, but, in the blink of an eye, she now liked Chu Xian? Chu Kaihucheng and his brother were speechless. "I don't agree." Chu Xian raised his hand and said. "What right do you have to disagree?" Qin Pingxia looked at him coldly. Chu Xian said seriously, "I'm trash. Isn't it a waste for your daughter to marry me?" Qin Pingxia. Chu Kaihucheng and Chu Kaiyufeng. How could you say the words "I'm trash" so righteously? Where was your pride? Did you not want it? Chapter 36, Void Heart Flame, Demon Reincarnation. How is your daughter going to face the world if she marries a good-for-nothing person like me? Do you still care about your reputation? Chu Xian continued in a serious tone, "Think about it. You, her mother, were dumped by my father. In the end, you actually asked your daughter to marry a good-for-nothing like me. What would everyone else think? They would think that no one wanted your daughter, so she can only marry a piece of trash. Auntie, it's true that my father dumped you, but do you want your daughter to carry the reputation of being unwanted and marrying a good-for-nothing? Huff. Huff. Qin Pingxia was so angry that her entire body trembled and each breath she took was labored. She almost could not hold back the anger in her heart. After cultivating her heart and mind for more than 20 years, her state of mind was shattered today. To her, every word that Chu Xian said was not about referring to himself as a good-for-nothing. Instead, he was emphasizing the fact that she had been dumped by his father. The third sons of the Chu family are never good. Qin Pingxia gnashed her teeth and said. The two Chu brothers had cold sweat running down their faces, afraid that Qin Pingxia would suddenly attack them. With their current strength, they would not be able to stop her. Chu Xian just shrugged. After all, he was not the third son of the Chu family. What you said makes sense. A good-for-nothing is not good enough for my daughter. Qin Pingxia said hatefully. You rejected a woman who delivered herself to your doorstep. You've been rewarded with the void heart flame. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. There was a reward for this? Sure enough, the system's random rewards would always be triggered inadvertently. Qin Pingxia looked deeply at Chu Xian before turning around and leaving without saying another word. Qin Qiun looked at Chu Xian with a red face, her eyes filled with regret. She turned around and left as well. Chu Xian frowned. Qin Qiun acted like an obedient girl but, for some reason, he felt that there was something wrong with this girl. He immediately used the heavenly secret origin probing technique on her. Qin Qiun. Her mother is Qin Pingxia and her father is Hong Fei, within her resides the soul of the demon fox, which is the reincarnation of the emperor-level demon. The soul is currently in its recovery stage. It looks obedient on the outside but, on the inside, it's seductive and vicious. It's good at bewitching and likes good-looking men. Chu Xian took a deep breath. The soul of a demon fox and the reincarnation of an emperor-level demon. She was once an emperor-level powerhouse? Her soul was currently in its recovery stage? She looked well-behaved on the outside, but on the inside, she was vicious? This woman was not simple at all. Oh, she liked good-looking men? Chu Xian touched his face. He was good-looking after all, so there was no need to be modest about this. No wonder she said she liked him. The Qin kingdom was about to change. The future of the Qin family would be full of uncertainties due to Qin Qiun's appearance. Was she a demon or a human? Due to his limited strength, he could not investigate Qin Qiun's origins further, such as how she had been reborn into the Qin family, as well as the reason behind why her demon soul was reborn. He had to be careful of this girl. Although it would take a long time for her to fully recover, and even longer to recover her emperor realm cultivation. Qin Qiun would hate Chu Yuan for breaking off the marriage engagement, right? It was not a good thing to be hated by a demon emperor. Chu Xian thought about it and decided to remind Chu Yuan. No matter what, he had always been sincere to Chu Xian. He glanced at the sky-shaking golden rock and gave it some instructions. The sky-shaking golden rock soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Given the speed of the sky-shaking golden rock, it would not be difficult for it to locate Chu Yuan. Then he turned his attention to the system's reward. Void Heart Flame. An invisible flame appeared. Void Heart Flame. Burning heart, burning anger. The Void Heart Flame was like the fire inside one's heart. It could make people instantly furious and explode with anger. It could stir up people's anger and use their anger as fuel. As long as there was even the tiniest bit of anger, the Void Heart Flame could be ignited. Once ignited, it could not be extinguished. Chu Xian marveled at the power of the Void Heart Flame. It was impossible to guard oneself against it. In this world, who would not be angry? To kill a person, he would only need to provoke the other party slightly in order to ignite the Void Heart Flame. Once ignited, it could not be extinguished. until the void heart flame exploded in one's heart and the person died. It was a silent and invisible murder weapon. Those who were unaware would think that they had exploded in anger and died. A martial artist's anger would attack their heart, and their spiritual power would be thrown into disorder. It was not impossible for them to explode and die. On the surface, Chu Yuan's matter did not seem to have caused much trouble for the Chu family. However, Chu Xian knew that there would still be some cracks in the relationship between the Chu and Qin families from now on. He could imagine that as Qin Qian's emperor-level soul recovered, and her talent blossomed, her strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The Chu family would then deeply regret not having married Qin Qian into the family. If Chu Yuan ever returned, he would definitely be looked at with disdain in the Chu family. Chu Tianming probably would not even acknowledge him as a grandson. In the end, all of this had nothing to do with Chu Xian. He just wanted to live in peace. It did not matter to him if Qin Qian's emperor-level soul recovered. After all, if she could not restore her emperor realm cultivation within a short period of time, she would not be a threat to him. The deadline for a year's seclusion was almost up. The rewards would definitely be generous. The emperor realm did not seem too far away from Chu Xian. The lack of an emperor-level character in the southern region was already widely known and accepted fact in the cultivation world. The saying went, the lack of an emperor-level character in the southern region, be it in the ancient records or through the legends passed down from ancient times, was all due to a huge battle that had taken place. The earth veins collapsed and the rules were thrown into chaos. In addition, the emperor realm inheritance had gone missing. However, when Qin Qian appeared, Chu Xian knew that the reason behind this situation was not as simple as what was recorded in the records and passed down. Where did Qin Qian come from? Was she a demon emperor from the southern region or an outsider? There was too little information about the lands beyond the southern region. Even the ancient records did not mention much about it. Chu Xian could not help but think of Black Moon Tower. This force that had rooted itself all over the southern region was so strong that even the evil imperial court did not dare to use force to threaten it. It could be observed that Black Moon Tower's origins were not simple. It was highly likely that Black Moon Tower was a force that was not just limited to the southern region. A few thoughts flashed through Chu Xian's mind. At the moment, he could not implement some of his ideas and plans until he reached the Emperor realm. Moreover, since Qin Qian, the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, had appeared, were there similar situations unfolding in other parts of the southern region? Or was it only Qin Qian who was special? What Chu Xian was even more curious about was why Qin Qian, a fox demon, had reincarnated as human. What was the situation behind her reincarnation? Was it done intentionally? Given the fact that she had retained her demon soul, all things considered, the possibility of her being intentionally reincarnated as a human was very high. Chu Xian thought about Qin Pingxia, the woman whose marriage was ruined by his father. In the end, she married a husband outside the four families and gave birth to Qin Qian. She even arranged for Qin Qian and Chu Yuan to be married. Was there any reason behind this? She had been dumped by someone. Why was she still willing to let her daughter marry into the Chu family? Moreover, Chu Yuan had always been taught by Chu Kaioluo. He could be considered a successor to his legacy. The more Chu Xian thought about it, the more he felt that there seemed to be some kind of conspiracy behind it all. Chu Yuan was the one who ruined the marriage, but she came over and wanted to marry Qin Qian to Chu Xian just like that. Was she not being too casual about her daughter's marriage? There seemed to be something wrong with the Qin family. He had to remain steadfast. As long as his strength increased, no scheme or trick would ever be able to affect him. Fortunately, the reward for a year's seclusion was not far off. The reward for staying in seclusion for a year would definitely be something to look forward to. The Emperor realm seemed infinitely closer as each day passed. Not long after, the sky-shaking Golden Rock returned after reminding Chu Yuan, who had been escaping from Chu County, about the whole situation. Of course, it did not reveal that Chu Xian was the one who sent him that reminder. As for how Chu Yuan would react and what thoughts he would have, Chu Xian could not have cared less. Purple Moon Kingdom, Hu Chuan, sect leader of the heretic cult. Hu Chuan, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, looked at Kun Wu, who was old and had one foot in the grave. He said in a deep voice, "Brother Kun Wu, the end of your lifespan is approaching. After this matter is completed, I will hand over the complete blood spirit bead to you. It will definitely extend Brother Kun Wu's lifespan by 10 years and increase your chances of breaking through." Chapter 37, Words are Truth and Words are Law. Kun Wu stared at Hu Chuan for a long while and said in a hoarse voice, "Are you really willing to give up the blood spirit bead? My, Hu Quan's cult ended up like this. The source of this entire disaster is the Chu family of the Qin kingdom. I can't take this lying down." Hu Chuan said angrily. Many years of planning had been destroyed in an instant, and he himself had been seriously injured. Yuan Chong and the remaining 3 elders had also fallen in Chu County. The Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult was on the verge of being wiped out. It had all started from the Chu family discovering the cult's spies and trying to purge the Chu County of the heretic cult. "You're willing to hand over the blood spirit bead in exchange for the deaths of a few elders of the Chu family. Are you really willing to do something like that?" The blood spirit bead was refined from the blood essence of tens of thousands of martial artists using a secret method. It was one of the most precious treasures for evil cultivators. In addition, the refining method of the blood spirit bead was in the sole possession of the evil imperial court. This was also the reason why the evil imperial court had so many experts willing to work under them. Kun Wu's cultivation was at the peak of the Void Realm, and he was a veteran Void Realm evil cultivator. However, he was still unable to break through to the Unity Realm, and the end of his lifespan was soon approaching. The blood spirit bead could increase one's lifespan by at least 10 years, and it could also increase the chances of one breaking through. It was one of the treasures that Kun Wu desired the most at the moment. "My main target is Chu Kai-Oluo's son. As long as we capture Chu Kai-Oluo's son, I'll have plenty of ways to take revenge on the Chu family. Furthermore, he is Chu Kai-Oluo's son. I would like to see if the Chu family will be so righteous so as to kill their own family members." Hu Chuan gritted his teeth in hatred. "All right, I'll agree to this venture." Kun Wu nodded in agreement. He had been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm for far too long, and he did not have much time left. This was a golden opportunity for him. While the Chu family was not weak, given his means and strength, as long as he did not barge in forcefully and end up surrounded, he was confident that he would be able to escape unscathed after capturing the target. Hu Chuan raised his hand and waved, and half of the blood spirit bead flew out. "After the deed is done, I'll give you the remaining half." Kun Wu took the blood spirit bead and gave Hu Chuan a deep look. Then he turned around and left. He was not worried that Hu Chuan would go back on his word. He believed that Hu Chuan would not dare to anger a peak Void Realm expert who did not have much time left. Kun Wu did not directly snatch the blood spirit bead though. After all, Hu Chuan was a subordinate member of the evil imperial court, and the blood spirit bead was considered the private property of the evil imperial court. If he dared to snatch it, he would have definitely been hunted down by the evil imperial court's experts. Even if he was lucky enough to break through to the Unity Realm, he would still die without a doubt. However, if Hu Chuan went back on his word, then he would kill Hu Chuan and snatch the remaining half of the blood spirit bead. The evil imperial court would not say or do anything in that case because his actions would be well within the rules. No evil cultivator dared to violate the rules of the evil imperial court. The Chu family was not weak, and Chu Tianming's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, he had a treasured artifact in his possession. If they really were to fight, Kun Wu was not confident in his ability to defeat Chu Tianming. Moreover, he was old as well, so his strength had slightly decreased over time. However, so long as he was not surrounded and attacked by experts at the 8th level of the Void Realm or above, he was confident he could escape successfully. The objective of this venture was merely to capture Chu Kaioluo's son and kill a few Chu family elders along the way. As long as he quietly infiltrated the Chu family's territory and captured Chu Kaioluo's son, killing a few Chu family elders that guarded Chu County on the way back was not a difficult task for him at all. By the time the experts of the Chu family responded to the situation, he would have already returned to the Purple Moon Kingdom and successfully obtained the Blood Spirit Bead. Once he broke through to the Unity Realm, which expert of the Chu family would he even be afraid of? If he failed to break through, he would not have many years to live anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Chu Xian snapped his fingers. There were only 7 days left until the 1-year deadline. Time passed really quickly. Unknowingly, he had been staying inside this small courtyard for almost a year. In less than a year, he had broken through from the mortal realm all the way to the truth realm. Who would believe this news if it was spread out? This cultivation speed would make many heavens blessed weep, and saints and saintesses break down. There were 7 days left. There should not be any accidents until then. No one would come and disturb him, right? Was there anything more comfortable than living in seclusion and gradually becoming stronger? The answer to that question was no. Outside the small courtyard, someone was quietly approaching. The person was moving very carefully and sneakily. Chu Xian sighed helplessly. What was wrong with all these cultists? Why did they always look for him the moment they came to the Chu family's territory? Was it just because I am Chu Kaioluo's son? When Kun Wu arrived at the small courtyard, he immediately sealed off the surroundings so that no sounds could be heard. Even if the other party shouted until his throat was dry, no one would notice. You are Chu Kaioluo's son? Kun Wu asked. Looking at Chu Xian, who was sitting on the reclining chair, he could see his target staring back at him expressionlessly. I am indeed Chu Kaioluo's son, but help me understand something. Why do you cultists always come looking for me? Could it be that my father dug up the ancestral graves of your cult? Chu Xian sighed and said. Ha, this old man isn't from the heretic cult, but I was hired by the cult. Kid, you should obediently follow this old man. Kun Wu smiled and raised his hand to grab Chu Xian. He was not from the cult? Chu Xian was surprised. Kun Wu's strength was at the peak of the Void Realm, but it seemed that he did not have much time left, and looked like he was about to pass away at any moment. He thought that he had been some hidden old man from the cult. Ignoring Kun Wu's hand, Chu Xian said indifferently, kneel down. Plop. Kun Wu immediately knelt down. His words were truth and his words were law. Chu Xian, who was at the 3rd level of the truth realm, used the truth mantra against Kun Wu, who was at the peak of the void realm. Its power was akin to the law of the great Dao, and Kun Wu did not possess the ability to resist his words at all. As his strength increased, the power of the truth mantra had already increased, and was no longer limited to just making people speak the truth. It could be imposed on those with lower cultivation levels, which would achieve the effect of them having to act in accordance with his commands. Gulp. Kun Wu could not help but break out into cold sweat. Spiritual power surged out of his body as he tried to get up and escape. Kneel properly and don't think about running away. Chu Xian continued to speak indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, Kun Wu's surging spiritual power quieted down. The thought of escaping had disappeared as well. Drip. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Kun Wu was extremely terrified. What kind of strength was this? Was this the legendary Emperor realm? Was he truly Chu Kaioluo's son? Who would believe that? The Chu family was extremely terrifying. Kun Wu was cursing Hu Chuan to death in his heart. Tell me your origin and what your purpose is in coming here. Chu Xian continued to use the truth mantra. Kun Wu opened his mouth and told him everything. He was terrified. Why did he reveal everything after the other party just said one sentence? There was no way for him to resist at all. After listening to Kun Wu's explanation, Chu Xian was speechless. Was there something wrong with the brains of these cultists? They were about to be eradicated, yet somehow they refused to stop. They just had to come and disturb him again and again. Could it be that the evil techniques these evil cultivators had cultivated had rotted their brains? He glanced at Kun Wu. He did not have any intention of turning Kun Wu into one of his lackeys. He was too useless. The fact that he had been stuck at the peak of the Void Realm pinnacle and had been unable to achieve a breakthrough made it apparent how useless his innate talent was. As long as one's innate talent was not too poor, one would be able to achieve a breakthrough to the Unity Realm after such a long period of accumulation. Trash had no value at all. Furthermore, he did not have much time left to live. Would Chu Xian help him achieve a breakthrough? No. It was an utter waste of resources. Chu Xian did not kill Kun Wu directly, but used the Seed Soul Seal to control him instead. He thought of the lightning bombs that the system had rewarded him with a while ago. He immediately took out a few. He stuffed them all into Kun Wu's hands and directly controlled his will, ordering him to carry the lightning bombs to the evil Imperial Court's capital to cause trouble. He would kill as many experts as he could by blowing up the evil Imperial Court. Go, use your last bit of life to shine brightly. Then your existence in this world will not have been for nothing. Chu Xian waved his hand and sent Kun Wu away. Chapter 38, Charging into the Evil King's Palace. Chu Xian did not ask Kun Wu to destroy the heretic cult of the Purple Moon Kingdom. Instead, he sent Kun Wu directly to the evil Imperial Court's capital to cause trouble. The power of the lightning bombs were not ordinary, and they were even more effective against evil cultivators. They should be able to cause a spectacular explosion at the evil Imperial Court's capital. A couple of lightning bombs would likely not cause too much damage. However, just being able to detonate an explosion in the evil Imperial Court's capital was already something worth shouting about. The explosion should be able to kill a few Unity Realm evil cultivators at least. Kun Wu's strength was limited after all. If Chu Xian gave him too many lightning bombs, he would not be able to detonate them in time anyway, and any unused lightning bombs would benefit the evil Imperial Court instead. Therefore, Chu Xian only gave him a few lightning bombs. Moreover, it might not be a good thing if he really went all out and blew up the evil Imperial Court's capital. If the evil Imperial Court went crazy as a result, the southern region would likely descend into a state of absolute chaos. At this stage, Chu Xian did not want to stir up too much trouble. If the situation exploded out of control, it would end up affecting the Chu family. How then would he be able to stay in seclusion peacefully and quietly while becoming stronger? After Kun Wu left Chu County, he rushed all the way to the evil Imperial Court. His heart was on the verge of collapsing. The Chu family was very terrifying. This trip would be his last. The evil Imperial Court was considered a holy land in the hearts of the evil cultivators of the southern region. It was also the largest force of the evil cultivators in the southern region. No evil cultivator dared to challenge the prestige of the evil Imperial Court. Kun Wu had never expected that, when he was approaching the end of his lifespan, he would be forced to go to the evil Imperial Court to cause trouble. One day later, he entered the evil Imperial Court's territory. A day later, he arrived at the evil Imperial Court's capital. Kun Wu's gaze turned resolute, seeming exuding faith and an indomitable will, as he stepped into the evil Imperial City. He soon arrived in front of the evil Imperial Palace. The evil Imperial Palace's gatekeepers were all Void Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the first or second level of the Void Realm, from a glance, it could be seen that the evil Imperial Court's strength was formidable. All evil cultivators who managed to break through to the Unity Realm had to submit to the Imperial City. Without an order, they were not allowed to leave the territory of the evil Imperial Court. This was the rule of the evil Imperial Court. Any evil cultivator who violated this rule would be killed without question. Although the evil Imperial Court was powerful, it was not without its enemies. When the old evil king went into closed-door cultivation, the evil king court greatly restrained themselves and did not continue to invade other territories and forces. Stop! The guard in front of the evil imperial palace saw Kun Wu's hunched figure walking straight toward him and immediately shouted. Kun Wu raised his head and smiled coldly. No evil cultivators dares to offend the holy land of the evil cultivators. Today, I, Kun Wu, will be the first to charge into this holy land of evil cultivators. What did you say? The guard thought that he was hallucinating. He was actually going to charge into the evil imperial palace? Even a madman who was not afraid of death would not dare to barge in. If one challenged the authority of the evil king, then one's life would be worse than death. As evil cultivators, they knew better than anyone how cruel the methods of evil cultivators were. Kun Wu's body straightened and his aura became vigorous. His strength, which was at the peak of the Void Realm, was displayed for all to see. Remember, my name is Kun Wu. At this moment, Kun Wu no longer looked aged and tired. A pitch-black bone blade appeared in his hand. The blade was like an elongated rib. Actually, it was indeed a rib. It was a spiritual artifact that Kun Wu had refined from a Void Realm martial artist he killed, in which he used various secret techniques. I want to shine like a diamond in the last moments of my life. I want to let all the evil cultivators in the world remember that there was once an evil cultivator called Kun Wu, who bravely barged into the evil imperial palace. My name, Kun Wu, will forever be remembered in the history of the southern region. So what if I die? My legacy will live on. Kun Wu had thought it through. In any case, he could not go against the Chu Xian's will anyway. Since that was the case, he might as well make a big deal out of it. He had to die, but even if he died, he had to leave his name in the history records of evil cultivators in the southern region, and perhaps even in the history records of all cultivators in the southern region. Many years later, there would still be people who remembered that an evil cultivator named Kun Wu had bravely barged into the evil imperial palace. The guards widened their eyes. Had this person gone mad? Had cultivating an evil technique damaged his brain? Could it be that they would one day become like this as well? Bang! Kun Wu made his move and, as expected, his first move was to hurl a lightning bomb. The two guards only had the strength of first or second level Void Realm martial artists, and they did not think that Kun Wu would actually dare to make a move. There was no way they could withstand the explosion, and they both perished on the spot. Bang! Kun Wu charged toward the evil imperial palace and directly chopped off a corner of the evil imperial palace's gates. Impudent! A powerful aura rose from within the evil imperial palace and, as soon as Kun Wu charged into the evil imperial palace, a few guards at the 8th level of the Void Realm charged over. In the distance, several auras of the Unity Realm experts appeared as well, and they began to rush over. In the distance, the aura of a Truth Realm expert appeared. Kun Wu's eyes flashed with madness. Since his death was unavoidable, then he would die a violent death and go down in a blaze of glory. At least he could still leave his name in the history books. Even after thousands of years, there would still be people who remembered his name and his glorious actions and courage. Avoiding the Void Realm guards that pounced in his direction, Kun Wu directly rushed toward the depths of the evil imperial palace. Die! He charged 100 meters into the evil imperial palace. By this time, a Unity Realm expert had already arrived, and a huge hand created from spiritual power tried to grab him. A lightning bomb appeared in Kun Wu's hand. He immediately activated it and threw it at the hand. That Unity Realm expert's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly tried to block the attack. He sensed an intense danger emanating from the lightning bomb. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, an astonishing amount of power was unleashed. The resulting explosion caused a building to collapse, and that Unity Realm evil cultivator died immediately from the lightning. Kun Wu continued to head deeper into the palace. The intense explosion shocked the entire evil imperial city. All the evil cultivators looked in the direction of the evil imperial palace in shock. What had happened? Not long after, the news of someone courageously barging into the evil imperial palace and killing the evil imperial palace's guards spread, and the evil cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Voila! Everyone rushed toward the evil imperial palace, wanting to see just who it was that dared to challenge the evil king's authority. Today was destined to be the most explosive day in the history of the evil imperial palace. A peak void realm evil cultivator who did not have much time left to live had charged into the evil imperial palace and killed the guards. He even relied on some powerful secret treasure to kill the Unity Realm guards, destroy more than a dozen buildings, and heavily injure 2 Truth Realm experts. Finally, he let out a furious roar and self-destructed inside the evil imperial palace. Haha, I, Kun Wu, will die a violent death. Evil cultivators who don't dare to enter the evil imperial palace are not evil cultivators. As evil cultivators, I will enter the holy land of evil cultivators even if I die doing so. Remember, my name is Kun Wu. Among the spectating evil cultivators, several evil cultivators who were about to reach the end of their lives suddenly felt their blood boil. They looked almost ready to break into the evil imperial palace themselves. The other evil cultivators around them were so frightened that they hurriedly moved away. *CK, has he gone mad? He even dared to provoke the dignity of the evil king? It did not matter if he died, but was he not afraid that his family, descendants, and disciples would be implicated by his actions? The other party was so majestic, while he was probably just a lone evil cultivator. This was the first time the dignity of the evil imperial palace had been challenged by an evil cultivator. Everyone hurriedly moved away from the palace, afraid that they would be implicated in some way or form. They did not dare to breathe loudly and were terrified that they would be targeted by the experts of the evil imperial court. ****. In the main hall of the evil imperial palace, the current evil king's face was ashen, and the expressions of the higher UPS of the evil imperial court were also unsightly. Bring his family and disciples here. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. The evil king roared. No evil cultivator had ever challenged the prestige of the evil king in the past. He became the first evil king in history to have his authority challenged by an evil cultivator. As a result, he felt that his prestige had taken a devastating blow. I'm afraid that he's a lone evil cultivator who doesn't even have a successor. Someone said helplessly. Many people even felt that once Kun Wu started this, other lone evil cultivators might imitate him in order to leave their mark in history. The evil king's face would probably be slapped again and again. Chapter 39, Staying in Seclusion for a Year, Jade Void Immortal Scripture and 100 Years of Cultivation. The news of Kun Wu's courageous intrusion into the evil imperial palace was destined to spread throughout the entire southern province and reach the ears of every evil cultivator. There were many evil cultivators in the world, and there were always a few who were crazy and mad. It was only a matter of time before they imitated his actions. People who practiced evil techniques were more prone to becoming mentally dysfunctional. After this matter spread, Kun Wu became famous. In an instant, he went from being a nobody to becoming a well-known public figure. Some evil cultivators who had problems with their brains also wanted to become famous, so they naturally imitated him. The ironclad law of the evil imperial court that previously could not be provoked would be challenged. The face of the current evil king would also be slapped again and again. When Hu Chuan heard this news, he was completely stunned. Cold sweat was dripping down his face. Had that old ****starred Kun Wu gone crazy? He really wanted to grab Kun Wu and scream. I asked you to stir up trouble in Chu County and capture someone. I never asked you to go to the evil imperial palace to provoke the evil king. What exactly had happened here? Why did Kun Wu suddenly go to the evil imperial palace? Did he even go to the Chu family's territory? Did something happen to his brain on the way that caused him to go to the evil imperial palace instead? Or did he encounter some kind of mishap while he was in the Chu family's territory? Hu Chuan broke out into cold sweat. Since he was the one who had given Kun Wu the order to stir up trouble in the Chu family's territory, despite the fact that he was not involved in Kun Wu's crazy decision to go to the evil imperial palace and slap the evil king on the face, he would be doomed if anyone found out or if the news got out. Fortunately, only he and Kun Wu knew about their conspiracy, and there was no third party present. Black Moon Tower shouldn't know, right? It was such a confidential matter and, without a third party present, there should be no possibility of it being leaked. Hu Chuan muttered in his heart. Hopefully that old bastard Kun Wu did not leak the information to Black Moon Tower. Otherwise, that group of black-hearted people would definitely use this information to search out the evil king and extort a sum of money from him. Let's recuperate quietly. This matter has nothing to do with me. I have never seen or heard of Kun Wu before. Hu Chuan made up his mind to keep a low profile. He did not want to be captured by the evil king. That would result in a fate worse than death. Something is not right with the Chu family. Why is it that every time something happens, it has something to do with the Chu family? Hu Chuan felt that the Chu family seemed to be hiding some big secret. After the incident with Kun Wu, he did not dare to continue targeting the Chu family. He would maintain a low profile and recuperate for now. He would plan his next move after he recovered from his injuries. However, he had no intentions of letting the Chu family off. Were it not for the Chu family, how would he have ended up in such a situation in the first place? The Purple Moon Kingdom's cult had almost been completely decimated. The evil imperial court would probably regard him as incompetent. If he was not incompetent, then why did he end up in such a state? In the eyes of the evil imperial court's experts, if he could not even develop and manage a small cult branch well, what else could he be if not incompetent? Moreover, the evil imperial court did not actually require the cult to develop and grow. They only wanted each cult branch to maintain their strength and avoid destruction. They even gave him a treasured artifact to help him do so. If he failed to accomplish even that under such circumstances, he would definitely be regarded as incompetent. In fact, Hu Chuan was worried that the evil imperial court powerhouses would think that he was useless and kill him off directly. What was even more terrifying was that he might be treated as a material to refine the blood spirit bead. Chu family. Hu Chuan gritted his teeth. He reached out and took out a small black-red bead. He stared at the small bead for a long time, and his eyes were filled with hesitation. He had found this bead while exploring a mystic realm. After many years of searching and reading ancient records, he roughly understood what the bead was. Demonic blood bead. It contained demon blood. Once its power leaked out, anyone below the truth realm would become demonized. Once demonized, they would become demon slaves. The demon race was the mortal enemy of the human race. Whether it was the righteous or the evil path, they both would not allow the demon race to exist. On the surface, the demon race was not present in the southern region. Anyone who was tainted by the demon race's demon blood would become a demon slave, and they would quickly be eliminated. Hu Quan's eyes flashed with viciousness. He stared at the demon blood bead for a long time before putting it away. He would decide whether or not to carry out his plan after he recovered from his injuries. You did not leave the house but, with a single thought, you managed to shake the foundations of the evil imperial court, shocking all of the evil cultivators in the southern region. You've been rewarded with the lucky mystic realm. Chu Xian was stunned. He had shaken the foundations of the evil imperial court, and shocked all of the evil cultivators in the southern region. That old man, Kun Wu, was quite capable. He checked out the system's reward. The lucky mystic realm does not require you to leave your house. You can set up a lucky mystic realm in the South Province, and leave it for the fated person to discover and obtain the inheritance within. This lucky mystic realm was not for Chu Xian to enter. Instead, it allowed Chu Xian to set up a lucky mystic realm anywhere in the southern region. Anyone who obtained this fortuitous encounter would definitely reap great rewards. The person who obtained the inheritance of the lucky mystic realm would become Chu Xian's successor. Moreover, as long as Chu Xian was willing, he could instantly seize the successor's cultivation base, and even control the person's life and death. Chu Xian looked at the simple and unadorned little palace icon in the system. As long as he had enough lucky mystic realms, would he be able to remain in seclusion while creating successors for himself all over the continent? In addition, every successor would not be able to betray him. Even if the successor really wanted to, Chu Xian could seize their cultivation base at any time. The successor's life and death would be under Chu Xian's control. Naturally, the successor of the lucky mystic realm would not be aware that their life and death were under Chu Xian's control. Those who are able to enter the lucky mystic realm will all experience fortuitous encounters. Isn't this equivalent to creating protagonists? I won't have to leave seclusion, yet my successors will be all over the continent. It's interesting that I'll be the backer of a bunch of heaven's blessed. If any successor dares to disobey their master, I can instantly take back their cultivation base. I can even reward their cultivation base to other successors. How wonderful! Chu Xian thought about the idea of setting up the lucky mystic realm, but the conditions were not suitable for the time being. After all, his current strength was too weak. The upper limit of the lucky mystic realm that he could set up was not very high, so there was no point in doing so. Even if he did set up the lucky mystic realm, if he wanted to create the internal layout and furnish it, the minimum requirement to do so was for him to be at the initial levels of the Emperor realm. After all, what kind of heavens blessed would want to enter a mystic realm that was not even at the Emperor level? The Emperor realm was only the beginning. There were only 2 days left until the 1-year deadline. Chu Xian was extremely excited. Within these 2 short days, nothing would happen, right? Time passed peacefully. The 1-year deadline was fast approaching. Chu Xian rubbed his hands in anticipation. Whether or not he could break through to the Emperor realm within a short period of time would depend on the rewards he got from the system for remaining in seclusion for a year. The longer he stayed in seclusion, the more generous the system's rewards would be. He had received some rewards of heaven-level scriptures and divine techniques previously. His first 1-year reward would definitely be greater than those. Perhaps, he would be able to break through to the Emperor realm directly. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, Chu Xian would finally have some confidence in preserving his own safety. You've been in seclusion for a year. You've been rewarded with the Jade Void Immortal Scripture and 100 years worth of cultivation. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised. Not only did he get an immortal scripture, he also received 100 years worth of cultivation. It seemed that his worries about not reaching the Emperor realm were unfounded. He could not wait to receive the reward. Boom! Chu Xian did not take out and examine the Jade Void Immortal Scripture. Instead, he directly got the system to instill it into his mind. The Jade Void Immortal Scripture was a cultivation technique that pointed to the Great Dao, and it recorded many secret techniques within it. While Chu Xian was comprehending the Jade Void Immortal Scripture, the 100 years worth of cultivation was being transmitted to him. At this moment, it was as if he was starting from scratch in cultivating the Jade Void Immortal Scripture. The spiritual power that he originally cultivated from the Great Luo Emperor Scripture was being continuously compressed. His meridians were also being continuously expanded. When compared, the spiritual power cultivated from the Jade Void Immortal Scripture was dozens of times stronger than the spiritual power cultivated from the Great Luo Emperor Scripture. Chu Xian, who cultivated the Jade Void Immortal Scripture, would be able to fight against 10 people who cultivated the Great Luo Emperor Scripture without breaking a sweat. Thanks to the infusion of 100 years worth of cultivation, Chu Xian's strength continued to rise. 4th, 5th, 8th. Chapter 40, Breaking Through to the Emperor Realm. At a certain point, it was as if he had broken past a bottleneck. Boom! Chu Xian's physical body was transforming, and his spiritual will was also transforming. The transformation was even more intense than when a mortal broke through to the profound realm. The small courtyard was still calm, and one could not sense the slightest movement from within. Chu Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, was experiencing extreme sublimation and stepping into a brand new world. His spiritual will began to condense, and a rumbling sound could be heard inside his mind. It was almost as if there was an invisible barrier preventing his spiritual will from further sublimating. Boom! His spiritual will was like a big hammer, constantly hammering away at that invisible barrier. His physical body and spiritual power were also sublimating and transforming. His bones were like jade, his marrow was like a wide river, and his blood was like a vast ocean. Rumble. His spiritual power and spiritual will fused together, creating a type of divine soul power that seeped out of his body, which merged with heaven and earth, and merged with the laws of this world. The transformation of his spiritual will continued, yet that invisible barrier seemed to be unbreakable. As the infusion of the 100 years' worth of cultivation continued, his comprehension of the jade void immortal scripture continued to increase along with his cultivation base. Chu Xian was in a mysterious state. After an unknown period of time, he finally penetrated that thin membrane and arrived in a new world. A comfortable feeling surged into his soul. Chu Xian felt his entire body tremble as if he was experiencing catharsis. At this moment, his spiritual will had been sublimated. Boom! A human-shaped spiritual will appeared in his mind. One could vaguely see that it resembled Chu Xian's appearance. Divine Soul. The fundamental sign of having broken through to the Emperor realm was the transformation of one's spiritual will to form a divine soul. After forming a divine soul, even if one's physical body was destroyed, as long as one's divine soul escaped, one would be able to survive. As the divine soul was being formed, the transformation continued. The transformation of his spiritual power and physical body also continued. The power of his divine soul spread out and connected with heaven and earth, merging with heaven and earth. With the small courtyard at the center, ripples spread out in all directions. 100 meters, 1 kilometer. The power of his divine soul continued to spread out and merge with heaven and earth. A special field gradually formed. Chu Xian was experiencing a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. He witnessed some of the laws of heaven and earth, and his comprehension of heaven and earth improved by leaps and bounds. It almost seemed like he had already seen the true essence of heaven and earth. It was as if he could mobilize the great power of heaven and earth for his own use with just a thought. It was as if he had built a new miniature world with himself as the center and, within this miniature world, everything was controlled by him. He was the ruler of this miniature world, and the supreme law of land. As his divine soul continued to solidify, Chu Xian was able to witness more laws around him. In this vast world, there seemed to be some incomplete laws in his corner of the world. Chu Xian vaguely saw that the rules in the southern region seemed to have been broken in several places. Perhaps this was the true cause behind the lack of an emperor-level character in the southern region. Since the laws were incomplete, the power of the divine soul could not merge with the world and could not complete the final step in breaking through to the emperor realm. Chu Xian believed that perhaps some experts had condensed their divine souls, but because they could not merge its power with the laws here, nor integrate the laws into the divine soul, they could not construct a miniature world of their own. As such, they had not completely broken through to the emperor realm. They could only be considered half-emperors. The broken laws of the southern region seemed to be gradually recovering. After the laws recovered, perhaps those who possessed an emperor-level inheritance would be able to break through to the emperor realm. However, Chu Xian was an exception. He was not limited by the flaws of the laws in the southern region. He encountered no problems in the process of breaking through to the emperor realm. What his divine soul power merged with were not the laws of the southern region, but rather the laws of this vast world. These laws were of a higher level. The transformation of his soul was not over yet. The miniature world, with Chu Xian at its center, was still expanding. 3 miles, 5 miles. Gradually, his divine soul power spread out all the way to the Chu family's ancestral residence. At this moment, none of the secrets in the ancestral residence could be hidden from Chu Xian. Since he was using his Emperor Realm divine soul power, Chu Tianming and the other experts of the Chu family naturally would not be able to discover anything. Chu Xian could see that, in the depths of the Chu family's ancestral residence, there were several figures in closed-door cultivation inside the forbidden area. Their auras indicated that they were somewhere between the Unity Realm and the Void Realm. With just a little more effort, they would be able to break through to the Unity realm. Chu Xian was puzzled. Did the Chu family really not have any hidden Unity realm experts as their foundation? Was it due to the cultivation method that they were unable to break through to the Unity realm? Or was it because their innate talent was too poor? It could not be denied that they indeed possessed a certain level of innate talent. Among those few family elders that were in seclusion, none of them were weaker than Chu Tianming. It was likely that they were the hidden trump cards of the Chu family. The Chu family had more than one treasured artifact. Together with those few family elders who were in seclusion, there was also a treasured artifact. Moreover, it was a high-grade treasured artifact. Although it was not as good as the spirit-severing saber, it still reached the level of a high-grade treasured artifact. The power of his divine soul continued to spread out. The Chu family's territory had a circumference of 12 li, and the ancestral residence was at its core. Beyond it were the servants' residences, and the stewards' residences, which protected the ancestral residence. Finally, the power of his divine soul covered the entirety of the Chu family's territory, and the miniature world that Chu Xian had constructed similarly covered the Chu family's territory. At this moment, Chu Xian realized that the structure of the Chu family's territory was actually an array formation. During critical moments, the Chu family could use this array formation to defend themselves, or unleash powerful attacks. This was the true foundation of the Chu family. After seeing this array formation, Chu Xian understood that the ancestors of the Chu family were quite capable. Perhaps the array formation had been excavated from some ancient ruins. In fact, the Chu family's territory was also the site of an ancient ruin. The transformation of his divine soul was coming to an end. The construction of his miniature world was coming to an end. The breakthrough continued. Once the transformation of his divine soul was complete, and the construction of his miniature world was complete, at that time, he would have truly stepped into the Emperor realm. The other sign of an Emperor realm expert, aside from one's spiritual will transforming into a divine soul, was the ability to control a domain. This was the miniature world that Chu Xian was constructing. The Emperor Realm. The description of the Emperor Realm in the cultivation world could be summarized in one sentence. I am the Emperor of my domain, and my laws are absolute. This was the power of the Emperor Realm. No matter how many Truth Realm experts there were, they were just ants inside the domain of an Emperor Realm expert. One thought could decide the life and death of the people inside the domain. When the Emperor was angry, the land would be filled with millions of corpses. Chu Xian started to retract the power of his divine soul as well as the power of his domain. He had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. He was now a first-level Emperor Realm cultivator. With his current strength, his domain just happened to cover the territory of the Chu family. In other words, it covered a radius of 12 li. With just a thought, he could control everything within this 12 li radius. Normally, the domain of an emperor who had just broken through would only be around 3 li, while the domain of a powerful first-level emperor would only be around 5 li. Chu Xian's domain was no weaker than that of an ordinary third-level emperor realm expert. The breakthrough continued. His 100 years' worth of cultivation was still being digested. His divine soul power paused for a moment over the Chu family's ancestral residence. Chu Xian noticed that there was an underground space at the core of the Chu family's ancestral residence. As expected, this place was once an ancient ruin. The Chu family had relied on this to develop. The Qin, Zhao, and He family territories should be similar as well. Chu Xian did not probe further. Even if it was an ancient ruin, the underground space did not have much value to Chu Xian. It did not give him any special feeling. The power of his divine soul was constantly being retracted, and the power of his domain had already been fully withdrawn. Chapter 41, Setting Goals. In the core area of the Chu family's ancestral residence, a few elders who were in seclusion were suddenly miraculously enlightened. Their spiritual will and spiritual power, which had fused into the void, suddenly began to condense. Their spiritual power also rapidly began to fuse with their spiritual will. It was as if they had been blessed by a mysterious existence. In an instant, they all broke through to the Unity realm. The family elders widened their eyes in shock. How did they break through all of a sudden? Moreover, during the breakthrough, their auras had not been exposed. Although they did not understand what was going on, the clan elders were pleasantly surprised. As long as their auras were not exposed, they could continue to stay hidden in the Chu family. These elders were the trump cards of the Chu family. If ever the family was faced with a dire crisis, they would forcefully break through to the Unity realm and strive to resolve the crisis. However, they had now broken through with nary a sound. Moreover, their auras had not been exposed in the process. This meant that they could continue their secret cultivation and become even stronger. When they were called upon in the future, they would give their enemies a huge surprise. Chu Xian was somewhat surprised. Those elders had broken through? They must have been affected by the power of his divine soul. The elders had been on the verge of breaking through this entire time. The power of his divine soul and domain had covered the Chu family's territory, and it seemed that just that little bit of power was enough to make the elders break through uncontrollably. The moment the elders broke through, Chu Xian discovered a precious artifact in the core area of the Chu family's ancestral residence. This artifact had been mysteriously activated, and seemed to be absorbing the auras of those elders. His curiosity was piqued, so he concentrated his divine soul power to take a closer look. It actually turned out to be a transmission-type precious artifact. It appeared to be absorbing the auras of these new Unity Realm experts and then transmitting them to a certain place. Interesting. The Chu family did not have a Unity Realm expert. It was likely that this expert had deliberately suppressed their breakthrough and had left once it was no longer possible to do so. Chu Xian was merely a direct descendant who did not possess any influence in the family. He would naturally never come into contact with such secrets. However, this did not bother him at all. Nothing mattered so long as it did not affect his seclusion in his courtyard. He condensed the power of his divine soul slightly and sealed the treasure's ability to collect aura. His strength continued to rise, advancing toward the second level of the Emperor Realm. You have broken through to the Emperor Realm. You have been rewarded with the Great Luo Heavenly Scripture, the Great Luo Divine Technique, and the Great Luo Immortal Scripture. After he broke through to the Emperor Realm, the system's reward soon followed. It was actually the enhanced version of the Great Luo Emperor Scripture. Once he received the rewards, the related information and knowledge flooded his mind. After mastering the cultivation methods recorded in the two immortal scriptures, Chu Xian sensed his foundation and strength solidifying even further. The two cultivation methods did not conflict with each other, but rather complemented each other very well. Rumble. Second level of the Emperor Realm. After breaking through to the second level of the Emperor Realm, his 100 years' worth of cultivation reward was exhausted. Chu Xian opened his eyes and examined his own strength. At this moment, he was full of confidence. There was no emperor in the southern region, which meant that he was currently the only emperor in this vast region. Unless an emperor realm or above powerhouse came from outside the southern region, there was nothing and no one he had to fear in this land. Moreover, even if there was such a powerhouse, they had no reason to come to the Chu family's territory to cause trouble for him. Therefore, he no longer had to worry about the evil imperial court. He would kill every heretic that came. Moreover, given his emperor realm strength, he would be able to kill those intruders silently. He no longer had to worry about exposing his strength. Meow. The heavenly spirit cat jumped onto his shoulder and rubbed its head against his. Little cat, hurry up and break through. The cat was already at the 9th level of the Unity Realm, and was on the verge of breaking through to the Truth Realm. With its talent, it would not be long before it too broke through to the Emperor Realm. Moreover, as Chu Xian's cultivation increased, the growth of his pets would also accelerate. The sky-shaking golden rock flew over, and the spirit-devouring flower stretched out a branch that held a blooming flower. It was exceptionally beautiful. It would not take long for the sky-shaking golden rock and the heavenly spirit cat to break through to the Emperor realm. Once they did, it would be more convenient for him to do certain things. The spirit-devouring flower was a little bit more special. It would take a longer time for it to reach the Emperor realm. That being said, Chu Xian was in possession of many treasures that could accelerate this process. I cannot lose sight of my goal of reaching the heaven realm. Chu Xian warned himself not to let all this get to his head. The Emperor realm was not his final destination. Above the Emperor realm were the supreme and heaven realms. He would only gain a stable foothold in the vast world once he reached the heaven realm, as heaven realm cultivators were considered top existences in this vast world. I'll strive to break through to the supreme realm within 10 years. Chu Xian set himself a small goal for the near future. After breaking through to the Emperor realm, his cultivation speed would slow down. However, breaking through to the supreme realm within 10 years should not pose too much of a problem. After all, the system would occasionally reward him with a few hundred years' worth of cultivation, and other items, spiritual medicines, and tools that would increase his speed of cultivation. Moreover, he would soon make use of the lucky mystic realm. The laws of heaven and earth in the southern region were slowly being restored. Once this was discovered, it was unknown when the experts from other regions would come over and try to occupy this territory. Qin Qiun, who was the reincarnation of a demon, had appeared. It could be predicted that the current balance in the southern region would see some drastic shifts in the future. However, there would probably not be too much chaos within the upcoming 10 years. He still had enough confidence that he would be able to break through to the Supreme Realm within 10 years. The Supreme Realm involved the transformation of the power of one's domain. As the saying went, I am supreme within this domain, and even the Emperor has to kneel before me. Beyond that, the Heaven Realm represented another huge improvement, similar to the huge gap between the Truth Realm and the Emperor Realm. With that being said, Supreme Realm cultivators were also considered powerhouses in this vast world. Excellent! Chu Xian lay down on the deck chair, feeling particularly happy. With every breakthrough he achieved, his confidence grew, and he became infinitely closer to his goal of living a comfortable and stress-free life. Looking around the small courtyard, Chu Xian suddenly felt that he lacked servants to carry out chores around his residence. Or perhaps maids. Beautiful maids were pleasing to the eye. In that sense, they were much better than servants. Chu Xian glanced at the lucky mystic realm in the system space and suddenly thought of something. Should he take it out and put it inside the courtyard for the time being? Those who could stumble upon the lucky mystic realm were people with great luck. If he put it in the courtyard, perhaps it would help him to attract some people with great luck. The men would be accepted as disciples, while the women would be accepted as maids. Chu Xian's heart was stirred. He had to stay at home and could not leave the small courtyard. He wanted someone by his side to listen to his instructions and work for him. Unfortunately, Zhang Kui and Dong Qian were heretic cultivators, and were wanted throughout the southern region. If they appeared openly, they would be easily killed. Moreover, these two people were not very talented, so there was little value in nurturing them, they could be used as errand boys at best. Moreover, Chu Xian also had some thoughts regarding the Black Moon Tower. It was a large force that had its roots spread throughout the southern region and beyond. It sold all kinds of intel, cultivation methods, and treasures, and also accepted all kinds of commissions. Black Moon Tower operated in a wide scope of different businesses and areas. If he could control the Black Moon Tower, he would be completely aware of the goings-ons and happenings around the southern region despite being confined to his small courtyard. Presently, he was already at the second level of the Emperor Realm. He had to keep a low profile and infiltrate the organization slowly. With the Soul Seed Seal at his disposal, he would be able to conceal his actions from the top experts of the Black Moon Tower. In addition, once he broke through to the Heaven Realm, he would then deal with the mastermind behind the Black Moon Tower and become the biggest boss of the Black Moon Tower. All this required manpower. he needed people to handle various tasks and missions so that his plans would be able to reach fruition. Thinking this, Chu Xian took out the lucky mystic realm. Chapter 42, The Trend Among Heretic Cultivators. The lucky mystic realm was a simple and unadorned small hall. Chu Xian did not activate the lucky realm and simply placed it in a corner of the courtyard. Even if it was not activated, it would still be able to attract some lucky ones, right? Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. You've remained in seclusion for a year and a day. You've been rewarded with a box of Emperor Realm pills. As expected, the day after he broke through, Chu Xian received a box of Emperor Realm cultivation pills. Emperor Realm pills could either be used to break through to the Emperor Realm or used for Emperor Realm cultivation. The system's products were all top-notch. After breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Chu Xian's life became more and more comfortable. There was no such thing as boredom. The daily increase in strength that he sensed was enough to keep him occupied, happy even. Chu Xian asked Zhang Kui to bring a portion of the Emperor Realm cultivation pills to Chu Yun. The former had already broken through to the Unity Realm. However, unless Chu Xian was willing to provide him with resources, he would remain at the Unity Realm for the rest of his life. In fact, it was unknown as to whether he could even break through to the third level of the Unity Realm. However, the value of nurturing him was not high, so Chu Xian opted not to waste the resources. The Unity Realm was sufficient for him to help Chu Xian run errands for the time being. Chu Yun's talent for pill refining exceeded Chu Xian's expectations. It had only been such a short period of time, but Chu Yun had already started refining spirit pills. The failure rate was a little high, but this had to do more with her inexperience than her lack of skill. Chu Yun had already broken through to the 6th level of the Profound Realm, and this was all thanks to the pills she had refined herself. Chu Xian passed a few portions of spirit pills and another pill refinement technique to Chu Yun through Zhang Kui. Moreover, he asked Zhang Kui to provide her with the spiritual herbs needed for pill refinement. After all, he was the first vice-sect leader of the heretic cult, so he did not lack resources. Given that sect master Lu Wang had yet to recover from his serious injuries, Zhang Kui had complete control of the heretic cult in the Qin kingdom. In addition, after breaking through to the Unity Realm, he had become the strongest person in the cult. Chu Xian learned from Zhang Kui that all the heretic cultists who had broken through to the Unity Realm had to go to the evil imperial court to serve. Without the evil imperial court's express permission, they were not allowed to leave. The purpose behind this was to gather strong people to deal with any threats and crises. Chu Xian opted to seal off Zhang Kui's Unity Realm aura. Moreover, with the concealing talisman, no one would be able to locate him unless he went to the evil imperial court voluntarily. After breaking through to the Emperor Realm, Chu Xian no longer regarded the evil imperial court as a threat. Thus Chu Yun obtained new alchemy skills and more alchemy resources. She even used a few high-quality spirit pills and herbs as study and research materials. She became more and more convinced that she had caught the eye of some senior expert out there. That expert was probably testing her now. She was very happy and devoted herself to learning how to refine spirit pills. In the Evil King's palace. It had been a month since Kun Wu had barged into the Evil King's palace. Incensed by this, the Evil King had sent people to investigate whether Kun Wu's motive for barging into the Evil King's palace had been instigated by someone. It was not impossible for someone to have used a borrowed knife to slap his face and ruin his reputation. However, after a month of investigation, they did not manage to find any trace of an instigator behind Kun Wu's actions. All the signs indicated that Kun Wu had suddenly gone crazy, to the point that he actually decided to barge into the Evil King Palace. The final conclusion they arrived at was that Kun Wu's life was approaching its end, which caused him to go crazy. In a fit of madness, he had decided to become famous, and thus barged into the Evil King's palace. Kun Wu was indeed famous. Not only did every heretic cultivator know his name, but he also became famous among the other major forces in the southern region. After all, the evil imperial court had always been known as the Holy Land of heretic cultivators, which could not be provoked. Kun Wu's reckless and daring actions before his death had made him a household name. The collapsed buildings and palace gates of the evil king's palace had been rebuilt, and the guards had been replaced. As usual, 2 Void Realm guards were standing guard. No one would think that there would be a second Kun Wu who dared to challenge the evil imperial court. After all, very few people were unafraid of death. The guards were not especially vigilant, not caring if anyone walked past the evil king's palace. It was a pretty normal occurrence for people to walk past the palace gates anyway. Countless heretic cultivators would come and take a look at the holy land of heretic cultivators every day. An old man with a cane slowly walked toward the evil king's palace. The guards took a brief glance at him before looking away. Clearly they did not care. The old man came up to the palace gates and attacked without warning. Boom! The palace gates collapsed. Caught unaware, the guards did not even have the time to defend themselves before dying. The strength of a peak Void Realm expert was clearly displayed for the crowd to see. After the old man destroyed the palace gates, he charged into the evil king's palace. At the same time, a roar that shocked countless heretic cultivators resounded. I, Fan Kai, will enter the holy land of heretic cultivators today and experience the wonders of the evil king's palace personally. The heretic cultivators were dumbfounded. This was crazy. I, Fan Kai, am the second heretic cultivator to barge into the evil king's palace in thousands of years. I can die without regrets. Ha ha ha. Fan Kai rushed into the evil king's palace. ****. A Unity Realm expert attacked him. However, ever since Kun Wu killed a few Unity Realm guards with the lightning bombs, these guards were hesitant to attack and were instead ready to escape at any time. They were just stalling for time and waiting for the Truth Realm experts to arrive. Thanks to this, Fan Kai advanced courageously and even destroyed several buildings along the way. Die! A Truth Realm expert finally made his move. Ha ha ha, if a heretic cultivator doesn't even dare to break into the evil king's palace, what kind of heretic cultivator is he? Can such heretic cultivators still call themselves proud and rebellious? I, Fan Kai, have always respected Brother Kun Wu's courage. Fan Kai laughed loudly and charged straight at the Truth Realm Master. Boom! He self-detonated without giving the other party a chance to capture him. The crowd of heretic cultivators fell silent. Among them, many old and dying heretic cultivators became restless, their eyes suddenly ablaze with youth and hot-blooded vitality once more. The evil king was furious. He was the only evil king who had been disrespected like this time and time again. Soon enough, after Fan Kai, others came to the evil king's palace. The collapsed palace gates and buildings had not even been repaired yet, but these people who did not have much time left came anyway. 3 old heretic cultivators rushed toward the evil king's palace. Us 3 friends from Ghost Mountain have also come to see the evil king's palace today. We have no regrets even if we die. Haha, it's said that the evil king's palace is a holy land for heretic cultivators and is also home to the overlord of heretic cultivators. Today, us 3 friends from Ghost Mountain have come to experience it. The heretic cultivators were in an uproar. It's the Ghost Mountain trio. Why are they trying to barge into the evil king's palace? Do they have a death wish? You don't know, right? The Ghost Mountain trio don't have much time left. There's no hope for them to break through. The heretic cultivators were talking among themselves. Among them, some of the old and dying heretic cultivators were full of excitement. The other heretic cultivators were terrified. Have these old fellows gone mad? Don't tell me they're going to barge into the evil king's palace as well. The Ghost Mountain trio were all 3rd level Void Realm martial artists. However, they had been stuck at the 3rd level for a long time and were unable to break through. The end of their lifespans was quickly approaching. Boom! The buildings around the evil king's palace collapsed, and smoke and dust billowed. The prestige of the evil king's palace, which had been challenged again and again, began to falter in the hearts of the heretic cultivators. They no longer regarded it with as much reverence as before. Many people followed behind the Ghost Mountain Trio to watch the show. Ghost Mountain Trio, how dare you! The guards of the Evil King's palace were furious. Everyone was challenging the prestige of the Evil King's palace nowadays. Did they think that the guards here were all trash? Die! A 9th level Unity Realm guard captain made his move. Boom! The Ghost Mountain Trio self-destructed. The guard captain was caught off guard and was severely injured by the explosion. He was stunned. They self-destructed right away? They were crazy. Over the next half a month or so, heretic cultivators would come to barge into the Evil King's palace from time to time. Barging into the Evil King's palace had become a trend among the circle of heretic cultivators. It seemed that if one did not break into the Evil King's palace, they would be too embarrassed to call themselves heretic cultivators. Chapter 43, Don't Panic, Slide Under It. In the beginning, only heretic cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespans came to challenge the Evil King's palace. However, later on, even young and hot-blooded heretic cultivators decided to participate in the challenge. The prestige of the evil imperial court plummeted. Of course, no one who challenged the evil imperial court's prestige made it out alive. They all came with the intention of dying. Yet for some reason, friends of those who challenged the evil imperial court felt honored. Do you know who this lord is? Let me tell you, the one who barged into the Evil King's palace the other day is my senior brother. Do you understand? The heretic cultivators were all proud to have a friend who had barged into the Evil King's palace. They clearly felt that it was something worth bragging about. There were even people who encouraged their friends to barge into the Evil King's palace. Soon, another person carried a large machete and headed toward the Evil King's palace. A crowd of heretic cultivators gathered around to watch the show. My name is... Go to hell! Before he could even say his name, a furious roar came from the depths of the Evil King's palace. A huge blood-red palm hurtled over and crushed the other party. The blood-red palm did not stop there. It slapped all of the heretic cultivators who looked like they might be about to try. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed by the blood-red palm. Run! The heretic cultivators who were watching the show were shocked and fled in all directions. Was the Evil King crazy? Die! Die! The blood-red palm killed the heretic cultivators one after the other. The Evil King was so angry. One after another, these people all came to provoke him. This made him the most undignified and disrespected Evil King in history. He was so angry that he made a move personally. He initially thought that if he acted personally, he would be able to instill fear and intimidate the heretic cultivators. Unfortunately, that was not the case at all. There were still people who were unafraid of death who came to the Evil King's palace. I'm not afraid to tell you that the one who was personally killed by His Majesty the Evil King was my brother. What? It was your brother? That's insane. Gradually, in the circle of heretic cultivators, it became the greatest honor and privilege for those who charged into the Evil King's palace to be killed by the Evil King himself. No one knew how or why this had come about. The Evil King was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He even suspected that a new evil cultivation method had appeared, and that the method caused problems in the brains of those who cultivated it. Otherwise, how could there be so many madmen? Kun Wu. The Evil King gnashed his teeth. The source of all this was caused by that little heretic cultivator called Kun Wu. You stayed in seclusion, yet with a single order, you created a trend among the heretic cultivators. You've been rewarded with the myriad heavenly mirror. Chu Xian was depressed. The lucky mystic realm had been in the small courtyard for almost 2 months, but it had yet to attract anyone with great luck. Could it be that there were no people with great luck in the southern region? Although the lucky mystic realm had not been activated, it still had the ability to attract people with great luck. Was it because these people with great luck were too far away and needed a very long time to arrive? A reward from the system suddenly appeared out of the blue. He was momentarily stunned. A single order had caused a trend among the heretic cultivators. What trend did it cause? This matter definitely had something to do with Kun Wu. However, even he was not very clear as to what exactly Kun Wu had done. How did it cause a trend? This was the drawback of having no information. He did not even know that such a big thing had taken place in the southern region. He needed to think of a way to take control of the Black Moon Tower. He then examined the Myriad Heavenly Mirror. The Myriad Heavenly Mirror can randomly connect to 10,000 regions. It can also transfer items. Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised by this. The Myriad Heavenly Mirror could randomly connect to various regions, and could also transfer items. However, for the time being, it could not transfer living things. It would only be able to do so when Chu Xian's strength rose to the heaven realm. This random connection ability could only be used 3 times a day. In addition to this, the Myriad Heavenly Mirror could be used to mark 3 specific places or living beings. After marking, he would be able to check on those marks at any time. In the case of the mark of the Myriad Heavenly Mirror being used on a living being, it would move in tandem with that living being. Chu Xian could not wait to activate the Myriad Heaven Mirror. As he infused spiritual power into the artifact, ripples appeared on the surface of the Myriad Heavenly Mirror. After some time, an image appeared. The first thing he saw were the high mountains and dense forest. He could hear the fierce beasts roaring. He did not know where the mirror had connected to, but as the image formed, Chu Xian suddenly saw a figure. He focused the mirror on the figure and enlarged the image. Ma Kong fell to the ground, panting as if he was seriously injured. "Ma Kong, how are you?" A black-clothed young man next to him was panting, and his body was covered in wounds as well. He crouched down to check on Ma Kong's injuries. From the looks of it, they had just experienced a battle. Puchi! Suddenly, a cold gleam flashed and a saber was stabbed into the black-clothed youth's chest. "You!" The black-clothed youth's eyes widened as he looked at Ma Kong in disbelief. Why? He had never thought that his companion would attack him out of nowhere. He was on the verge of death. He wanted to fight back, but he had just experienced a great battle and had used up almost all of his spiritual power. Ma Kong's saber had even severed his meridians. Darkness descended, and his consciousness gradually blurred. "Why?" Ma Kong replied with a malevolent expression, "Of course it's so I can have the treasure to myself." "I'm sorry, brother. Your talent is better than mine, but I'll be the one who laughs last." With a twist of the blade, the black-clothed youth's life ended. He reached out and took the black-clothed youth's storage bag. After opening it, he put it away happily and turned around to leave. Roar! Suddenly, a roar resounded. Trees collapsed, the earth shook, and a powerful aura crashed over him like a tidal wave. Ma Kong's expression changed greatly. "Not good, it's the heavenly fiend tiger." He crawled to his feet and fled, but he did not make it far before a huge black tiger appeared behind him. Ma Kong's face was deathly pale. His face was full of despair. He was only at the 9th level of the Profound Realm, and the heavenly fiend tiger had reached the 7th level of the Void Realm, or perhaps even higher. Suddenly, he saw a mysterious halo materialize in the sky. Through the halo, he saw a small courtyard. In the small courtyard sat a figure bathed in divine light. He looked like a saint. "Senior, save me." Plop! Ma Kong knelt down and said. Chu Xian did not expect that he would encounter a backstabbing brother the first time he used the Myriad Heavenly Mirror, who killed his own companion for the sake of snatching treasure. He activated the 7-colored divine light and bathed himself in it like a deity. "Don't panic. I'll teach you a method that will allow you to cross realms and easily kill that heavenly fiend tiger." Ma Kong was overjoyed. "Thank you, senior. Quickly teach me the method." Chu Xian's face could not be seen in the divine light. His voice had the demeanor of a peerless expert. "When the tiger pounces on you, hold the saber with both hands and slide under its belly. Raise the saber and stab it into its belly, cutting it open. Remember, the belly of every demon beast is one of their greatest weaknesses. Ma Kong was momentarily dazed. He turned around and looked at the approaching heavenly fiend tiger. Wiping his cold sweat, he asked in a trembling voice, "Senior, will this work?" "Don't worry. There won't be any issues. It won't expect you to slide under its belly out of nowhere. As the saying goes, if you catch it off guard, you will be able to kill it in one fell swoop." Chu Xian encouraged him. "With me watching over you, how could anything go wrong?" Hearing this, Ma Kong calmed down and thought to himself, "Senior is testing me. Yes, it has to be so." Holding the saber with both hands, he turned around and looked at the heavenly fiend tiger with a determined gaze. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Chapter 44, 9 Zones and 50 Regions. Roar. The heavenly fiend tiger saw that Ma Kong did not retreat, but instead advanced toward it. It was instantly enraged. This was equivalent to provoking the tiger's pride. It rushed over. Ma Kong's heart pounded violently. The hands holding the saber trembled slightly, and his legs also shook with fear. "Calm down, don't panic. With Senior watching over me, there won't be a problem. Ma Kong, this is your opportunity. You must not disappoint Senior." His gaze turned firm. The hands holding the saber stopped trembling, and his legs stopped shaking. The charging heavenly fiend tiger charging was almost right in front of him. "Die!" He roared loudly. With both hands holding the saber, he suddenly slid toward the heavenly fiend tiger. Pa! A claw hit his body as he was trying to slide under the tiger, and he was sent spinning backwards. The sound of many bones breaking could be heard from his body, which was followed by a sharp pain. His vision started turning black, and he almost fainted. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Bang! He fell heavily to the ground. Ma Kong spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood and struggled to sit up. Looking at the approaching heavenly fiend tiger, his face turned pale. "Senior, save me! Please save me!" he roared in his heart. "To hell with the slide!" Sigh. Chu Xian sighed in disappointment and said, "You have disappointed me greatly. The hands holding the saber were not steady, the speed of the slide was not fast enough, and your timing was totally off. Senior, I know I failed. Please save me!" Ma Kong cried and begged. "It's too late," Chu Xian shook his head and said, "I'm thousands of miles away from you. It'll take some time for my power to reach you." Ma Kong's heart sank. "But don't panic. I'll teach you another method. It'll definitely save your life." "What method?" "Senior, quickly teach me." Although Ma Kong felt that this senior's method did not seem to be very reliable, at this moment, it was his only hope. "Kneel down to the heavenly fiend tiger. Kowtow and call him father. As the saying goes, a tiger won't eat its child. Since you've already called it father, how could it bear to eat you?" Chu Xian said seriously. "Ah!" Ma Kong was stunned. What kind of method was this? Was it really effective? Since ancient times, the strong have all suffered humiliation when they were weak. There was once a peerless expert who was utterly humiliated when he was weak, so don't feel too bad about this. This is your only chance to live. This venerable self understands tiger demon beasts very well. A tiger won't eat its own son. It's definitely not a lie. At this point, Ma Kong had no other choice but to believe. Seeing that the heavenly fiend tiger was already in front of him, he immediately knelt down with a plop. Tears streamed down his face as he roared, "Father, Father, I'm your son." The heavenly fiend tiger, which had raised one of its claws, stopped in its tracks. Its tiger eyes widened. When Ma Kong saw this, he was delighted. Senior did not lie to me. As expected, a tiger would not eat its own son. "Father, I am your son. My name is Mahu." The heavenly fiend tiger's intelligence would not be too low, right? He had already called it father, so it should let him off, right? When Ma Kong saw the heavenly fiend tiger put down its raised claw, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. So calling it father was actually useful. The heavenly fiend tiger slowly turned around, behaving as if it was planning to leave. Ma Kong was so excited that tears kept flowing down his face. He had finally survived. "Father, take care, father." This child respectfully sends father off. The heavenly fiend tiger's body trembled for a moment. It was utterly disgusted with Ma Kong. With its back facing Ma Kong, the tiger's tail curled up. "Pa!" The tail fiercely swung down and slapped Ma Kong's head. Instantly, Ma Kong's head was split open. "Wu, Wu, Senior." Ma Kong was stunned. "I already called you father. Why are you still killing me? Senior is unreliable." "Pa!" The heavenly fiend tiger raised its hind legs and continuously stepped on Ma Kong's corpse. "Roar!" It raised its head and roared loudly, but, halfway through its roar was stuck in its throat. It widened its eyes and looked at the circle of light above its head. A person bathed in divine light was sitting inside the circle of light. Gulp! The heavenly fiend tiger instantly became as timid as a cat. It lay on the ground and its limbs slowly wriggled its body, trying to crawl away quietly. "Where are you?" A voice spoke from inside the circle of light. The heavenly fiend tiger roared and sent out its spiritual will. "The northern region." Chu Xian was surprised. The place he had been connected to this time was actually the northern region. Feeling the strain of the spiritual power consumption, he immediately cut off the spiritual power input, after which the image displayed on the myriad heavenly mirror faded away. Activating the myriad heavenly mirror consumes a lot of spiritual power. Those below the Emperor realm won't be able to activate the myriad heavenly mirror at all. Even those at the Emperor realm can't use it for too long. Chu Xian put away the myriad heavenly mirror and swallowed an Emperor spirit pill, silently recovering his spiritual power. After recovering his spiritual power, Chu Xian once again infused his spiritual power into the myriad heavenly mirror. The surface of the mirror rippled and, gradually, a new image appeared. Splash! The scene before him was filled with rolling waves, as if he had been connected to a certain part of the ocean. Moving the image around, he surveyed the area where the myriad heavenly mirror was connected to. All he saw was rolling waves. He did not even see a single fish. Chu Xian was disappointed. The second time activated the mirror, his luck had not been very good, and he had failed to find anything. He had actually wanted to connect with an expert to trick the latter. In any case, the other party would not be able to sense his strength. He was bathed in divine light, so it would be very confusing as well. From the outside, Chu Xian could easily be mistaken for an extremely powerful expert. 1/3 of his spiritual power had been consumed, but there were no living beings in the image. The only thing he saw were the rolling waves. On his third try, he actually connected to a place filled with grey air and a lifeless aura. Numerous greyish-brown ancient stone houses appeared before his eyes. He did not see any living beings here either. Chu Xian frowned slightly. There seemed to be something wrong with this place. With a flick of his finger, he threw a spirit herb over. The spirit herb landed in that place and, in the blink of an eye, it withered and turned grey-brown. He continued to move the image around. This place seems to be an enclosed space. Could it be a secret realm? It's lifeless, and kind of seems like a cemetery. An even larger stone house appeared in the image. The grey-brown stone house exuded an even denser aura of death. Moreover, the aura of death pulsated. It almost seemed like the stone house itself was breathing. Chu Xian enlarged the image projection and approached the door of the stone house. Suddenly, the door of the stone house opened. As the image projection entered the stone house, he spotted a figure sitting cross-legged in the lifeless stone house. That withered figure was wearing a grey-brown unknown robe. The aura of death was going in and out of his nostrils. His sunken eye sockets exuded a sparkling white light. Chu Xian was bathed in divine light. He looked like a deity as he stared at the unknown existence in the stone house. He was not flustered at all. After all, the other party had no way of sensing his actual strength. It was also impossible for the other party to attack him through the myriad heavenly mirror or find him through it. Who are you? The unknown existence in the stone house raised his head slightly. His gaze was fixed on Chu Xian. I was patrolling the myriad realms in the heavens and happened to pass by here. A dignified voice spoke from behind the divine light. The withered figure remained silent for a brief moment before asking in a puzzled voice, "Myriad realms in the heavens? You are unaware of the myriad realms in the heavens. I've never heard of it. I only know of the 9 zones and 50 regions." Chu Xian's mind spun. The 9 zones and 50 regions should be referring to the division of this vast world. He did not know which of the 9 zones the southern region was located in. The 9 zones and 50 regions are just a desolate corner of the myriad realms. They're nothing. Chu Xian said in a profound and unfathomable manner. He was just bluffing. He could brag as much as he wanted. Chapter 45, I'm actually a good-for-nothing? The withered figure's body trembled, and the sparkling white light in his eyes brightened up a little. He was obviously shocked by Chu Xian's words. The 9 zones and 50 regions were actually just a remote corner of the myriad realms? How boundless were the fertile lands of the myriad realms? He did not doubt Chu Xian's words. The person in front of him was bathed in divine light, and his demeanor was unfathomable. One look and he could tell that this person was an extremely terrifying expert. He could not even comprehend how the light ring managed to connect to this place. One had to know that even a heaven realm expert would not be able to connect to the place where he was at currently. The moment Chu Xian opened his mouth, he had frightened the other party. He could sense that the withered figure was extremely powerful. Even though the withered figure was being corroded by the aura of death, he was still incomparably powerful, far surpassing the Emperor realm. The other party seemed to be trapped here. If he was unable to escape and was being continuously corroded by the aura of death, it was only a matter of time before he died. How do I reach the myriad realms of the heavens? The withered figure asked. Your strength is too weak. You don't have the qualifications to know. Chu Xian replied directly. Impossible. The withered figure said in a deep voice, when I, Ren Changhe, became trapped here, I was already at the peak of the heaven realm. In the 9 zones and 50 regions, I was also one of this land's foremost experts. How could I not have the qualifications to know? Chu Xian was secretly shocked. Peak of the heaven realm. An expert at the peak of the heaven realm was trapped here. This place was really not simple. However, Chu Xian was good at bluffing. If he managed to snag himself a servant at the peak of the heaven realm, it would be a momentous occasion. Given his current strength, there was only one way to plant a soul seal on Ren Changhe. The latter had to be willing to accept his soul seal. Once the soul seal was planted, Ren Changhe would not be able to resist even if the difference in strength between him and Chu Xian was too great. This was also one of the strengths of the soul seal. Moreover, even if the soul seal was destroyed, Chu Xian would not suffer a backlash. In order to fool a peak heaven realm expert, he naturally had to paint a fantastical picture that was grandiose enough to make the other party feel like a mere pawn despite their peak heaven realm strength. Peak heaven realm. Chu Xian sneered and said, a frog at the bottom of a well. That peak heaven realm you speak of is equivalent to a mere king realm in the myriad realms of the heavens. Perhaps you don't understand what level the king realm is in the myriad realms of the heavens, so I'll broaden your horizons today. The king realm is equivalent to the unity realm in your realm. Let me ask you, do the unity realm juniors in your realm have the qualifications to participate in matters involving the fate of your realm? Ren Changhe was stunned. Only equivalent to the unity realm. Then how powerful were the myriad realms? No wonder he said the 9 zones and 50 regions were but a remote corner of the myriad realms of the heavens. Ren Changhe was momentarily unable to accept this new reality. Shock registered on his face. Chu Xian laughed in his heart and then asked, "How long did it take you to cultivate to this realm?" When he said this, Ren Changhe became confident and replied proudly, "It only took me 10,000 years. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Your level of talent is too poor. I can't believe it took you 10,000 years." Chu Xian shook his head and sighed. "Do you know that in the myriad realms of the heavens, if you manage to cultivate to the king realm in 100 years, oh, I mean your heaven realm, your talent is only considered ordinary. In the myriad realms of the heavens, only those who manage to cultivate to the heaven realm in 10 years can be considered as heaven's blessed." Ren Changhe's brain was buzzing. He said in disbelief, "Impossible. 10 years to reach the heaven realm? How is that possible?" He had once been known as the famous Changhe celestial master. He had cultivated to the heaven realm in 10,000 years and shocked countless people. He was known as one of the top heavens blessed in the 9 zones. In the end, he was just a good-for-nothing? He found it difficult to accept. Sigh, a frog at the bottom of a well will always be unaware of how big the world is. It's really pitiful. Chu Xian sighed. "Senior, what is your cultivation level?" Ren Changhe was silent for a long time before he asked bitterly. He had already believed Chu Xian's words. The first step was successful. Chu Xian remained silent for a long while before he said, "What good would it do if I told you? The difference between you and me is like the difference between the mortal realm and the heaven realm." Ren Changhe took a deep breath. The aura of death surged into his mouth and he started choking. It took him a long time to recover. He was excited. Perhaps this was his opportunity. "Please save me, senior." Chu Xian said mysteriously, "This place is a bit special. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. If you can understand this mystery, you can break through your current bottleneck." If even Senior thought that this place was special, there had to be something extraordinary about it. Ren Changhe smiled bitterly and said, "I've been trapped here for more than 100,000 years, yet I've been unable to comprehend a single thing. Instead, I've been eroded by the aura of death here. I'm afraid I'm not far from death. Since you're aware of the danger, why did you come here? Do you know where this place is?" "I know. Desolate ancient zone, fallen god cave," Ren Changhe said dejectedly. Before he met Chu Xian, even though he was trapped here, he had still been prideful. A place that could trap him, Ren Changhe, could also trap any peak heaven realm expert in this vast world. Now, he was dejected. It turned out that he had only been staring at the sky from the bottom of a well. In front of a true heavens blessed, he was just trash. Chu Xian memorized the name. The fallen god cave of the ancient desolate zone, one of the 9 zones. He now knew one of the zones. Since we met by chance, then it's fate. This venerable self will give you some pointers. Chu Xian said, "The aura of death is also not the aura of death. The aura of life can also be the aura of death. When faced with death, the cycle of life and death can be understood. If you can comprehend the great Dao, you'll be able to escape, and you can break through your bottleneck." Ren Changhe started muttering to himself and fell into deep thought. He had been trapped here for 100,000 years, but had not been able to escape. He had never been able to comprehend what kind of opportunities the fallen god cave contained. Where were the opportunities? Countless experts who had explored the fallen god cave in the ancient desolate zone had all died. Not a single one had survived. He had thought highly of himself. He wanted to be the first person to escape from this place. In the end, he ended up being trapped here with nothing to show for it. To face death and comprehend the cycle of life and death. Ren Changhe muttered to himself. He felt that the guidance given by the senior was the key to breaking out of this place, and also the key to breaking through past the heaven realm. However, how could he comprehend and achieve this? He was being corroded by the aura of death, and would die soon if nothing changed. Would he be able to comprehend the cycle of life and death in time? Senior. Chu Xian interrupted him without waiting for him to continue. Comprehend it well. Don't seek an answer before you have comprehended it. Everyone's understanding of the great Dao is different. Young man, don't be impatient. You have already been trapped for 100,000 years. What's there to be impatient about? You probably won't have any issue surviving for another 1,000 years. What's the hurry? You're right, Senior. Ren Changhe said respectfully. Yet, what was the rush? Even if he was trash compared with the heavens blessed, in the 9 zones and 50 regions, he was still one of the foremost experts. He was not inferior to anyone here. If someone like him could not comprehend it, in their corner of this vast world, who could? Thank you for your advice. Ren Changhe began to ponder and comprehend the secrets held within this place. The next step was successful. Ren Changhe now had to solve the problem of the corrosion of the death aura. If that threat was resolved, then Chu Xian would not have any problems in accepting Ren Changhe as a servant or an in-name disciple. A servant might be a little harder, but an in-name disciple would not be a problem. Most importantly, Ren Changhe must not have rebellious thoughts when receiving the soul seal, otherwise, given his strength, Chu Xian would not be able to successfully plant the soul seal. Chapter 46, Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. Study it well. I will continue to patrol the myriad realms. I hope that when I see you again, you will have already comprehended it, Chu Xian said. Farewell, Senior. Ren Changhe said respectfully. Chu Xian affixed one of the marks of the myriad heavenly mirror on Ren Changhe's body. When he realized that Ren Changhe did not display a reaction to the mark, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the mark of the myriad heavenly mirror could not even be detected by a peak heaven realm cultivator. As expected of a system product. After cutting off the spiritual power infusion, the myriad heavenly mirror reached its daily usage limit. You have crossed realms to trick Ren Changhe. You have been rewarded with the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. The system reward soon followed. Chu Xian immediately examined the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal. Gazing into the depths of the great Dao of Yin and Yang, comprehending the cycle of life and death, reversing the aura of death into the aura of life, transforming the aura of life into the aura of death. The Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal was a great technique that directly granted one insight into the great Dao of Yin and Yang. It could reverse the aura of death into the aura of life, and it could also transform the aura of life into the aura of death. If Ren Changhe cultivated this technique, not only would he be able to resolve the crisis he was facing, but he could also break through his cultivation bottleneck and even gain insight into the great Dao of Yin and Yang. Chu Xian immediately used the system to comprehend the Yin-Yang Combination Divine Seal, and the related information rushed into his mind. After he comprehended it, he sighed. The great Dao of Yin and Yang was mysterious and unpredictable. Life and death were in constant flux. Once one succeeded in cultivating it, one's strength would be immeasurable, and it would not be easy for one to die. When he was tricking Ren Changhe, he had already prepared a method to dissolve the aura of death. After staying in seclusion for so long, the system had rewarded him with many secret techniques, one of which was a secret technique to refine the aura of death for his own use. He had originally planned to impart this secret technique to Ren Changhe, and then think of a way to make him accept the soul seal. Now that he had this Yin-Yang Divine Combination Seal, it was not an exaggeration to say that it would be a simple task for him to recruit Ren Changhe. The most important thing was to make the other party sincerely believe in Chu Xian without holding anything back, opening his mind to accept the soul seal without any resistance. Of course, this required a process and a reasonable excuse. As long as Chu Xian planted the soul seal, even if the other party discovered something wrong later, everything would be settled. Moreover, with the profundity of the soul seal, it was unlikely that Ren Chang would be able to find any clues. The myriad heavenly mirror had entered a dormant state. As it had reached its usage limit, Chu Xian would not be able to contact Ren Changhe for the time being. He had to give the latter some time to comprehend and study the mysteries of that place anyway. Chu Xian began to cultivate the yin-yang divine combination seal. The vigorous vitality on his body suddenly turned lifeless, scaring the heavenly spirit cat. The sky-shaking golden rock and the spirit-devouring flower curiously gathered around him as well. The aura of death continued to spread, and Chu Xian seemed to have aged countless years. Suddenly, the aura of death reversed and turned into one that was full of vitality. The cycle of life and death. Death to life, and life to death. Chu Xian continued to wait for a person with great luck to come to his door and, at the same time, he used the myriad heavenly mirror to connect to various regions. Due to the fact that each connection was random, he failed to connect to any useful place for several days. He either connected to deserts or oceans. The myriad heavenly mirror also once connected to a deserted island, but there was nothing and no one there. It also connected to the territory of some demonic beasts, but they were only low-level demonic beasts there, the strongest one being equivalent to a void realm cultivator. As such, there was no benefit or significance in him establishing a connection with those demonic beasts. He was unsure as to how Ren Changhe's comprehension was proceeding, but suppressed the thought of prying and quietly waited for the right time to trick him again. In a certain cave in the Purple Moon Kingdom, Hu Chuan was looking uneasy. Not long ago, he had been reprimanded by an emissary of the evil imperial court. His backer was very dissatisfied with his incompetence. His backer even threatened to remove him from the position of sect leader of the heretic cult in the Purple Moon Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, after the heretic cult suffered severe losses, the evil imperial court would allocate a certain amount of resources to rebuild the heretic cult and strengthen it. However, this time, there were no resources allocated to the Purple Moon Kingdom heretic cult. It was not that the evil imperial court did not want to allocate resources to rebuild the heretic cult, but rather that they did not trust his ability. If that was all, it would still have been fine. What really made Hu Chuan really anxious was the trend that Kun Wu had stirred up among the heretic cultivators. The evil king was livid and about to go mad. It was said that the evil king was already investigating everything about Kun Wu. As such, Hu Chuan was very worried that it would be traced back to him. Even if he was not the one who instigated Kun Wu, the event had taken place during the period it happened to be during the period in which he had hired Kun Wu, so, if that fact was discovered, he would have no choice but to explain himself. Given the evil king's rage, there was no way Hu Chuan would be able to convince the other party of his innocence. He would likely be tortured in the hopes of discovering the true mastermind behind Kun Wu's actions. Hu Chuan was inwardly panicking. Even though he had met Kun Wu secretly, and though it should be impossible for anyone to discover the relationship between them, in this world, there were mysterious methods to pry into the unknown. He had a feeling that he would not be able to hide it for long. His cultivation almost went berserk because of this. It was all the fault of the Chu family. Hu Quan's hatred toward the Chu family grew deeper and deeper, to the extent that he could no longer suppress it. He took out the blood spirit bead and examined it. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Wan Chong looked at the mission that the Black Moon Tower had just received. It had been commissioned by a force from the Purple Moon Kingdom. The sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult had spent a huge sum of money to commission the Black Moon Tower to investigate the defenses of the Chu family's territory, as well as provide him with a topographical map of the area. His intentions were very obvious. He wanted to familiarize himself with the Chu family's territory and launch a surprise attack on the Chu family. Wan Chong was very curious. Even the sect leader of the Qin Kingdom's heretic cult, Lu Wang, had not been willing to spend so much money to commission the Black Moon Tower to investigate the Chu family's territory. Why did Hu Chuan spend so much money on this? What grudge did he have with the Chu family? The Black Moon Tower would accept any request as long as the other party paid the appropriate price. Since they accepted the request, they had to complete it. The reputation of the Black Moon Tower was its most important asset. Wan Chong immediately ordered the Black Moon Tower's intelligence personnel to investigate the situation of the Chu family's territory. To the Black Moon Tower, while the strength of the Chu family was not weak, it was not difficult for them to investigate Chu family's territory. If they could not even manage this, how could the Black Moon Tower have established itself in the southern region? Every intelligence personnel of the Black Moon Tower had gone through professional training. They might not be strong, but they were extremely skilled when it came to escaping, hiding, and concealing their auras. The equipment they possessed would make countless people envious. It went without saying that each one possessed a spatial escape bead. Aura and presence concealing artifacts, artifacts for detection, collection, disguise, and so on. This whole set of equipment and items was specially prepared by the Black Moon Tower for each of its intelligence personnel. With this set of equipment, it would not be too difficult for a Spirit Realm intelligence officer to sneak into the Chu family territory, scout the terrain, and identify its key defensive locations. After all, the Chu family was not in a high state of alert. The intelligence personnel of the Black Moon Tower rarely failed in their assignments, and were also divided into different levels. There were ordinary intelligence officers, elite intelligence officers, bronze, silver, gold, and so on. Intelligence officers above bronze level usually excelled at assassination and would thus accept assassination-type missions most of the time. Wan Chong himself was a bronze-level intelligence officer. In addition to the official intelligence personnel, the Black Moon Tower also groomed spies, informants, and other personnel. The Black Moon Tower had been in operation for countless years and had developed a wide range of businesses. As such, its personnel training also reflected this. They had logistics personnel that would refine artifacts and pills, collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and so on. They also dabbled in the business of selling cultivation resources. Given the Black Moon Tower's diverse range of businesses, it needed a strong military force to secure its foothold and protect its interests. Therefore, there were also Black Moon Tower personnel who were in charge of guarding the Black Moon Tower and protecting the safety of its business interests. These personnel may not have been good at other things, but they were good at fighting. Chapter 47, Fishing. Chu Xian stopped infusing spiritual power into the myriad heavenly mirror. After a few days of attempting random connections, he finally got in touch with another expert. It was a Supreme Realm expert called Du Yuan from the Western region. Chu Xian had become addicted to masquerading as a senior expert. His regal demeanor stunned the other party. He affixed one of the myriad heavenly mirror's marks on Du Yuan's body so that he could locate the other party at any time. Through the conversation just now, Chu Xian found out that the southern region he belonged to was part of the northern zone of the 9 zones. Du Yuan was also located in the northern zone. He did not have a formidable background, and was currently a guardian of a family in the western region. This was because, when he was young, he had received assistance from the previous family head. As such, he was obligated to protect this family's well-being. Du Yuan was a talkative person, and he did not have the shrewdness or wheeliness of a wizened old cultivator. Chu Xian's regal appearance made him view the interaction as a previous opportunity. He was very respectful to Chu Xian. There was still one myriad heavenly mirror mark left, and Chu Xian decided to use this mark carefully. Once all 3 marks were used up, if he wanted to mark a new target, he would have to retrieve 1 mark. Currently, Chu Xian had no intention of retrieving either one of the marks on Ren Changhe or Du Yuan. Putting away the myriad heavenly mirror, Chu Xian turned to return to his room to sleep. Suddenly, he discovered that someone had infiltrated the Chu family's territory. It was not someone from the heretic cult. This person was only at the 2nd level of the spirit realm, but he was equipped with concealing equipment as well as some sort of detection-type spiritual artifact. It was some pretty top-notch equipment. Even the Chu family would be hard-pressed to produce such a set of equipment. As such, there was no way this person was from the heretic cult. Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be a spy from the Black Moon Tower? He was currently vexed about the fact that he did not have a capable attendant to subdue the Black Moon Tower on his behalf. Who knew that a spy from the Black Moon Tower would suddenly come knocking on his door? Was this spy here to investigate the Chu family's territory due to a commission? Was this commissioned by one of the leaders of the heretic cult? Chu Xian was puzzled. Was there something wrong with the heads of all these heretic cult leaders? Why did they keep coming after the Chu family? Was it because they had uncovered their spies and ruined their plans back then? Xiao Hu carefully investigated the Chu family's territory. Every time he carried out a mission, he was very cautious. Even though he possessed high-end concealment equipment, and the Chu family's defenses were slightly lax, he kept his guard up. His goal was to achieve the position of elite intelligence officer. Every elite intelligence officer received more than twice the salary of an ordinary intelligence officer, and the equipment they received was even better. They even enjoyed more cultivation resources. While carefully investigating, he was also prepared to instantly destroy his own equipment before activating the spatial escape bead to escape. The rigorous training of the Black Moon Tower meant that every intelligence officer was prepared to abandon and scuttle their own equipment at all times. They had to avoid revealing the identity of the Black Moon Tower at all costs. If necessary, they had to self-destruct as well. Xiao Hu was not worried about the Chu family catching him. By the time they discovered him, he would have already activated the spatial escape bead to escape. As he explored the surrounding terrain, he suddenly felt that the layout of the Chu family's territory was rather abnormal. A large tree was planted on a small mound. The guards looked like idiots as they stood on the branches and looked around. What was even more ridiculous was that they even dug a trench. The guards hid themselves in the trench to guard against external threats. As he walked around, a large mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. The moment he saw the large mountain, Xiao Hu was stunned. Since when did the Chu family's territory have a large mountain? Something was wrong. However, he could not figure out what exactly was wrong. Should he go around the mountain or climb it? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Hu decided to climb the mountain. He was very curious as to why there was a mountain in the Chu family's territory. There was clearly no mountain visible from outside the territory. According to their intelligence, the Chu family's territory only spanned 12 li. This mountain alone covered more area than that. He inwardly thought that there was something wrong with the Chu family, but he could not detect anything unusual with his senses. What exactly was wrong? It seemed that he had lost his edge. Chu Xian drank his tea and watched as Xiao Hu squatted outside the courtyard, motionless like a rock. He smiled. How could a mere spirit realm cultivator detect an emperor realm cultivator's means? The other party believed that he was investigating the Chu family's territory, but, in actual fact, he was squatting outside Chu Xian's courtyard. In the eyes of anyone who saw him, he was not a person, but a rock. Even a truth realm expert would not be able to tell the difference. Chu Xian did not care about the purpose behind the Black Moon Tower's visit. He was now fishing for bigger fish. According to his understanding of the rules of the Black Moon Tower, since they had accepted the commission, they would definitely do their best to complete it. Otherwise, the tower's reputation would be damaged and their ability would be called into question. If one intelligence officer failed, they would send out even stronger intelligence officers. If he continued fishing like this, he would eventually catch a big fish that would satisfy him. There was no need to catch too big a fish for the time being. After all, the Black Moon Tower's waters ran deep. If he caught too big a fish, he was afraid that he would be dragged into the water. Slowly, step by step, he would lower the hook into the deep waters. One day, he would fish out the biggest fish. Chu Xian then patiently waited for the second fish to take the bait. 3 days passed. The intelligence officer did not return with the information. Wan Chong frowned. Did something happen? Was the Chu family feigning weakness on the outside? Did his officer need more time to investigate clearly? The Black Moon Tower's mission had to be completed as soon as possible. Only then would it display the Black Moon Tower's ability and strength. And as the Tower Master, the rate at which missions were completed, would showcase the level of his ability, which directly correlated with his performance review and promotion chances. Therefore, Wan Chong gave Xiao Hu the order to return. Regardless of whether the latter had completed the mission or not, after receiving the order, he had to return and report the progress. Another day passed. Xiao Hu had yet to return. Something was wrong. Wan Chong frowned. Did the Chu family manage to capture Xiao Hu? Although he was not an elite intelligence officer, he was still an old hand when it came to covert investigation missions like these. Wan Chong sent an elite intelligence officer to carry out the mission and also to investigate what had happened to Xiao Hu. With an elite intelligence officer taking action, Wan Chong relaxed. No matter what, the Chu family would not be able to detect or capture an elite intelligence officer, even though this elite intelligence personnel had just been promoted. A day passed, but the elite intelligence personnel did not report back with any information. Wan Chong was not in a hurry. Given Xiao Hu's incident, the Chu family would definitely have become cautious, so it was expected that his elite intelligence officer would need to spend a little more time to complete the mission. To Wan Chang's surprise, the client, the sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, Hu Chuan, actually came personally. We commissioned your Black Moon Tower quite a few days ago, and yet there is still no result. Hu Chuan asked with a gloomy face. Sect leader Hu, don't worry. Our Black Moon Tower will handle this matter easily. Wan Chong said confidently, just wait for 2 or 3 days. Our investigation will definitely yield a result. The branches of the Black Moon Tower were everywhere. The client could commission it to any Black Moon Tower branch in any place. As long as it did not exceed the capabilities of that branch, the mission would be transferred to the branch of the Black Moon Tower in the place where the mission was commissioned. Only when the difficulty of the mission exceeded the capabilities of the branch would there be an intervention from a higher level. Therefore, the Black Moon Tower had always been known for its efficiency. Chapter 48, The First Step to Control the Black Moon Tower. The Black Moon Tower was famous for its efficiency, yet Hu Chuan had waited for a few days without any results and therefore personally came to Chu County. Black Moon Tower has always been famous for its efficiency. Although the Chu family isn't weak, it shouldn't be difficult for the Black Moon Tower to investigate the layout of the family's territory, right? I hope Tower Lord Wang can complete the mission as soon as possible. 3 days. I'll wait another 3 days. If there's no result, I'll cancel the mission. Hu Chuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, sect leader Hu. Our Black Moon Tower is famous for its efficiency and reliability in handling matters. You can rest assured. Wan Chong patted his chest and promised. Hu Chuan left quietly. He did not dare to stay in the Black Moon Tower's premises. This group of black-hearted people might sell him out to the Chu family, or perhaps even the Purple Moon Kingdom. He was still worth some money. What if the Chu family, or the Purple Moon Kingdom, were willing to pay a high price to purchase information on his whereabouts? Wan Chang's expression did not look too good. He gave the order to the elite intelligence officer to immediately return and report on the situation. If the client cancelled the mission because of a problem with the efficiency of the mission, his own reputation would be affected to a certain extent. It was about time for him to be promoted again. If he could not display his capabilities, he would miss out on this promotion opportunity. Another day passed. The elite intelligence officer did not come back. Wan Chong frowned and sent another senior elite intelligence officer, who he ordered in no uncertain terms that, no matter the outcome, had to return as soon as possible to report. In the end, this senior elite intelligence officer never came back either. I underestimated the Chu family. Wan Chong smiled. The Chu family should be proud of themselves. They forced a bronze-level officer like me to personally take action. After putting on his equipment, he took advantage of the cover of night to head towards the Chu family's territory. No one could stop him from advancing to the elite Tower Lord position. He had already been an ordinary Tower Lord for 30 years. Only by becoming an elite Tower Lord would he be able to obtain more resources and raise his cultivation to the third level of the Unity Realm and beyond. There were only two ways to be promoted to the elite Tower Lord position. He either had to display sufficient capability, and his mission completion records had to be superior, or his cultivation had to surpass the third level of the Unity Realm. In this world, strength was the most important. Even if his capabilities were slightly inferior, as long as his cultivation was high enough, he would be able to advance. Wan Chong was very confident. He was a bronze-level intelligence officer who had many missions under his belt. As a 9th-level Spirit Realm cultivator, he had once assassinated a 1st-level Void Realm cultivator. He understood the strength of the Chu family, and no one there was capable of stopping him. Even if the Chu family had a hidden Unity Realm cultivator, they would not be able to stop him. The ability of a bronze-level intelligence officer to conceal themselves and escape far surpassed what an elite intelligence officer was capable of. Back then, as a 9th-level Spirit Realm cultivator, he had escaped from the hands of 3 5th-level Void Realm cultivators. He currently possessed the strength of a peak-stage Void Realm cultivator. He was confident in his ability to escape even if his opponent was a cultivator at the 1st or 2nd level of the Unity Realm. Moreover, as the Tower Lord of Chu County's Black Moon Tower, he possessed more treasures at his disposal than an ordinary bronze-level intelligence officer, which meant that he had numerous ways to flee and survive. Wan Chong had been filled with confidence when he arrived at the Chu family's territory, but, at this very moment, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. There was actually such a terrifying figure hiding in the Chu family. If his information was correct, the other party was Chu Kai-Olo's son? It definitely was not possible. How old was Chu Kai-Olo's son? How could he be so powerful? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to have become so powerful. Emperor Realm. The southern region had no emperor, so this person here was already the strongest person in the southern region. Wan Chong was one of the many Tower Lords of the Black Moon Tower. He knew more secrets than most cultivators. There was no emperor in the southern region, not only because the laws of heaven and earth were incomplete here, but also because there was no emperor's inheritance. The Emperor Realm experts from the other regions were naturally unwilling to come to the southern region. Naturally, there were also other reasons. He was shocked. How did he become an emperor? The appointed time had not elapsed yet. The Emperor Realm experts from the outer regions would not come. The Tower Lord of Chu County's Black Moon Tower. Chu Xian looked at Wan Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, shivering, and asked with a smile on his face. He had finally caught a decent fish. Yes, yes. Wan Chong did not dare to harbor any thoughts of putting up a resistance. Tell me. Why are you here? Chu Xian had formulated a plan in his heart. For the time being, he would control Wan Chong as the Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower. This would alleviate his problems in terms of lacking intelligence and information. He would then wait for an opportunity to take control of the person in charge of the Black Moon Tower in the Qin Kingdom. When he was stronger, he would slowly lure even bigger fish over. Wan Chong did not dare to hide the truth. The reputation of the Black Moon Tower was meaningless in front of an Emperor Realm cultivator. He was honest and explained everything that Hu Chuan had entrusted him with. Chu Xian was speechless. Did the Chu family have any enmity with Hu Chuan? Chu Xian naturally knew what the other party wanted to do. What's the latest trend among heretic cultivators? Chu Xian was very curious as to what kind of trend Kun Wu had stirred up among the heretic cultivators. Some lunatics among the heretic cultivators take great pride in charging into the evil king's palace. Wan Chong explained in detail the goings-ons around the evil imperial court. Chu Xian instantly became speechless. F***ck, were those evil cultivators nuts? They actually took pride in charging into the evil king's palace, to the point that it had even become a trend. Without a friend who had barged into the evil king's palace, they were too embarrassed to come out and brag. As expected, those who cultivated evil techniques could easily damage their brains. Chu Xian planted a soul seal on Wan Chong and also planted a soul seal on the other 3 people he controlled. He allowed the other 3 leave, leaving Wan Chong behind to help him understand how the Black Moon Tower functioned and operated. Although Wan Chong was only an ordinary tower lord, he had a good understanding of the system and operations of the Black Moon Tower. Of course, there were some things that people of his level were unable to come into contact with. The Tower Lords of the Black Moon Tower were divided into Ordinary Tower Lords, Elite Tower Lords, Bronze, Silver, Gold, 1 star to 9 star, and so on. Wan Chong was only an ordinary Tower Lord who was striving to become an Elite Tower Lord. The Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower of the Qin Kingdom was an Elite Tower Lord. If Wan Chong was promoted, he would replace the Elite Tower Lord and become the new person in charge of the Black Moon Tower of the Qin Kingdom. What are the requirements for one to become an Elite Tower Lord? Performance, capability, or strength? Wan Chong replied respectfully. Who is the Tower Lord of the Black Moon Tower of the Qin Kingdom? I don't know. The Black Moon Tower's system is quite independent. Usually, one cannot get in touch with those of a higher level. Chu Xian entered a state of deep thought. The system of the Black Moon Tower was very meticulous. It was divided into many departments, and each had different responsibilities. Above those many departments, there was a coordinator. Wan Chong was very confident in advancing to the position of Elite Tower Lord as long as nothing unexpected happened in the near future. Chu Xian threw out a bottle of pills. These pills will be enough for you to break through to the 3rd level of the Unity Realm in a short period of time. Wan Chong took it and said respectfully, "Thank you, my lord. I'll do my job well. I won't let you down." Chu Xian encouraged him and said, "You can go about your usual duties. Send someone to deliver information to me from time to time." "Yes, my lord." Wan Chong asked carefully, "How should we deal with Hu Quan's request? Should we?" He made a cutthroat gesture. Chapter 49, Parent-Child Communication Talisman. Give him the topographic map and information on our defensive locations. Don't worry too much about his movements. Chu Xian thought for a moment and passed a topographic map of the Chu family's territory to Wan Chong. As long as Hu Chuan decided to act, the man would have to pass by his small courtyard. In fact, he was also very curious as to what Hu Chuan, the sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, wanted to do. Chu Xian was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse, so he was naturally not worried about any accidents happening. "Yes, my lord." "All right, you can go back now." Chu Xian waved his hand and sent Wan Chong away. "Yes." Wan Chong left respectfully. "You didn't leave seclusion, but managed to secretly take control of Chu County's Black Moon Tower. You've been rewarded with the Parent-Child Communication Talisman Refinement Method." A new system notification arrived. Parent-Child Communication Talisman? Chu Xian examined the description of the Parent-Child Communication Talisman. The Parent-Child Communication Talisman is centered around the Parent Talisman. The child talismans can communicate with each other. This was a type of talisman used for communication. The Parent Talisman was the main control talisman. It could receive information from all the child talismans and control each of the child talismans. The child talismans could also communicate with each other. A single parent talisman could control at least 100 child talismans. The level of the parent talisman dictated the number of child talismans it could control as well as the communication range it was capable of. The lowest level parent-child communication talismans could communicate with each other within a range of 30,000 li. The higher level parent-child communication talismans could communicate with each other within a range of 1,000,000 li without any obstruction. Chu Xian was very satisfied with this reward. It just so happened that refining it would allow him to send and receive information to and from the Black Moon Tower. The parent talisman was in his hands, so he could control the child talisman the entire time. By setting up a secret signal, even if the child talisman was obtained by someone else, he would be able to find out immediately. Moreover, Chu Xian believed that he could set a password for the child talisman. If someone obtained the child talisman, they would be unable to use it without the corresponding password. The parent talisman could even locate the child talismans. Based on Chu Xian's current understanding of the situation, the southern region did not have a communication spirit tool that was similar to a communication talisman. Even though the Black Moon Tower was famous for their intelligence-gathering capabilities, they still used a special type of demonic bird to transmit information. More commonly, they used a type of color-changing pearl to send orders, using different colors to represent different orders. This was also a common communication item used by the various large factions. These orders and their corresponding colors had all been predetermined beforehand. For example, black represented danger, return, or escape, while the yellow represented concealment. Red represented an order to take action or attack. These were all decided beforehand. Once the pearl flashed a certain color and broke, the holder would know what to do. Currently, there was no spirit tool that could transmit information. The appearance of the parent-child communication talisman would definitely shake up the intelligence-gathering world. Any information could be relayed without delay. No matter how fast the demonic birds nurtured by the Black Moon Tower were, there would still be a delay in transmitting and receiving information. Moreover, if there were any accidents along the way, the delay would be even longer, or even worse, the information might not reach its intended recipient at all. Chu Xian also thought of a different way to obtain intelligence. He would control the parent talisman and sell off the child talismans. Those who used the child talismans to communicate would naturally be playing right into his hands. This was especially true if he sold it to some large factions. These buyers were unaware of the existence of the parent talisman, and the child talismans could be configured to leave a mark on each other so that they could communicate. In this way, the intelligence of the whole faction would be at his fingertips. Chu Xian decided to refine a set and try it out. There might be more functions that could be discovered in the process of using it. Furthermore, the parent-child communication talisman could also be upgraded to expand its functions. Not long after Wan Chong left, he was summoned back by Chu Xian. Chu Xian handed the list of materials needed to refine the parent-child communication talisman to Wan Chong for him to prepare and sent him away. It was not difficult for Chu Xian to refine the parent-child communication talisman, but it would be a bit troublesome to refine it in large quantities. Therefore, Chu Xian wanted to take in a disciple with superior talent to help him refine the communication talismans. Chu Xian had a big plan in mind for these talismans. Once it was successfully implemented, it would be equivalent to building a giant communication network, which he alone would control through the parent talisman. In this way, without ever leaving seclusion, he would be able to know what was going on in the outside world, and even the secrets of the various sects and factions. However, to do so, he had to keep the parent talisman a secret. Otherwise, how could those sects and factions be willing to use it? Chu Xian looked at the lucky mystic realm again. It had been such a long time. Why had it not attracted a single person with great luck? He was really short on manpower. Those with average talent were not worth nurturing, so he did not bother to waste his resources on them. As for the Chu family, forget it. He still wanted to keep a low profile and could not be bothered to groom any talents from the Chu family. The materials needed to refine the parent-child communication talisman were sent over very quickly. The one in charge of sending the materials over was Xiao Hu. As the Tower Lord, Wan Chong naturally could not leave as he wished. Chu Xian would not allow him to come personally unless it was an important matter. Xiao Hu was currently in charge of running errands for Chu Xian. Chu Xian spent more than 2 hours refining one parent talisman and 100 child talismans. He handed a few child talismans to Xiao Hu and asked him to bring them back to Wanchong. He also explained how to use them. Xiao Hu's face was filled with shock. As an intelligence officer, he naturally understood how the appearance of these talismans would affect the cultivation world in the southern region. Chu Xian knew that once the existence of the child talismans were discovered by the higher UPS of the Black Moon Tower, they would attract the attention of countless eyes. Thus, he temporarily did not plan to distribute them widely. For the time being, he would only give it to Wanchong and a few others so that they could send him information in a timely manner. He would only publicize the existence of the talismans when he was strong enough. The waters in the Black Moon Tower still ran quite deep. Chu Xian felt that his Emperor realm strength was still insufficient. He was worried that he would fish out the big fish too soon. Xiao Hu took the communication talismans and left. Over the next few days, Chu Xian used the myriad heavenly mirror to randomly connect to other places while occasionally chatting with Du Yuan. He was able to deceive this supreme realm expert, who was also an itinerant cultivator. Chu Xian enjoyed the feeling of masquerading as a senior expert very much. He would occasionally explain one or two small secret techniques to Du Yuan, which made the latter admire him endlessly. Du Yuan increasingly regarded Chu Xian as an unfathomable character. Although Chu Xian's cultivation was inferior to Du Yuan's, the secret techniques he grasped had all come from the system and, thanks to the system, he had already completely comprehended them. The only area in which he was lacking was in his cultivation base. In terms of the comprehension of secret techniques, Du Yuan was far inferior to him. As the two of them chatted, Du Yuan would occasionally ask Chu Xian for advice on the problems he encountered. "Senior, I've recently encountered a problem. I've been hesitating about it, so I'd like to ask Senior for some advice." "What is it?" Chu Xian's current persona was that of someone who had been in seclusion for a long time. After exiting seclusion, he had stumbled across Du Yuan, which he attributed to fate. Since he had found someone to chat with, he gave him some advice like a senior would, to a junior. There is a great clan in the western region. Among the younger generation, there is a former genius. However, 3 years ago, he was suddenly partially crippled and his cultivation base stagnated. Not long ago, he had his marriage engagement annulled. Chu Xian's expression turned strange when he heard this. Why did this former genius of the great clan seem to possess the template of a protagonist? He had once been a chosen one, but now he had been crippled and his marriage engagement had been annulled. Was he also being bullied? The rest of the story was rather straightforward. In order to treat his injuries, the father of that genius went out to search for medicine and went missing. The genius was then thoroughly humiliated by others in the clan. Finally, 3 days ago, the genius suddenly exploded with rage. He pushed a certain heavens blessed who had humiliated him to the ground and even stole a batch of resources from the clan while arrogantly shouting that he would leave the clan. Currently, that clan had issued a death warrant for him. Anyone who killed the genius or captured him would be richly rewarded. Some people in Du Yuan's family were tempted and found traces of that genius. However, that genius was from a powerful clan after all, and the impact of this matter was too great. They were afraid that they would not be able to take him down, so they came to ask Du Yuan for help. Chapter 50, The waters in the southern region run deep. Du Yuan was an itinerant cultivator. For him to survive up till now and reach the supreme realm, other than talent and luck, the most important factor was caution. The father of that genius was not a simple figure, and was a peak-stage supreme realm expert. It was said that there was even a chance for him to break through to the heaven realm. What if the other party had not died and returned to discover that his son had been killed? There was no way that he would let this matter rest. Anyone who participated in this matter would be buried along with his son. The small family that Du Yuan was in would have no way of withstanding the other party's fury. Even though the great clan had spread the news that the genius father had already fallen, and the father's life tablet had already shattered, Du Yuan was very clear that if one entered a certain secret realm and obtained a unique opportunity, or if there were some other special circumstances, the life tablet would shatter, but one might not necessarily die. When he was at the Emperor realm, he had encountered such a situation. His enemy believed him to be dead, which was what gave him the time and opportunity to advance to the Supreme Realm and kill his enemy. It was precisely because of this experience that Du Yuan hesitated on whether he should participate or not out of caution. The reward offered by that great clan was too generous, which tempted many forces. If his small family obtained this amount of resources, their overall strength would increase by 30%. He would also have the chance to break through another small realm within the next 10 years. Chu Xian felt that this genius was not simple and that his rise to prominence was inevitable. Perhaps he might even have an old grandfather or senior expert by his side. He had fallen from grace and suffered the humiliation from various parties. However, if he had chosen to act now, there was a high likelihood that he had recovered his ability and increased his strength. It was likely that his enemies in that great clan had become fearful of his potential and revenge, which was why they were sparing no expense to kill him. The genius had the aura of a protagonist, which meant that it would be extremely difficult to kill him. If Du Yuan participated in the hunt, there was a high possibility that the genius would eventually rise up and kill him, destroying his small family. "Don't participate in this matter, or you will encounter a disaster," Chu Xian said mysteriously. Du Yuan immediately sucked in a breath and asked, "Senior, will there really be a disaster if we participate? From a genius to a loser, and then from a loser to a genius. There must be a secret behind it all. It has to be known that every peerless expert killed countless geniuses, treating them as stepping stones for their ascension. Just wait and see. Those who participate in this matter will suffer the consequences. The more famous geniuses there are that participate, the more likely they will die or be crippled in the end." Du Yuan took a deep breath and said, "I'll listen to senior's advice. I'll stop them from participating." Chu Xian was not surprised that Du Yuan would listen to his suggestion. Du Yuan had always been cautious and preferred not to participate anyway. A few days later, Du Yuan appeared to be even more respectful of Chu Xian. He was glad that he had stopped his small family from participating in the encirclement of that genius. Just as Chu Xian had expected, that genius had swept through all his enemies. Almost all of the geniuses in Du Yuan's city had fallen. After that genius had killed everyone, he had fled without a trace. He also announced that he would take revenge on all the powers that had participated. There was a revered elder from a certain family who had personally acted to resolve this hidden danger. In the end, that genius had been saved by a mysterious expert. Chu Xian had become interested in that genius. He was now thinking about whether or not he should set up another lucky mystic realm in the northern zone. Perhaps that genius would stumble upon his lucky mystic realm? He had a premonition that that genius would soon become famous in the northern zone and rise up quickly, stepping on many heavens blessed along the way. Half a month soon passed. Chu Xian's life passed peacefully. He cultivated, studied the information sent to him by the Black Moon Tower, and randomly connected to various places with the myriad heavenly mirror. Occasionally, he would chat with Du Yuan. After the sect leader of the Purple Moon Kingdom's heretic cult, Hu Chuan, obtained the topographic map of the Chu family's territory, he had not made any movements. Chu Xian was a little curious. Was the other party planning some big conspiracy? However, his curiosity did not extend to caution. Any conspiracy, in the face of absolute strength, would be useless and fragile. It had been a few days since he last contacted Du Yuan to chat. Chu Xian took out the myriad heavenly mirror, infused his spiritual power into it, and connected it to Du Yuan's mark. The image projection soon connected. He discovered Du Yuan sitting high at the head of a large hall. The small family that he was the guardian of was holding a meeting. Chu Xian did not disturb him and simply observed quietly. The main point of this meeting was to discuss the family's decision to send 2 talented juniors to participate in the disciple selection of a large sect in the northern zone. Although the small family had the protection of Du Yuan, a supreme realm expert, their overall strength was not very strong. After all, they could not rely on Du Yuan for everything. In order to increase the family's strength and influence, they planned to curry favor with that large sect. After the meeting ended, Du Yuan returned to his residence as usual. Chu Xian then revealed the image projection of the myriad heavenly mirror and chatted with Du Yuan. Senior, I plan to make a long trip in the near future to prepare for the opening of the Azura Ancient Land. Azura Ancient Land. Chu Xian was stunned. Was Du Yuan going to participate in the fight for opportunities in a mystic realm? A mystic realm that even he, a supreme realm expert, was interested in was definitely not simple. Moreover, even the name of the mystic realm itself spoke volumes about it. It was definitely some sort of ancient battlefield or something similar to that. Yes, the southern region's Azura Ancient Land will definitely open within a few decades. Du Yuan's expression was solemn as he continued, the southern region was the site of a great war during the ancient times. The ley lines there collapsed, which damaged the laws of heaven and earth in the southern region. Currently, the laws are recovering. Once the laws are restored, the Azura Ancient Land will appear. This junior plans to go to the southern region in advance to make some arrangements. It will also provide us with an advantage for when the Azura Ancient Land opens. He then sighed and said, this junior is just an itinerant cultivator. In the end, I can't be compared to those experts from the big forces. If I don't make some arrangements in advance, I'm afraid that I won't even have the qualifications to participate. Since the southern region is currently devoid of any major powers, this junior will go to the southern region to hide and prepare. Hearing this, Chu Xian immediately became nervous. I just became the strongest powerhouse in the southern region, and now a supreme realm powerhouse is coming? Apart from Du Yuan, did the experts from other provinces also have the same idea? That so-called Azura Ancient Land caused the southern region's ley lines to collapse. That big battle had probably turned the entire battlefield into a mystic realm. Once it was opened, it would naturally be extraordinary. Countless big forces all wanted a piece of the pie. Was the southern region going to be thrown into turmoil and chaos? Chu Xian immediately felt pressured. No, he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. He indirectly asked Du Yuan for information regarding the Azura Ancient Land. At the same time, he also wanted to find out if there were any other experts who would come to the southern region. What made him slightly relieved was that not all itinerant cultivators knew about the Azura Ancient Land. Du Yuan had found out about it through a fortuitous encounter he had obtained. The other great forces with long-standing inheritances would not send experts to the southern region because the time was not right. They would only take action after they had discussed the quota among themselves. Before they took action, they would join hands to block the entrance to the southern region, preventing the other forces and experts from entering. They would try their best to stop cultivators like Du Yuan, who were either itinerant or from smaller clans, from coming to the southern region. Chu Xian quickly thought of something and said, "Wait a moment. I'll take a look at the situation in the southern region for you." After putting on an act, his eyes glowed with a golden light and shone in a certain direction. Du Yuan was shocked by the strength of this senior. After a long while, Chu Xian said, "Little Du, listen to senior's advice. The waters in the southern region run deep. You can't fully grasp the dangers there.